हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक बहुत ही ज्यादा स्पेशल सेगमेंट में, जहां हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक के एक बहुत ही स्पेशल प्लेयर। नाम है उनका एडमिनो। एडमिनो, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहला सवाल, realme BGIS 2025 की हाईलाइट रही है ये नया जोन मेटा। आपको लगता है कि आपकी टीम ने पूरी तरीके से अडेप्ट कर लिया इसको?
फिलहाल तो हमने ये नया जोन मेटा खेलना स्टार्ट द ग्रैंड में किया था
जी।
उसमें हमें जो हमारा स्टार्टिंग था वो तो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा था, तो हमने सोचा था अरे ये तो क्या है, बराबर ही है, क्योंकि पहला मैच हमने बहुत अच्छा चिकन लिया था। बट उसके बाद फिर हमने जो सोचा उस पर हमें ठोकर खानी पड़ी, फिर थोड़ा ढलान हो गया नीचे ऊपर नीचे, उसके बाद एक भी चिकन ही नहीं आया। बट द ग्रैंड के बाद फिर हमने सोचा कि बैठ के हमने जब सब एनालाइज वगैरह किया तो हमें लगा कि हमने इसको अडेप्ट कर लिया अच्छे से। फिर क्वार्टर्स में तो आपको पता ही है फिर क्या हुआ।
बट ये ना सब लोग जानना भी चाहते हैं कि व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग इन क्वार्टर्स, क्योंकि ग्राइंड की परफॉर्मेंस कंपैरेटिवली तब भी बेटर थी, बट क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में जब ये टीम आई तो लगा नहीं था कि वाइल्ड कार्ड का भी रास्ता चूज करना पड़ सकता है।
अगर मैं आपको अच्छे से बताऊं तो पहली बात तो नंबर ऑफ मैचेस कम थे
जी।
तो उसमें हमें मतलब ऐसा था कि अगर हमने 5-6 में से एक भी मैच थ्रो कर दिया तो फिर लंका लग जाएगी हमारी। वो तो एक मेन रीजन था कि थोड़ा तो प्रेशर था कि 6 मैचेस में टॉप 4 आना है। बट उसके बाद फिर क्या ही बोलूं, फिर जो हुआ वो हुआ, आपने देख लिया। लेकिन उसके बाद हम 100% श्योर थे कि अब हमने अच्छे से ये मेटा को एनालाइज कर लिया है। तो उसके बाद में आपको वाइल्ड कार्ड का परफॉर्मेंस हमारा बताइए।
बट एडमिनो, जब वाइल्ड कार्ड की बारी आई एक मिनी हार्ट अटैक तो आया होगा यार, क्योंकि डू और डाई की सिचुएशन है। अगर यहाँ पे आप 64 में से टॉप 16 में नहीं आते फिर तो आप बाहर हो जाते, और वहां पर टीम इतना बढ़िया परफॉर्म करके गई कि 64 में से पहले पायदान पे थी। सो व्हाट वेंट डिफरेंट इन वाइल्ड कार्ड जो पहले के राउंड्स में नहीं जा पाया?
मेन तो मैं यही बोलूंगा कि जो हमारा अप्रोच था जोन को लेकर, तो स्टार्टिंग में हमारा थोड़ा ऐसा था कि हम लोग ऐसे लेट लेट खेलते थे, आपने बीएमपीएस भी देखा होगा जी। बट फिर हमें जो नया जोन मेटा है उसके हिसाब से जितना हमने देखा तो हमें थोड़ा ज्यादा प्रिपेयर रहना पड़ता है ये जोन मेटा में। तो वो हमने बैठ के जब आप सबको मिनी हार्ट अटैक लगा था तो हमने बैठ के अच्छे से एनालाइज किया पूरी टीम एज अ टीम मिलके। फिर हमने कुछ चीजें उसमें नोटिस की और उसमें इम्प्रूव करने के पॉइंट्स दिखे और उसमें विजय पाली थे।
चलिए, विजय तो आपने पाई, बट एडमिनो अभी तक हमने टीम की बात करी, मैं आपके पर्सनल परफॉर्मेंस की बात करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि वाइल्ड कार्ड में आके सच में वो एडमिनो जो है वो गॉडमिनो बनता हुआ नजर आया। जब टीम को सबसे ज्यादा आवश्यकता थी 25 फिनिशेस आपने निकाले उन 6 मैचेस के अंदर। तो आपका पर्सनल अप्रोच किस प्रकार से डिफरेंट हुआ?
जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, जैसे हम पहले ढीले ढीले खेलते थे तो मैं पीछे से आके मार देता था बट इसमें थोड़ा आगे जाके मारना पड़ता है, तो मैंने अपने गेम प्ले का अप्रोच चेंज किया। जो हमें बीच में गैप मिला था क्वार्टर और वाइल्ड कार्ड के बीच में, उसमें मैं थोड़ी नई चीजें ट्राई की जो मेरे को पर्सनली लगी जो मैं मिस आउट कर रहा हूँ, जैसे कि मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस और थोड़ा सा गन पावर भी बोलूंगा। तो वो मैंने चीजें बैठ के उसमें वर्क किया और रिजल्ट्स आपके सामने।
जी हाँ, रिजल्ट्स हमारे सामने हैं, पर ना एक फ्रेंडली रिमाइंडर दिया गया था एडमिनो कि कुछ ड्रॉप क्लैशेस देखने को मिल सकते हैं, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा फाइट्स देखने को मिल सकती है, वो राइवलरी थोड़ी ज्यादा देखने को मिल सकती है। वो फाइट दिखी नहीं, पर
बेसिकली हमारी वैसी नियत नहीं है कि हम किसी को बाहर करें। जिसकी किस्मत में जो लिखा है वो उसको मिल जाएगा। बाकी ऐसा थोड़ा गर्मा गर्मी तो बनी रहनी चाहिए।
जी हाँ, सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में भी वो गर्मा गर्मी बनी रहनी चाहिए। बट अब ग्रुप्स आ चुके हैं, आपके ग्रुप में आपके अलावा 2 जो अन्य टीम है वो बीएमपीएस ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट हैं, और 5 अंडर गॉड्स आपकी जो ग्रुप है उसके अंदर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। पर्सनली आपको ये जो अंडर गॉड्स का परफॉर्मेंस है वो कैसा लगा अभी तक?
मैंने बेसिकली बहुत ज्यादा क्लचेस देखे, अभी एक कॉफिन करके था और 2-3 और थे, मतलब क्लचेस याद है मुझे बट नाम सॉरी मैं भूल गया। बट ऐसा है कि मैंने जितना नोटिस किया जितने भी अपने अंडरगॉड्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा अनएक्सपेक्टेड खेलते हैं कंपेयर टू टीवन, क्योंकि हम टीवन के साथ तो डेली बेसिस पे खेलते रहते हैं।
राइट।
बट जितने भी अंडरगॉड्स हैं उनको मतलब प्रेडिक्ट करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। तो मैं बोलूंगा कि हमारा ग्रुप बहुत ज्यादा अनप्रिडिक्टेबल रहेगा।
बिल्कुल, बट क्या ये प्रिडिक्ट किया जा सकता है कि टॉप 8 में आप रहेंगे सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में और सीधे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंचेंगे, या फिर फैंस को एक और झटका मिल सकता है यहाँ पे?
वैसे कोशिश तो पूरी रहेगी हमारा टॉप 8 में जाने के लिए जी। बट अगर नहीं कर पाए तो टेंशन मत लेना, कर ही लेंगे कुछ ना कुछ करके।
चलिए ठीक है, कम से कम अब ये जाते जाते आप ये अश्योरेंस दे रहे हैं कि द सिटी ऑफ जॉय में इस बार हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक इस फाइनलिस्ट बन के आएगी अपने फैंस को।
अब इतने सारे फैंस और लोगों ने हमें बुलाया है तो आना तो पड़ेगा ही।
चलिए, आपने शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्प तरीके से वो प्रॉमिस कर दिया है एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आप ये प्रॉमिस जरूर निभाते हुए नजर आएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच एडमिनो हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर मैचेस इन सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1। और दोस्तों, यही था हमारा सेगमेंट। मिलते हैं आपको अगले सेगमेंट में, तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखिए।
हेलो एंड वेलकम, स्वागत है आप सभी का realme BGIS 2025 स्पेशल सेगमेंट में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जी चैनल में के मेजी और इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट में आज के दिन पर हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले रेवनेंट एक्सपार्क के सारंग, जिन्हें मिस्टर ऑफिशियल के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। चलिए उनको बुलाते हैं और जानते हैं कि कैसा चल रहा है उनका सफर। सारंग, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बढ़िया हूँ, आप कैसे हो?
बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया। पर अभी मैंने एक टैग दिया मिस्टर ऑफिशियल का, सभी देते हैं, सभी को पता भी है। कैसा महसूस होता है जब आप बार बार सुनते हो कि मिस्टर ऑफिशियल के नाम से अब आप पहचाने जाने लगे हैं?
ऑब्वियसली अच्छा बहुत लगता है कि लोगों ने कुछ एक टैग दिया है और आई होप कि मतलब ये टैग को जस्टिफाई करते हुए सारे ऑफिशियल खेले। सभी तो बनने वही है।
और अभी तक तो आपने बहुत सारे ऑफिशियल्स ऑलरेडी खेल दिए हैं, पर realme BGIS 2025 की अगर मैं
सारे।
सारंग आपसे बात करूं, हाँ जी हाँ बिल्कुल, सारे आपने खेले हैं। पर ये realme BGIS 2025 अभी तक का सफर आपका कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तक तो सब सही चल रहा है, जैसे हम लोगों ने प्लान किया वैसे ही चल रहा है। बस डे 1 थोड़ा चोक हुआ है सेमीज का, बट कोई ना, हम लोग मेकअप कर लेंगे।
पर वो क्वार्टर फाइनल्स का भी समय था ना, जहां पर ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद वाइल्ड कार्ड का भी सफर आप लोग को तय करना पड़े, और फिर वो एक और कहानी आ गई कि जब पिछली बार खेले थे तो इन गेम क्वालिफायर से होकर आए थे, सारे राउंड्स खेले, लगा कि वाइल्ड कार्ड भी खेलेंगे। क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में कहाँ गलती हो गई थी?
क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में ऐसा तो कुछ गलती नहीं थी, हम लोग का 49 पॉइंट्स था और हमें लगा था सफिशिएंट है, क्योंकि इतना ज़्यादा एवरेज तो नहीं जाता, हमें पता था अच्छे से।
और 49 के साथ आप लोग एक्चुअली में सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में पहुंच गए। पर अभी एक कमजोर कड़ी दिखाई दे रही है, जिसको हम कुछ समय के लिए बोलते थे कि बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग कड़ी है। जोकर का अभी के लिए जो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा है, रेवनेंट एक्सपार्क कितना खुश है और क्या चेंजेस और आप करना चाहते हैं उस परफॉर्मेंस के अंदर?
आई फील हर टीम में एक ऐसा प्लेयर होता है, जितना भी अच्छा खेले सब लोग उसको ही मतलब बोलने का ट्राई करते हैं या टारगेट करते हैं, और कल के दिन में भी उसका ही सबसे ज़्यादा फिनिशेस था। तो आई गेस कहीं भी मतलब साइड से वो वीक नहीं है, इक्वली हम लोग जितने स्ट्रॉन्ग है वो भी उतने ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। तो वही है, लोगों का मतलब पर्सपेक्टिव ऐसा बन गया।
उम्मीद है कि जोकर जो पिछली बार BMPS में करके गए थे वो इस बार भी कुछ करेंगे बढ़िया। चलिए उम्मीद करते हैं ऐसा ही हो। पर कल हमारे साथ फिनिक्स के वेनम जुड़े थे। देखिए, बताने की जरूरत है नहीं कि वो है कौन, परिचित हैं आप लोग एक दूसरे से। उन्होंने कहा कि अब ड्रॉप क्लैशेस नहीं हो रहे हैं, एक सिंगल ग्रुप में नहीं है, उनके 4 फ्री के फिनिशेस चले गए। तो कुछ जवाब देना चाहेंगे आप?
उनका तो वैसे आदत ही है कि हर ऑफिशियल के टाइम में एक इंटरव्यू लेते हैं और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते हैं। कोई बात नहीं, बोलने वालों को तो हम बोलने देते हैं, हम लोग अपना एक्शन से ही प्रूव करना चाहेंगे।
तो ड्रॉप लोकेशन में कोई चेंजेस नहीं है रेवनेंट एक्सपार्क की तरफ से?
वो तो हम लोग का स्ट्रैटेजी के ऊपर है। अभी हम लोग को जब भी जाना होगा हम जाएंगे, 4 फिनिशेस उठाएंगे, बाकी तो देखते हैं क्या है मैच के टाइम में।
चलिए, वेनम ने भी बोल दिया 4 फिनिशेस, आपने भी बोल दिया 4 फिनिशेस। पर थैंक यू सो मच सारंग हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं कि लैंड फाइनल्स का सफर एक बार आप फिर से तय करें।
थैंक यू।
चलिए, ये तो थे रेवनेंट एक्सपार्क के सारंग जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए थे। पर अब चलते हैं जरा हाइलाइट्स की तरफ।
Welcome to realme BGIS 2025 Semifinals Week 1, Day 2. I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be I Super Johnny. And Johnny, now in the overall standings, one thing is clearly there, and that is the experienced name. They're starting to dominate once again, while the newer names, they're still left wondering.
Exactly. I mean, it all comes down to, as you mentioned, the experience within the difference of experience within the teams.
Yeah.
The teams that have been here for a while realize that getting to the finals in Week 1 is important. This Week 1 is a sprint. You can't take it as a marathon.
OG, after the first 6 games that they played, they haven't exactly played all the 6 games, but after the first 6 games, OG is currently at the top of the charts with 38 points, closely contested by 8-Bit with 31 points, and then we've got Bot Army Esports with 28 points. Now, Bot Army Esports over here is a key name. It's one of those names that is always there in the final few moments of the tournament, but somehow they always shy away from making it to the LAN final of the officials.
Exactly, and I mean, I am happy seeing them start off the journey on a great note. The first 3 matches played from Bot Army Esports were absolutely incredible. They've kept a good average going for themselves, but today, considering all the groups are playing an even set of matches, everyone gets 3 matches on day number 2 of Week 1 semi-finals. Opportunity is there for Bot Army Esports to just be consistent, continue to hit that 8 to 9 points per match marker, and then stay inside of the top 8 bracket. If they succeed today, I think this team will kind of be guaranteed a spot in the in the finals already.
Yeah, and exactly. Yesterday, Metal Esports in the final game, they managed to scrape up with the chicken dinner, or else Metal Esports was doing really bad in the overall standings. We all saw what exactly was going on with Metal Esports. In 3 games, they had 3 points, Johnny, and then in the last game, they managed to secure a chicken dinner and somehow once again get their sinking boat back up on the surface. We've got the overall standings on the screen. OG at the top, as I mentioned, with 38 points. 8-Bit on the second spot with 31 points. You've got Bot Army Esports right there with 28 points, and even FS Esports, they've managed to acquire 28 points right next to Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, and these teams, I mean, they're off to a great start. I want to talk about Cincinnati Kids and Reckoning Esports inside of the top 8 over there, because they are the teams that have played extra matches in the top 8 and are barely sticking around. But as you were talking about Metal Esports, 20 points secured in that last game yesterday. Before that, they just had 3.
Exactly my point. Metal Esports, they were not doing too good, but hopefully this time around we're going to be able to see Metal Esports build up that consistency, since once again they're going to be having 3 games in their hands to prove their mettle. We've got the latter half as well on the board. Hail Inferno Squad with 16 points, not doing too bad. Revenant Spark as well after the span of 3 games, just getting 16 points. Expectations are a lot from a banner like Revenant Spark.
I mean, there are massive expectations. We just saw that interview with Sarang as well. They are feeling confident. They're confident in the entire team. And I'm glad that the question about Joker was asked as well, and I agree with what Sarang said, that the expectations from the audience are on a whole different level. But if you look at his individual stats in the entire tournament, he's doing quite well for themselves. But looking at this last page, Necro, Versatile, Diesel, Visista, Soul, Phoenix, Hyderabad Hydras, THW, NON. Isn't this the names of the banners that we expected to be in the finals?
Yeah, but some of the teams have only played 2 games so far, so we need to consider that as well. Phoenix Esports have only played 2 games. Soul as well, they've only played 2 games. So we should still let them slide for a bit, let them have that 3rd game on the belt as well. Then maybe we can try and adjust things for them. But as we move on towards the caster predictions, at the start of the day, we've all locked in our teams. Ankybot went with Cincinnati Kids. Sparrow went with Diesel Esports. And Johnny, you once again went with Hero Extreme Godlike. What's going on here, guys?
I'm just trying to cancel out Icy, man, at this point. I'm just trying to make sure that Icy's magic is going to be frozen in its tracks.
Be careful, man, because even you can be caught in that entire curse.
Oh, I mean, we're going to have to see who's stronger, me or Icy.
I went with Phoenix Esports. Yesterday, Ankybot went with Phoenix Esports. Things were not working out for them at all, so I went with Phoenix Esports today, thinking that maybe on day 2, Phoenix Esports can do something, because that's what they did in the quarterfinals.
You're trying to give them your good vibes. Make sure that Phoenix Esports bounce back. But scheduled for the day on our screens now, we have Group B and Group D starting the journey on Erangel. Then we have B versus C happening on Miramar. And the 3rd game of the day will be a map of Sanhok, Group A versus Group B.
Interesting stuff, right? As I mentioned, every single group gets to play 3 games today, so the schedule is pretty much balanced. We're going to kick things off on the map of Rangle, the classic start, and back towards the team's conversation once again. Mastermind Mavericks' first game was decent, but then later on we saw that inconsistency hit them.
Exactly. Mastermind Mavericks, I think, again, it is that lack of experience because, as you mentioned, they were off to a great start. But here, you notice the difference between a team like Mastermind Mavericks and a team like Orangutan. Both the teams had amazing first matches. But then, after that pop-off in game number 1, OG decided to take things extremely slow. They just completely disappeared from the map and they just wanted to play for points no matter what happened. Because of that, they're sitting on the first position. Mastermind Mavericks continued on that aggressive playstyle, and with aggression comes risk, and we saw them fall.
I'm pretty sure for teams, the main strategy is to just get one chicken dinner every day, and the moment they do so, their quota is complete. And that's what OG did as well. They got the chicken dinner in the first game itself. OG was like, yeah, you know what? We're chilling. We're pretty much going to sit back and relax and let the game take its over. But for now, it's time for some toss to a short promo. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more exciting rewards. Let's not forget, the device comes in with 90 FPS BGMI gaming, also the smartest AI gaming control.
And the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. We can't forget the processor, man, because that is the heart, the core of this device is what makes it all happen, is what puts this package together. So as Necro said, go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win one of these amazing devices for yourself, because why not? BGMI certified, right? That's the best part.
That's the best part about the device. So make sure to move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device as well, and also some more exciting rewards. But back towards the conversation now, Johnny, I was about to call you icy there.
Why?
I don't know, man.
Just because we both picked God, like, you can't club with him.
I guess you guys are pretty much one at this point. Even yesterday, you guys picked the same team. Today as well, you guys are doing the same thing.
I'm just trying to save God, like, from elimination over here, man.
I don't think that's going to be happening. You're Extreme Godlike. They're in a red-hot form. I don't think anyone's going to be stopping them.
Really? We thought the same thing about God's reign, didn't we?
Let's move on with the conversation. Since day 2 is approached, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and I went with Phoenix Esports personally, thinking that even inside of the quarterfinals, right, first 3 games weren't that great, but Phoenix Esports in the latter 3 games, it was a comeback and a half.
I mean, Phoenix Esports at this point, I think what they're waiting for is their matchup on Rangle against Revenant X-Spark, because they need that early momentum of that early fight, and hopefully they get that today. But let's have a look at the matchups, ladies and gentlemen, for this game number 1. As we saw, it is going to be Group B competing against Group D, and I have to say this, Group B, I think Godlike is doing exceptionally well along with Bot Army Esports, but everyone else is kind of lagging a little behind. Rider Esports is one of those undergod names from this particular group that has made an exceptional run on day number 1. They're sitting on that 8th position, but I have to see, and I think everyone would like to see, how consistent can Ryder be today. They have 3 matches. Can they stay inside the top 8 at the end of the day?
There's definitely a big chance the players can crumble under that pressure, and we have seen a lot of these new teams crumble as well in the past. Even yesterday is a prime example. The known names were dominating easily, while the newer names, they were struggling too much. Now we've got the Group D on the screen. Hyderabad Hydras, VXT, Phoenix Esports back in the race. Unfortunately for Phoenix Esports, they're not going to have a shot at the players of Revenant X-Spark, so they would need to try and rewire things.
5 out of these 8 teams are sitting in the bottom 8 of the leaderboard right now. You have Hyderabad Hydras, Versatile, Phoenix, TSWNON, and Seoul on the last page of the leaderboard. Team Tamilas, they did quite well for themselves. Likita Esports has been exceptional. And then there is the name that no one thought was going to do so well during the quarterfinals that they would directly move to the semis. I'm talking about NRI.
Yeah,
Rivalry NRI now.
For some reason, though, there's a thought in the back of my mind saying that, yeah, even though these teams are all the way at the last page in the overall standings, do not worry. They're one of the best teams inside of the country, so they are easily going to make the pounce in the first half.
Exactly, and I think from Group D, one name that we have to talk about has to be Team Tamilas. That is the best performing team from this particular group, and they were kind of consistent, but unfortunately, as you also mentioned before, Group D yesterday only got 2 matches. So I believe that Team Tamilas did not actually get to showcase their true potential, because we know one trend that is there from almost all of the teams in Group D except Phoenix Esports is that all of them start off very slow on day number 1.
Team Tamilas have been a complete curveball in this realme BGIS 2025, right?
Yeah.
The way they started things off inside of the grind, we never thought that Team Tamilas can actually transition to such a good wrecking ball. But now, towards the quarterfinals, Team Tamilas was unstoppable. We saw a refined gameplay from the boys, and we never saw this coming.
Even yesterday, they are sitting with 16 points in the overall leaderboard.
Decent.
And considering they've just played 2 games, the average comes out to about 8 points. Not about, it is 8 points per match. And 8 points per match is what the teams in the top 8 are maintaining right now. And I think if Team Tamilas can again continue with this average, we're going to see this team inside of the top 8 and in a safe position as well. But the first head-to-head on our screens, and it is Bot Army Esports against FS.
It's been a while since we've seen FS Esports as well on the bigger stage, so this is definitely a proud moment for the boys. FS Esports with 18 finishes, of course toppling over the players of Bot Army Esports. But Bot Army Esports still tying them up in the overall standings with 28 points.
Yeah, I mean, Bot Army Esports, again, the more we say about this team, it's not going to be enough. They have been quite incredible at the start of their journey in the semifinals, and same can be said for FS Esports, but both the teams being extremely proactive. But FS, I think the differentiating factor sort of became that they were a little too aggressive for their own good yesterday.
They were taking a lot more fights compared to the players of Bot Army Esports, while Bot Army Esports focusing a lot more on position compared to the players of FS Esports. But knowing even Bot Army Esports, man, let's not forget, it's also one of those teams that likes to go super aggressive inside of the lobby, and we have seen a lot of glimmers of that in the past.
They're missing their neighbors in military base, right?
God's reign.
Yeah, they are like Phoenix Esports. They missed that early fight. They missed that early aggression.
And the crazy part is they were actually defeating God's reign over and over again in that military base in the past.
Very true. And the one time I think in the later stages of the grind we saw Bot Army Esports switch drop was when their performance actually started to fall. That early fight, just like Phoenix Esports, gave them momentum in every Erangel that they played. But here's the deal, right? It's not just about the Erangels. You have to make sure that you're consistent on Miramar and Sanhok as well. Yeah, I understand that right now in semifinals, teams play an extra Erangel every single day, but you have to make sure that those off maps, if you can conquer those off maps, you will succeed. And the perfect example of this is one of the most experienced teams, Seoul. Every single comeback that Seoul has made in this tournament always started from Miramar.
You brought up a point about Phoenix Esports, and I would like to shed some limelight on top of that. Since we're inside of the round-robin format, you cannot really be expecting to go up against Reven X-Park every single time and give you that starting momentum. Because if that's pretty much the case, then Phoenix Esports, there's a big chance we might not see them move on towards the Grand Finals.
That is very true, but again, whenever the opportunity is presented to you, you have to strike. And again, I think Phoenix Esports, they have had this tendency to switch, drop, and try and clash Revenant X-Park even on Miramar as well, so it's not just the Erangel that Revenant X-Park have to worry about.
I mean, on San Martin, these two teams have always duked it out against each other, right? They like to drop in towards that big apartment building, and then you see a proper gunfight between these players. You also sometimes see players just shanking each other to death. But moving on the conversation towards a few more names like Team Versatile. Now, yesterday's performance wasn't that smooth either.
And I don't understand why, because Miramar, I remember that fight that was happening. You had Phoenix, you had Seoul, you had Godlike from the flank, and Versatile was actually doing so much to get those openings, to get those knocks in that particular fight, but still finish confirmations weren't being made. They did end up wiping out the side of Seoul completely. It took them a while, but I think that swiftness needs to come in from the side of Versatile, where they move in a fight, get those finishes, and instantly move out. Because of that delay that happened yesterday on top of the hill in the second last Miramar that they were playing was the reason that they got wiped out a little bit earlier than they were supposed to.
Generally speaking, it feels like Versatile is just overthinking now.
Yeah,
because
agreed.
The way they liked to play in the past was pure gunpowder, and it was working out pretty well for them, man. Especially you've got a player like S-Power in the mix. You've also got a few more great players, even Toys right there in the main playing for. What else do you need? You've got a team that packs a lot of punch. I do understand Samraj is a man who likes to bring in that defensive nature as well once in a while, but it's not been working out that well.
I mean, we aren't even talking about Aquanox right now.
Yeah.
He's not in his best form at this moment, but we know this man can turn into a monster at any given second. So I agree with you. That extra bit of firepower should be the confidence builder for the side of Versatile. But the thing is that firepower has always backfired upon them throughout this tournament so far. That is why we saw them struggle in their journey. The falls were there because of that. How do they bring themselves back? I think Somraj might have a better answer than me, but my suggestion just would be, like you said, just run into a fight, try to see how quickly can you close out a 4v4.
And here's the main problem with the new meta, right? Since we're seeing so many third parties, the moment you step inside of a fight out in the open, at least in the mid-pack, there's a big chance you're instantly going to get third party. You do not really have a lot of options to recover from that fight itself. So for Versatile, they just need to make sure the fights they're taking, they better make sure that those are going to be the good fights, and they know exactly how to make their way out of that fight as well.
I think information gathering has become a challenge for them as well, because whoever's scouting for the team usually does end up getting picked off. But hey, it's a new day. It's going to be a new start for Versatile. They have more matches to play today, so hopefully they bounce back.
I really wanted to talk about Likita Esports as well, but since they're just a burning torch of consistency, they always like to do so good. There's honestly not a lot of points we can talk about Likita at this point.
Correction, Hector is a burning torch of consistency, not Likita Esports. I remember that run in the wildcard stages. It was this IGL because of which this team is right now playing the semifinals. Otherwise, Likita Esports would have joined God's reign.
You've got a point, right? That one single play is something that really secured those important points for the entirety of Likita Esports. And especially when you see one man pop up from your team, that's also like a motivating factor for the remaining players too.
Yeah, exactly. And for Likita Esports, having an IGL who's not afraid to just put the other players on your back and get them across the finish line should be the motivating factor for the other three players, because the other three players in terms of firepower are quite deadly. But what is the future going to hold for this team? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to find that out with this game one itself. Here we go. A lot of questions raised for the teams of Group D, because yesterday they only played 2 matches, but today they are going to be the ones kicking off the journey with Group B. Ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel on our screens, and we're going to have a very interesting flight path, Necro. It starts off just a little bit north of Lipovka and goes in a straight line, a horizontal line towards the west of Georgopol, leaning extremely towards the northern half of the map. Anyone who wants to go towards Ferry Pier, who wants to start from Novorepnoye or the military base itself, is going to be in for some trouble.
Yeah, military base seems out of reach. That means players for Bot Army Esports, they're going to be struggling quite a lot. Bot Army Esports, they like to move all the way down south towards the Snuka military base, and we still need to wait for the zone to pop up as well.
Wait, buddy. I think Bot Army Esports, they've gone for a switch up right off the bat itself in game number 1. Maybe Phoenix Esports are going to face new neighbors.
Yeah, they probably are. It seems like it. Someone's dropping right next to Phoenix Esports. And this time it feels like Phoenix Esports' tactics, they might just start a backfire. Yasna Poliana filled with 8 players in total, 2 teams right next to each other.
If you're Phoenix right now, just close your eyes and think it's Revenant X-Park.
I guess. Just embody them. And at this point in time, Phoenix Esports, all they need is the 4 early points that they were able to gather against Revenant X-Park. Or they themselves used to get absolutely demolished in return. Either of the both. Even Hero Extreme Godlike is quite close, right next to him towards Verni. You've got Rider Esports in that contention. Phoenix Esports, for them, there should not be a tough fight on paper. But Rider Esports, recently, they've been looking pretty clean as well.
I mean, they are inside of the top 8 on that 8th position, so opportunity for them to hold on to that spot. But this is not going to be an easy fight. Phoenix Esports, this is their home ground, and consistently beating one of the teams, one of the best teams in the country. Well, technically, I would put Revenant X-Park as the best team in the country, considering they won the last 2 officials. Phoenix Esports might have earned that respect from everyone, but Rider Esports, they need to be careful about this because of that. And as we were talking about it, Bot Army Esports ended up landing quite close to Pochinki, towards the southern side of Pochinki. Hopefully looking for some vehicles, but that puts them a little close to Versatile, so that is also a risky play for them.
I'm sure they went for a pit stop. Try and get their hands on the basic loot, basic weaponry, and then move it down south towards the Snowcon military base. And yeah, for Phoenix Esports, that's good news too. Rider Esports, unfortunately, one of the men gets knocked out. falls down to his own death. But since the distance is too much between the two teams, they can easily go for the recovery as well.
I was looking at the map and something hilarious just happened. So as we mentioned, Bodami landed quite close to Versatile.
chased them down.
VST went from Pochinki all the way towards the lighthouse, just chasing the players of Bodami Esports away, man. That is funny. Just abandoning your drop. I wonder if they had any weapons as well, to be honest, because that was a very quick turnaround.
I'm pretty sure Bot Army Esports did not even want to challenge the players of VXT.
Yeah.
But since they wanted to go out for the pit stop, get their hands on the basic weaponry, then move down south, that's why Bot Army Esports decided to drop quite close towards Pochinki. Got their hands on the vehicle too. They're now looking decent. And since there's no one down south, Bot Army Esports, it's going to be smooth sailing on paper for them. But still, they should not take too long. They need to loot up, scoot up, and instantly move back inside of the zone as soon as possible.
The whole military island is there. They have full freedom. The only problem is that the circle is a little far away from the players of Bodami Esports, but there's no one towards Ferry Pier, there's no one towards the lighthouse. And if their timing of this first rotation is good, then they might just be able to breach the southern edge of the circle without any contention. It is going to be a big challenge, but let's see how this turns out. In the meanwhile, Soul on our screens. They're always happy whenever Reckoning Esports or the side of OG is not there in the lobby. No contention in the early stages, and school apartments, they get these positions for free.
They indeed do. For Seoul, school and school apartments have been contested for a long time.
Yeah.
No one's really wanting to move up against them. Even Hero Extreme Godlike dropping towards Severny.
Is that an off drop for Godlike?
Godlike is just playing real versatile. It does not matter where they want to go. They can sometimes drop in towards Kamishki. They sometimes like to go towards Severny. They've also dropped in towards Godka in the past, but now since Look at the Esports is right there, they cannot go there either. Now, K9 Esports is not towards Severny. That's why Hero Extreme Godlike is going towards Severny, taking their spot over.
They're making full use of these empty positions inside the map, and it is quite rare to see a team do this consistently and still succeed.
Yeah. Somraj in between was also trying out the same thing, right? The versatile drop location. He did not exactly have a proper drop location since there was WSB and Vasista Esports constantly duking it out inside of Pochinki. So versatile, they was just dropping all across the map.
But while they were struggling, Godlike somehow have figured out a crack to the code to make this off-drop setup work every single time. I mean, they have been kind of consistent, but let's see how the rest of the match turns out. Likita Esports, early control of Everest has been taken as they've sent Neo to the top of the hill.
Likita Esports, since they like to drop in around that same vicinity, it makes a lot of sense why they have went towards that hill. It's going to be in their contention. No one's going to be looking to challenge the players of Likita Esports like that. You've got VXT now moving up close and personal towards that same terrain. Wobble Gaming as well in the nearby vicinity towards Ruins. They've just left that Waters town. Even Team Tumula's down south, still looking to make that rotation up north. It's going to be quite a late game rotation for Team Tumula's and even Bot Army Esports as the Blue's going to start a move. You need to respect the Blue as soon as possible and secure a good spot inside of the zone.
Yeah, but luckily for Team Tamilas, there is no one between them and Gatka. I think the first contention they might face is going to be at Everest. But as you were talking about Wobble Gaming, Necro, did you notice they were getting a little too close to Versatile as well? Because Versatile abandoned Pochinki early. A switch in the pace of that early rotation. And if Wobble Gaming gets spotted out by either Likita or Versatile, they can get sandwiched because even Godlike was moving from up north and Soul moving from that eastern side. Wobble Gaming, they might just get boxed in over there if they don't have any cover right now.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams are not going to go for the fight off the rip. Since they know it's one of the mid-packs inside of the game, too, a lot of these teams are going to start to attract towards the centric part of the circle. The moment they take a fight, there's going to be a third-party guarantee.
Oh, third party is definitely going to happen, but Soul and Godlike quite close to each other. It seems like the early fight has begun, my friend, and it is not going to be an easy one. Soul, in terms of positioning, I think they have the advantage because they've sent one man in the back lines, but if the conflict occurs right now, and if that isolated player gets caught off guard, then the players of Godlike will have the numbers advantage, but Soul, realizing this, instantly fall back and reset.
As
or
I
maybe
mentioned,
not.
Look, as I mentioned, going for the fight right now is not going to be too beneficial. But still, Soul is actually going for it. Absolute mad lads, probably realizing that it's the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Now they want a little bit of that piece of the pie. Jonathan's taken down real low. The man still somehow escapes back towards the compound. He's going to find himself in the hard cover. He will be safe for now.
It's that number plate that becomes the indicator of who you're fighting for, Jonathan.
Oh man, it's Soul at the end of the day. The moment they find out it's Hero Extreme Godlike, they just start chasing him down. But at the same time, they realize they also need to play for the qualification. That's why, once again, the senses kick back in, and Soul, they back away from that spot and try and play for safety. At this point in time, teams will take the shots, but they're not going to go for a clear-cut fight.
I think clear-cut fights might happen, especially towards the northern half of the map, because the circle has just moved down south. And look at the cluster. It's Soul, it's 8-Bit, it's Hyderabad Hydras, there is Ryder Esports, and Godlike now stuck towards the northern side of the river. While they try to cross, Likita Esports will have the upper hand from Everest all the way towards Georgiapol. A lot of map control available for Likita Esports, but they're not finding that short connection, man. And that might be a big sign of concern, because if Soul crosses over, then Likita might just get sandwiched in Georgiapol containers.
Seems like it. But once again, for Likita Esports, things do seem pretty under control. It seems good and dandy. Likita Esports is also playing with a lot of confidence.
What is Phoenix doing, though?
Chilling, Johnny. It's Phoenix Esports and their shenanigans. Just let them slide. All right, they're going to take that late game rotation, move on towards the edge, and then maybe start just going guns blazing inside of the lobby.
They tried this yesterday in the last Rangle. It didn't work out too well.
Second time's the charm.
All right, I mean, we will see when the charm kicks in for Phoenix Esports. In the meanwhile, you guys want the charm in your matches. Check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G with the smartest AI gaming control, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and of course, 90 FPS BGMI gaming. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and stand a chance to win this amazing device for yourself. In the meanwhile, I mean, as we were talking about at Godlike, they were looking to take control of Everest, but Likita Esports Hector, he was left all alone, by the way, on the top of the hill, so he can't really do much over here.
Is he unaware? Seems like it. He's got no clue that Hero Extreme Godlike has moved up. Hector needs to be careful. This man is taking things way too casual. He's playing with fire at this point. Eventually, he does manage to escape away from that terrain, so it's good. Hector's going to be okay. Ryder Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, probably on the verge of locking horns as well. Hyderabad Hydras at this point, they've got no other option than to play like rats.
Yeah.
They've got a few compounds in contention, and those compounds do not even seem that great. It's not giving them the positional advantage.
2 matches played yesterday by Hyderabad Hydras and not a single point on the board from that. Today, as you mentioned, a very crucial day. They have 3 matches. They have to convert these. But Phoenix Esports spot out the players of Ryder Esports. Shot fired by Venom. No connection found. Aimbot as well is going to be there as they put their vehicles on the sidelines of the broken wall. The fight ensues, but it is going to be Ryder Esports that come out on top. 3 players from Phoenix Esports hit the floor. Altu, the last man, is going to be finished off as well. And the shenanigans from Phoenix Esports were on, but because of those shenanigans, they end up burning alive.
What was that? Phoenix Esports, such a random action on the map. They did not even know what exactly they wanted to do over here. Had no clue where they're stepping in. They took a fight against Ryder Esports and got absolutely dismantled.
I don't think they know how to take mid-game fights. This has happened more than 4 or 5 times right now with Phoenix. If they aren't fighting early mid-game, they just struggle.
Look, yesterday I spoke about having brainless aggression. That's a prime example of it.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure Phoenix Esports spotted a few players in that compound. They wanted to go and ram their vehicles in, but they never thought that there might just be the backup available too.
I think it was a complete 4v4 that they wanted, but Ryder Esports, that position behind the wall, the tandem fire coming in, and their shot connection accuracy was on point. But 8-Bit, man, this is a risky play. They're just running towards the field, surrounded from every single direction. It might just be too difficult for them to survive over here.
8-Bit's on the move. Let's not forget, this team is currently on the 2nd spot in the overall standing, so 8-Bit's looking pretty good. 31 points in the overall board, 0 points accumulated so far in this game itself. Hyderabad Hydra, Smokesters knocked out. From the top, constant shots are taken against the man. It's Hero Extreme Godlike who's peppering those shots behind the players. A few connection found from Punk. And it does not seem like he's going to be stopping anytime soon. The players of Hyderabad Hydras are constantly getting ripped apart. And now look at the esports hearing all that commotion. They want to make the pounce against Hero Extreme Godlike. Look at the esports is not too happy of Godlike taking over their spot. But Punk instantly backs away from that spot as well. Look at the esports. They really do want to take it over. They want to go for a proper 4-on-4 fight on top of the hill. Hero Extreme Godlike too. They're not someone who's just going to back away like that. They want to face their own demons. They want to face their fear.
And Simp with this off angle could have actually brought the first frontliner from the side of Likita Esports down. But here comes the third party from across the river as Ryder Esports have crossed over. Viper from Likita Esports knocked out. This is a sandwich position for Likita Esports. They can't reset. Getting Viper back is going to be a big challenge. Smoke slopped out. But Ryder Esports will still have a line of fire and can't forget about Godlike from the top of that hill. If they get an inkling of info that Likita is down to 3 players, Godlike can instantly pounce on them.
Yeah, they can. Likita is surrounded from all the different directions. Even Ryder Esports taking shots against him. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras in the sidelines. Look at the esports is trapped. Nowhere on top of that hill now seems safe. Ryder Esports is on the move as well. They're going to try to hook that white land and constantly keep on moving. Soul. Now they're going to start to make the move on top of the hill. Right behind Hero Extreme Godlike, and now it's Godlike who's sandwiched. They're pinched between 2 teams. Look at the esports and Soul.
They're saving grace. Ryder Esports on the other side have moved away. And Godlike need to quickly wrap things up with Likita Esports. Otherwise, Soul will have an opportunity to just finish off Godlike in this game very early. But here comes the reset. Viper back on his feet. And the nades go flying as Likita Esports look for the opener. It's not going to be an easy one. Godlike, as you mentioned, sandwich keeping their heads down. They know all they need to do right now is buy themselves time.
Hero Extreme Godlike. They're now making a lot of moves. From the back, it's going to be the players assault. From the front, it's look at the esports. Where can you go if you're Godlike? Pinch between 2 teams, but at the same time, you cannot let go of this position. A lot of nades shot against them. Simp gets knocked out as well, right next to Punk. Admino is going to be the only glimmer of hope to try and hold things off against Soul. And Soul, it does not seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon either. They're constantly on the prowl, on the hunt. Admino, he pushes himself back a little bit. Now he makes the dive all the way down. Utilities are constantly a big threat. And look at the esports, even they've managed to find the knock against Jonathan. That's it for Hero Extreme Godlike, getting absolutely ripped and sandwiched between 2 teams. Admino, the only glimmer of hope left alive, and I don't think he can do a lot. He gets spotted by Same, and he puts the nail in the coffin. Hero Extreme Godlike, eliminated on 15th.
Just one finish point to show for all of that confidence and Soul against Likita now. The nades already did a lot of damage, and Jonathan has already cut down Likita's numbers to 3. Soul, they have the upper hand, but from the other side, even Hyderabad Hydras want to chime in. Hunter's knocked out as Hector finds the opener for his team. But Soul, they want to reset. They are backing off. Aggression is being felt as Hail Inferno squad has also taken the western edge of the hill. But with 2 players down, it won't be easy for them to buy enough time to get that frag against the side of Soul. Ninja spotted out from Hyderabad Hydras. Turbo already knocked out. Likita Esports, they're doing so much, but securing these finishes is not going to be easy, man.
Johnny, this hill is cursed. Absolutely cursed. Third parties after third parties. Now Hail Inferno. Squad step in. Hyderabad Hydras step in as well. And look at the esports. They're giving a tough fight to the players of Hyderabad Hydras as they get eliminated eventually. But the fight's not done yet. Now it's time for Ryder Esports as well to step in. This hill is cursed. You better take an exit from this hill. Look at the esports. The fights, the woes are just continuing. They're constantly fighting through waves of enemy.
There are 16 teams in the lobby, 6 teams fighting for the control of Everest. 1 has already been eliminated, and I believe even Hyderabad Hydras and Hail Inferno squad already 3 teams out of the 6 that were fighting for the control of Summit of Everest have already been kicked out of the game. Only 3 survive. Soul, Likita Esports, and Riders. And Riders players knocked out, so they need time to go for the reset. But Soul, they have done so much from this position. 7 eliminations on the board.
And all the 4 players intact. That's the best possible thing. Look at the esports. They don't even have enough man number to try and contest the hill anymore. Viper's inside of the vehicle, hoping that his position will be uncontested in the future. Utilities tossed out even from the side of Rider Esports. A lot of shots taken against the players. And Soul, they're doing some insane amount of damage against Rider Esports now. Taking an exit from this hill seems impossible. And Viper, he's going to dip out. He does not want anything to do from this hill. He's just going to try and play for safety at this point. Back away from the hill. Try and gather as many points as you can. Play for placement. Before Rider Esports, that's not going to be the option at all. They still need to go for the fight against Soul.
They don't need to do that. I think they just want to. They want this high ground control because the circle is still almost 40% on top of this hill, on top of Everest. And Rider Esports realize that if they can get complete control of the high ground, that will mean a lot of finishes on the board during the mid-game stages of the match. But Seoul is not an easy team to beat, and they have proven that exact thing in this game. Manya, once again, the man who is going to be the momentum builder for Seoul. 4 eliminations for this IGL. Hunters finds the opening against Ryder as Fragger from the backlines is going to be knocked out. Devansh, he wants to go for the push but needs to be careful. Finds the trade. Hunters hits the floor and Some is going to be there lending a helping hand. But too much pressure. The shotgun goes off. Some finds the frag and now Seoul have the upper hand in this fight.
They've got the advantage, but even they've lost out and 2 players have returned. 2 players are knocked out. One of the man gets confirmed too. Manya not in the game anymore. He's out of commission. Exist up close and personal, looking to toss that nade, and it's going to be on the mark as well as Hunter gets re-knocked once again. Sama is going to be the man up close and personal. Even he gets struck down. For Soul, the man is in the back in the name of Knuckle. Can he save the day? Can he be the Batman and save his city from sinking? Knuckle tossing out those utilities constantly. 9 finishes on the board for Team Soul. Knuckle now still needs to contribute. If he wipes out the players of Rider Esports, that will be the best possible thing for Team Soul. That can give them another sign of life, but let's not forget another team is once again stacked up on the hill. That will be Team Rivalry, and they're just waiting for the right moment once again. Knuckle, even the back line's not secured from the front. It's the players of Rider Esports. From the back, it's Rivalry.
And Rivalry, I think I've realized that this is the best time to strike. Only 3 players in total at the top of this hill. 2 from the side of Rider Esports and 1 from the side of Seoul. And Rider, they've saved ammunition, they've saved all of that utility, while these 2 teams just committed everything upon each other. An artificial artillery strike around Knuckle. HP drops to 50 with that nade, but he's still surviving. Maybe the next one can get the job done if it finds contact. It's going to be a bit off. 2 players from the side of Rider still being a big distraction, a big cause of concern for Knuckle. He can't move up, can't do anything, can't even unprone at this point.
He cannot expose himself. He cannot make a lot of noise as well. Util's tossed, and that's going to be right next to Knuckle. Barely off the mark, though. Exist as well as catching a lot of hurt from the sidelines, and eventually Knuckle, he will be eliminated from the game. And with that, Soul 2 take an exit with 9 finish points acquired. A decent game from Soul, but that's not enough. Soul needs a lot more points. And now look at Rider Esports. Famey taking the shots against Rivalry NRI. Herculean task still left. Rider Esports from the hilltop outside of the circle, by the way. Notice that. And the only way the players of Rider Esports make it in is if they take all the way downhill or if they go for the fight against Rivalry.
I think right now fighting Rivalry is the only option, because if they move south, they will be in the line of fire for Forever Red Ross and 8-Bit. But the smartest call, I have to say, from all of the teams that were there on top of that hill in terms of individuals, was made by Viper. Yeah. He abandoned the fight completely, ran to save his life, and because of that, he has gotten his team 1 placement point. As of now, it's 1.
Yeah, as of now, individually, he's doing a good job. Rivalry NRI to kick things off of well-placed. Nate's going to be finding the knock as well. Rider Esports now down to just 1 man. Exist is knocked out. Famey for him. All the burden's going to be on the shoulder. Even the blue is going to start a move now. Rider Esports, not a lot of time left on the clock. They need to make the move. And a lot of shots are taken against Fami. His vehicle's on the verge of flipping his wall, but luckily enough, it does not. Fami can just keep on moving down south, but there's another team in the name of Forever Red Ross. If he keeps on moving in that same direction, eventually Fami has to meet the players of Forever Red Ross, but that's not even needed. NRI from top will eliminate them.
Yeah, his teammate got picked off, and then Rivalry NRI had full control of the summit of the hill, and they made use of it as well. Now this high ground advantage and plus Necro, let's not forget there are so many crates. So the ammo refill is constantly there for the side of Rivalry Esports as well. They might have to run into the blue to get that ammunition though, so that might be the thing that holds them back because this is stage 6, but incredibly done from Rivalry NRI. 4 finishes, break into the top 6. They still managed to hold on to all 4 of their players as well.
Amongst all the chaos, Team Tumula's Red Ross still alive and cooking inside of the game. And Red Ross, they've got all the 4 players standing on the board, by the way, including Versatile. Solid stuff. Team Tumula is a team that's known for their survival tactics. Once again, it's working out. Mr. IGL has only got his teammate with him. 2 players and a dream. Securing a chicken dinner is going to be extremely tough, but at least you can go away with a second spot and a decent amount of elimination points. But since you do not even have a lot of foes available, securing that many things as well gets tough. Wobble Gaming Sporta went for that peak. Shots were taken around that frame. None of them connect. Team Versatile, their hands now start to itch. Even they want to make it inside of the zone in a better spot. But since the surrounding grounds are filled with a lot of foes, Versatile cannot make the pounce yet.
Yeah, they have concrete cover for now, but as you mentioned, every position from beyond this compound is just open and exposed and Versatile. They are aware that there's a team ruling Everest right now. Height advantage means vision advantage, information advantage, and the position of Rivalry Esports is going to force them into a sandwich between Wobble, Red Ross, and Rivalry NRI. So Versatile, they are being extremely careful. But when did Raiden get a 4-frag fiesta in this game, man?
We completely missed out on that.
Yeah.
I guess it was during all of that commotion that was going on top of the hill. Probably. So many teams were right next to each other, duking it out. We saw 6 teams wanting to contest for that hilltop. So yeah, that hill was cursed at a time.
Hey man, Savior of the Earth Realm turning into the Savior of Team Versatile, I guess, in this game, because Versatile were also one of those teams sitting on the last page of the overall leaderboard.
They indeed were. Sporta pushes up a bit against the players of Team Tumula's. That nade forces out the players of their comfort zone. Rico gets knocked. Mr. IGL, all the burden on his shoulders now. Team Tumula's does not even have enough elimination points. They cannot be eliminated right here.
Oh.
This game is not going to be a good game for Team Tumula's if they get eliminated after such a long time. Team Tumula's at least needs to secure a few more eliminations to make it worth it. The nade's tossed to the perfection, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin for Team Tumula's.
Wait, how did that connect? I thought he ran in and the nade was outside.
I think the nade just landed on the door frame.
Oh man, that was very precise. But hey, now Versatile, they're going to be forced out of their cover position, and Rivalry NRI, they take advantage of the moment. S-Power knocked out. A nade lobbed out from Sarwar. He's looking to find the second knock in this fight. It's a complete 4v4 between the two sides. Rivalry, they have the height advantage, but as of now, Sarwar was the only man taking on Versatile. Now his teammate has joined in. They've lined up, and Versatile's push up this hill is going to be a difficult one.
Utilities exchanged from both the sides. Rivalry NRI. Another nade toss towards Equinox, and that's going to be a knock. Precision was there. But even Sporta from Wobble Gaming is now getting ripped apart. Bampy's going to be right next to him. Shots are taken against Bampy as well. Positions noticed. Sarwar whiffs a lot of those shots too. Rivalry NRI, they control a big terrain of this final few circle.
And they've done so beautifully in this game. Yesterday, the start was a middle pack start, just 11 points on the board, but in this match alone, they've secured 8 eliminations. 9 is the number now. They're not stopping, not slowing down, but in the back lines, Versatile, they have reset, and this might be a big sign of concern for Rivalry. Versatile have taken the high ground as well. Nade exchange, and Sarwar finally is going to fall. S-Power, he sees the man, secures the finish, but Somraj traded out from the side of Versatile. It's a 3v3 between the two heavy hitters in this lobby right now. That high ground advantage for the side of Versatile. How long can they maintain it for? Because even if Somraj is knocked out, he can give so much information to his teammates down below.
Rivalry surrounded. They cannot go anywhere. Not a lot of breathing space available either, but what a nade that was from Equinox. And that's going to be the opener the players of Versatile were searching for such a long time. But even Raiden falls apart. Now it's time for Wobble Gaming as well to step inside of the playing field, as Raiden is going to be the confirmation as well. Two more players standing for Rivalry. It's going to be a mad dash towards the man. Equinox spots the players. He knows exactly where the position is to. And for Rivalry, it's such a big reset that they got to knock down players back up on his feet. And Equinox, this Molotov has to be on perfection, but no, instead it's tossed a little bit off the mark. Rivalry back with two players. Versatile, they really want to put an end to the story of Rivalry, but it's going to be real tough.
And Equinox, he is not afraid. He just closes in the distance. This move is perfect. He has no HP. He goes aggressive. If he finds the opener, Versatile will secure the chicken. And with that, Rivalry falls. It's the last man from the side of Wobble Gaming. Vampy, can he take this win away? As it is down to a 1v1 between him and S-Power. What a turnaround. What a shocker finish in this match. And he's tracking S-Power with those sound cues. But Equinox, all he needs to do is get close to Vampy, mark the position, and maybe with this stun, S-Power can find the frag, but Equinox gets confirmed, and it's a 1v1. Vampy, he's unaware, the stun goes out. S-Power might be blinded for the next few seconds, but no, he crosses over. He can still see, he still has vision, and whoever peaks first is going to be done and dusted. Necro right now, both the players are in the center of the zone, and it is a collapse of the blue that will take 2 more minutes.
Vampy will be forced down much earlier, though. So Vampy needs to make it quick. His back's against the wall. Blue's going to start to move soon. S-Power. It does not even have any meds to try and patch himself up. It's a big problem. He's only got 2 flashbangs to try and take care of things. While Vampy, he's just trying to waste some time. Jumping around, giving the sound cues, making S-Power panic a bit. But that's not going to be the case with the man who's got the superpower. S-Power does not even have any bullets on his M416. Even that's a major concern. What can S-Power do? He needs to fight back. Needs to close on that distance. The fight's elongated for too long for no reason. Even Vampy, he wants the chicken dinner real bad. Wobble Gaming, they're quite the newer faces on the block, and they want to secure the chicken dinner and get the deal in their hands. S12K pulled out. The battle's now close and personal, and Wobble Gaming, they get eliminated in the end by S-Power, and that's going to be a chicken dinner secured by Team Versatile.
Yeah, beautifully done by S-Power in the end. He knew he had the upper hand with those 2 stuns, and he just waited and waited with that utility. And Vampy, even he had a stun, but he lobbed his out a little too quick. Had he waited, he could have just counter-stunned and just bought himself a few extra seconds to swing wide. But again, I mean, I did not expect Wobble Gaming to finish in the top 2 in the first place, so already a good job from
the man was playing it quite sneakily well, and generally speaking, even the survival tactics from Wobble Gaming were on point.
Yeah.
And speaking of Team Tumulus, they were able to survive till the late game as well, but unfortunately got eliminated on the 6th spot, so they do not even have a lot of placement points.
Yeah, I think no eliminations as well in this game.
Yeah, 0.
Yeah, we saw Team Tamilas with 0 finishes. They were playing for survival. And I think it was Versatile that gave them a lot of trouble, because Versatile got to that western edge a little bit earlier, and Team Tamilas, they were still playing towards Primorsk, so moving up north from there became a big challenge for them. But Ryder, man, we have to talk about Ryder Esports, because we started off the day with a conversation like, yeah, this team is taking in the top 8. We see this Undergod lineup be aggressive, and with that Everest fight, it looked like confidence is still not going down. They are willing to commit into anything for anything that they can grab.
Yeah, Ryder Esports was challenging a lot of fights in that previous game, right? Taking down a team like Phoenix Esports, then moving on towards that Big Boy Mountain, and able to still rack up a lot of elimination points on top of that hill as well.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, yes, they had the big advantage since they entered the fight quite late, and already teams like Likita Esports, they were wearing off because they were taking back-to-back fights.
Ryder Esports always have this turnaround moment, because they came in towards Likita, secured the knock, went towards the southeastern edge of the hill, and then this came back to the top like, all right, that is where the action is, let's go up there.
And for Ryder Esports, things worked out real well. Let's not forget even Hero Extreme Godlike. Unfortunately, they were sandwiched between two teams as well. Even they got eliminated in the end.
And Rivalry NRI, by the way. Rivalry NRI, brilliant bounce back from this team. This was, again, we spoke about them at the start of the day. A surprising entry directly into the semi-finals. And today, with the start, with this game of Erangel, they have proven why.
Exactly, man. Rivalry NRI, they were one of the late teams as well that moved on top of the hill, right?
Yeah.
They eliminated the players of Seoul, then moved on and eliminated even the players of Rider Esports.
Yeah.
So yeah, for Rivalry NRI, they were able to accumulate a lot of elimination points in that previous game. Indeed, just to fight against the players of Versatile was something that did not exactly work out in their favor.
Yeah, I think this time we spoke about Aquanox, and in the morning I said that he might not be in his best form because we have seen what the best of Aquanox can be like. But this reminds me of it, man. There's smoke in his face. He has no vision of what's happening on the other side. And still, he decides to just push through and just try and see if he can make anything happen with the shotgun. Gets the finish and eliminates Rivalry.
Exactly. I mean, in the final few moments, it was S-Power versus Vampy, and since S-Power had the S12K in his hands, his first shot connected, and the moment that happened, the man was taken down real low. Wobble Gaming still, though, securing a second spot in that game, getting a decent amount of points in their hands. It's quite a good ending.
Yeah, it is a good ending indeed. And I think getting that chicken dinner as well, the most important thing for Versatile, because, yeah, yesterday was not great. A lot of bounce backs in this game. We talk about Versatile, they got a big win for themselves. We talk about Wobble Gaming, they bounced back in this game as well. Seoul made a bounce back with that amazing fight, 9 points for them. They did not get anything for placements, but they still get 9 finishes.
The only team that was not able to rack up a lot of finish points was Hero Extreme Godlike. And the only reason I'm pretty sure Hero Extreme Godlike is not able to perform is because Icy picked him.
Oh man, Icy is stronger than me now, huh?
Yeah, I told you, man. You better not go with Hero Extreme Godlike. I understand you wanted to reverse the curse. You wanted to bring in your good aura and try and overpower Icy's curse, but that's never going to happen. Even that hill was cursed in the end. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 semi-finals, week 1, day number 2. And of course, there's a rivalry going on the desk as well. It's me, Super Johnny, going up against Icy Baby. Both of us have the same predictions, but our predictions have given us different results in the past, huh, Icy?
You know what? I have 100% predictions so far. You know, before round 4, 100% everything.
Elimination.
No. Before round 4, everything was on point.
Really?
After round 4, everything was pretty much teams getting eliminated. And guess what? Now in the semifinals, I turned on the new aura. Yesterday, Godlike broke my curse.
They got eliminated in that game once,
It's okay.
super early.
It's only one game.
2 points.
See, think about this, right? Hero Extreme Godlike, they played 2 games yesterday, and they were in the top 5 in the overall standings. This is only one game. They're still good.
Listen, my predictions were going well yesterday. Yesterday also you and I both went for Godlike. They did kind of well. Today also you and I went for Godlike, and today they are struggling. So
It's only one game.
it's whose aura is impacting Godlike now.
Well, only time will tell, but all things considered, guess what? The all-round Slayer phone right now is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently out in the market. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. If you guys want to stand a chance to walk away with this brand new phone, be sure to Google and also search it up on Flipkart, Realme P3 Ultra 5G. So, now, Johnny, I really want to talk a little bit more on how the adaptations has been made during the semifinals as well. Throughout the entire round stages, whenever there is an adverse fight, it seems to be everyone's kryptonite. Because in the statistics so far, every single team that has pretty much dominated on top of the hill has pretty much won the majority of the chicken dinner. There was only one exception where Troy Tamerlan was able to come up on top, but that was a very slight mistake that actually happened to the guys on top. But this game in general, because everybody knew that Everest was a problem, Hero Extreme Godlike was on top, it forced Hero Extreme Godlike in a very awkward situation. And it all started with that fight between Likita and then Soul third party, Ryder third party. And if you're wondering how do you beat the guy on the top, get everybody gang up on them. But by doing so, everybody gets taken out as well.
Yeah, that's what happened in this game to whoever was on the top, because Rivalry NRI was the last team to get involved in that Everest conflict, and because they were the last ones was the reason that they were the ones who stayed alive. But we'll have a discussion about this. Let's have a look at the stats first, because we have the MVP of the game on our screens. It's going to be Sarvar from Rivalry NRI, 6 eliminations for him. And then when we have a look at the top 5 players, we have Raiden from Versatile, we have Fame from Ryder, we have Manya from the side of Soul, and S-Power from Versatile as well.
Now, 5 of these players, except for VXT, was included in towards those fights up on Everest himself, which, because of that fight up on top, resulted in VXT being able to come up on top because of the pressure that was relieved down on the bottom, because they were so busy fighting on top. Everybody down south was pretty much able to find space to sneak into the final zone, which resulted in them actually taking the cake.
After Phoenix Esports got eliminated, there were 15 teams in the lobby. 6 out of 15 teams fought for Everest control, man, and we see most of them inside of that top 8, including Godlike as of now, but that was a fall off from Godlike. The big bounce back from this game has been made by Rivalry NRI, because 3 matches played, they get themselves to that 26, and they are sitting on that 10th position.
Yep, it all comes down to who is going to be able to bounce back here, in particular today itself. So this is a great start here coming from NRI. The Undergods are doing a little bit better in day 2 itself. In particular, like you said, NRI is going to be one of those teams. Ryder Esports is also going to be another team that we have to start watching out for as well, because Famey has been clutching things out for the team big time. Unfortunately to say, exists is still the Grenadier that is going to be a hit or miss.
Yeah, I mean, Ryder Esports, the strategy is simple. Try and get as many finishes inside of the game while you are still alive. Luckily for them, they got a few placement points as well from that match, because Soul got eliminated just a few seconds outside of the top 8, and we see Soul still on the last page. But hey, now they are not in the bottom 3 at least. They are on that 25th position with 15 points, just 1 placement points in total, 14 finishes, out of which 9 came in that previous match. I
think this is going to be a bounce back for Soul potentially, because even though they weren't in the Final 4 in general, like the things they're doing, it's actually the right things they're actually doing as well. So in terms of experience, they do have what it takes, but they do need to start racking up points as well. Because if you think about this is a marathon. We're going to be playing 4 days in total. Obviously, if it's 2 days, obviously 6 matches, you know, this is pretty much done for Soul. Like, there's no way to bounce back. So in this next upcoming 2 matches, they need to score at least 10 to 15 points if they want to kind of stand a chance to have some sort of chance in the final 2 days itself. So I think it all comes down to strategy, timing, and also perseverance to actually overcome the adversities that's being presented itself. So now, here comes to us the question here. I feel like the Undergods are doing way much better compared to what we're expecting here. Ryder and also Rivalry NRI. These are 2 teams that, okay, who are these guys, you know? Mastermind Mavericks obviously was the top of the charts during the quarterfinals, but now it's like, okay, when will Mastermind Mavericks play?
I mean, they have been playing quite decent so far, but again, I think today it is going to be important that we see a big bounce back from Mastermind Mavericks, because yesterday's day, it was good, but it still kept them outside of that top 8 bracket, and they need one big game. And as you were talking about Soul, I think somewhere close to 18 points are going to be required in that next match, because now 3 matches are done. They are sitting at 15 points. That's 5 points per match average, and we have been talking about it. You need 8 to 9 points. Let's assume 9 points per match average to break in that top 8 bracket. They need 18 points, 9 points to recover for the deficit of the first 3 games, and in that 4th game, they need 9 points as well.
Agreed, but all things considered, let's talk a little bit more on this next upcoming match here. It is going to be the match between both Group B and C in the map of Miramar. Group B, obviously, to give you guys a little bit of refresher course, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, Altitude, Wobble Gaming, Ryder Esports, 8-Bit, Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Rods, and Hail Infernal Squad.
And from this group, I think Ryder is the team that will look to build momentum. Godlike looking for a bounce back. But as you were talking about Mastermind Mavericks, here they are. Group C, this has been the most competitive group, by the way, because we saw Reckoning do well, we saw CK do well, Metal made it a bounce back in that last Erangel yesterday, and Mastermind Mavericks were also kind of decent. The one team that failed in this entire group yesterday was Diesel Esports. That was the only name that was there on the last page of the overall leaderboard. Everyone else stayed within the first 2 pages, or maybe just a few names on the 3rd page.
Now, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a strategic decision making, right? So you must understand how you are going to be weighing all your options as well. Mathematically, out of 12 games, you can only afford to lose 3 games out of all the 12. And every other game, you need to have consistently around 9 to 10 points to actually be part of the top 8 in general. So I would say teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, they have 1 game that they dropped the ball. But other than that, they're still in the running. Seoul has had 2 bad games. But that game just now was a little bit of a recovery. So I wouldn't call that as a bad game, but technically they're still in contention to actually break through the top 8. So all things considered, it is a game of consistency. And teams like Diesel, who had really, really bad games yesterday, today is a day that they have to bounce back.
I think, with this match, Diesel needs to bounce back for sure. Everyone else was doing much better than them, including Glitch Reborn, who finished the day yesterday on the 15th position. After that first game, since they weren't playing, yes, there is a drop, but Glitch Reborn is one of those teams, especially after the addition of Avi and Akshat, that also have that experience with the young gun firepower that can help them, especially in maps like Miramar, because in the grind, this was the map that helped even Glitch Reborn bounce back.
Well, maybe, maybe not, but only time will tell, because this is going to be the match where they have to decide whether or not can they overcome the adversities of crawling in towards the top 8. It all begins here in day number 2, and the grind continues, because now this is going to be the semifinals, and we are going to be starting very, very shortly. But all things considered, I think a couple of teams that I really want to talk about as well is going to be Bot Army Esports, because this was a team that, truth be told, I felt like they were one of the worst teams possible during quarterfinals. I'm wondering, how did they actually qualify into the quarterfinals? But they somehow made a bounce back towards the wildcard stages, dominating the lobby, and then started things so strong yesterday to a point that, is it me, or is the T1 teams actually struggling against the undergods?
I think yesterday was a big struggle for all of the well-known names inside the community, and I think one of the reasons is, I think the better a team is known, the more tournaments they've played, the easier it is for the undergods to figure out how to take fights against them, what their rotations are like, how to target them if they want to. And that did end up happening a lot. A lot of these bigger names were caught off guard in rotation. You talk about, I'll go back to that Miramar reference again, where we had Godlike, the only name that avoided the conflict, because they were taking long-range fights. Everyone else, Versatile went for close quarter combat, they got wiped out. Seoul went for close quarter combat, they got wiped out by undergods consistently. So they know and they've seen these names. They used to idolize them. They have watched every single move that they've played. And now, because of how chaotic that first game was, I believe we saw the bounce back of the old guards inside of this match and in this lobby. But as you were talking about Bot Army Esports, I think still it is down to Devotee, and can this man again put off a performance similar to BGIS 2023 and just make sure that Bot Army Esports, they've gained a stop inside of the a spot in the top 8, and they stay in the top 8.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the viewers are a little bit shocked as well and confused. Why the heck is the English Dasters talking about the undergods? Because you must understand, on the English Desk, when IC is around, you don't talk about T1 teams. Because why? If I talk about T1 teams, something goes absolutely wrong.
Yeah, man, talk about OG a bit more.
Well, speaking of which, here seems like, you know, you were a fan of OG during the wildcard stages, but they didn't really do too well. And I really like that how OG took this second chance to heart, where, yeah, they played really bad during the wildcard stages, but given a second chance in life, they are gonna give it all it takes. Like, unfortunately to say, the only other team that was given a second chance and did not utilize it, sorry, Wildfangs, you guys were the guys that were given a second chance but did not do well at the wildcard at all.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the struggles were clearly visible, and I think not just during the wildcard stages, but all the way back in the grind. Since then, we could see the struggles quite clearly. And it's heartbreaking, but hey, it happens. Sometimes you just lose motivation to put in that work.
Well, speaking of hard work as well, another team that has been in the gutter from yesterday's performance is actually none other than Revenant X-Spark as well. We saw multiple engagements between Revenant X-Spark as well as Hero Extreme Godlike, but a majority of the time, Hero Extreme Godlike was able to come on top, but they just could not close out the game. So I feel like this is a rivalry that I hope to see again towards the Grand Finals, because this was the closest match of similarities or resemblance onto how the BMPS finals actually went down. Because I talked about this, right? Who remembers second place? People always remember champion. Champion was none other than Revenant X-Spark last year. You were the only one that remembered that Hero Extreme Godlike was second place. Necro completely forgotten about it.
You offended the entire Godlike fan base just now. They remember the second place.
Well, that's the thing. You remembered. I didn't remember. Necro could not remember it. But again, in history itself, people will always remember champions, rarely the second or third place. And I'm going to ask the same question again. Who was third place on BMPS?
I don't know third. I know fourth.
Exactly.
Though. I know who was fourth.
Who?
TWOB.
I don't remember, but all things considered, a little bit of refresher course for you guys. Let's talk a little bit more on the team spotlight. Rider Esports. This was a team that was barely scraping enough points to qualify for each stages thus far, courtesy of both Fami that was able to clutch things out on his own multiple times. And statistically, Rider Esports has been doing so well in Erangel in general, with an average of 5 points of finishes as well as 5 placement points out of every single team competing in the semifinals on average.
They've been doing quite well for themselves as well. Day number 1 of the semifinals, I think 25 points on the board. That is what kept them inside of the top 8 yesterday. And again, even in that first Erangel, 9 finishes on that Everest Hill. That was a big feat because we saw how chaotic it got. Everyone who came in got sandwiched. Rider Esports at one point got sandwiched. The only reason I believe they lost to Rivalry NRI was because the zone moved in from the eastern edge of the hill and not the western side. And Rider were forced to continue pushing towards and into the hands of Rivalry Esports. Has the zone moved in, had the blue pressured the side of Rivalry, I think Rider would have taken that game.
I think I'll give you a little bit more insights onto this as well, because 2 of the teams that really excelled in Erangel, especially when Rider is playing, is both Rider and also Genesis, because a majority of their circles tend to end towards ruins vicinity, and these 2 teams are the only teams that somehow were able to get consistent in those particular circles and then also coming on top. So I feel like I want to see a little bit more on them. But aside from Erangel, obviously you have to talk about Miramar. Can they do the same here in this map?
Well, let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out. Match number 2 for Group B. But this is where we see Group C kick off their day. Of course, a lot of teams fell as we talk about Group B itself. And the biggest name of them all was Godlike in that game, number 1. But the flight path on our screens right now starts all the way from that eastern edge of Impala. And it's going to stick to the southern half of the map, ending between Valle del Mar and Minas del Sur.
Now, this is going to be a very awkward flight path for teams heading towards the north side as well, especially for Hacienda, El Pozo, Campo Militar, Torre Ahumada. All this place is going to be so far away from all the zone itself. So we are going to be expecting a lot of clashes along the highway right from the get-go in contention for those loot drops. Oh, sorry, not loot drops. Vehicles in particular to actually rotate their way through. So the circle is not going to be showing in about 40 to 50 seconds here. Teams who actually dropped early, such as Wobble Gaming, Glitch X Reborn, they will have a little bit more free room to decide how much time they are going to be taking to rotate to their usual spots. But if the circle shifts down south once more, they are going to be the furthest away, obviously. But if the circle shifts up north, they're going to be very happy, Johnny.
Oh, but it seems like an early fight might be underway. Wobble Gaming against Glitch Reborn. Both the teams opting for truck stop towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. Along with that, Picardo, San Martin, always big contested positions. But hey, look at this. 8-bit, they are going to be happy they get that Ladriela Chumacera split. But Godlike also dropping towards the southwestern quadrant along with Forever Red Ross and Hades H4K.
I'm genuinely curious if Hero Extreme Godlike is going to do the exact same thing they did yesterday, where they go for a 1-1-1-1 split and just completely dominate everyone and just shoving away through again, because that actually worked out so well for them yesterday. But talking about splits, guess what? Ryder himself, we have Exist all by himself. The Grenadier for the team of Ryder Esports, or in this case, I will call him the Kamikaze, because 3 out of 4 times he actually gets picked off every single time while holding a grenade.
Oh, this is so funny though. Mastermind Mavericks trying to chase away the players of Metal Esports, but it's a difference between a truck and the monster truck. The speed versus the size that helps the players of Metal Esports avoid taking a first casualty into the first few moments of this game. Sarvit, he is going to be so lucky that he survives and stays alive.
It feels so awkward to be shooting from an elevated angle on a monster truck.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of messes up your overall connections on the shot itself. Like, if this was same level in terms of the same vehicle, I'm pretty sure Mastermind Mavericks would have gotten a very easy spray down. But because of the height difference, it does switch the angle a little bit different. So fortunately for Medal, they were able to escape this. But Ryder, Exist, he's stuck all by himself. They went for a solo split. Exist was able to somewhat get close to his teammates, calling for a little bit more backup. But the moment Exist gets knocked, he's done for.
He's opened the door. He's trying to lure Gods from altitude into the line of fire of his teammate. It's a smart move. It's a good bait, but will Altitude take it? They have the numbers. 3 versus 2, because Fame, he is not going to have that line of fire, a little too far away from this fight, but Devansh has joined in, and a God sees the players crossing. Exist, he wants to push up for the roof, but even Gods is now trying to bait the players of Ryder, try and overextend. It's a game of chess at this point. Both the teams moving their pieces in tandem, though.
I don't think they should be taking this fight at all, just because of the fact that Circle is not going to be in Los Leones. He's going to be heading towards Monte Nuevo, Power Grid, Al Pozo as well. We haven't seen an Al Pozo Circle this entire stage of realme BGIS 2025, but we have seen a lot during towards the Western Wall and also the church areas of Ladrela. So I think if they are able to somehow find a little bit of truce between these two teams, stock up their utilities and their mats and resources, and get out and not fight, that would be the smarter call coming from both these teams. Because we know for a fact that if either of these teams loses member on each side, they are going to have a struggle during Stage 3, Stage 4.
Well, let's see how things turn out though now. Shots fired, so some information about the LMG in the hands of Altitude is going to go away to the players of Ryder and Fame. There's no one on those buildings. Everyone's down below, but he still wants to clear out those angles.
This is
maybe just marking the spot for his teammates, like we can take that high ground.
Johnny, Famey's got an 8x Mini 14. It's very rare we see teams actually going for DMR in this current patch itself, especially the meta of weapon choices in realme BGIS. But I know for a fact that if you have this Mini 14s, you are going to be able to have like vantage controls to actually zone people out. But by this delay from altitude, Ryder Esports is not going to be able to make it in towards the center itself, especially the mountain terrain of Monte Nuevo, the top mountains of Power Grid, where it's very, very good spots to actually push people around and away with those kind of weaponries. And this delay will eventually hurt him in general because of the fact that Mini 14 is not a great gun to defend when a rush comes through.
That is very true, but I don't think Ryder even likes to play like that. We've always seen them play very awkward positions. Even in the last game, they run towards those sounds, looking for those mid-game fights. But as of now, as you said, the delay from altitude might just throw their game plan off. They need to wrap this fight as quickly as possible, but altitude is not willing to engage at all. They're just keeping their distance, just wasting time.
Yeah, but all things considered, speaking of most efficiency right now, Bot Army Esports, they have one of the time of their lives. They are looting very, very happily. They've got a decent amount of utilities as well. Not exactly the greatest armory, but they do have what they need to actually progress to the next phase of zone. They are going to be stocking up a little bit more. They can gatekeep the east side if they want to, but seeing how the circle is, I don't think they're going to be holding San Martin. Just because of the fact that circle shifts out, they're pretty much stuck.
Yeah. But if you do not want to get stuck in any way, shape, or form in your matches, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the smartest AI gaming control, along with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and of course, 90 FPS BGMI gaming is what makes this device an amazing choice. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win the Realme P3 Ultra 5G for yourself.
Well. Hero Extreme Godlike. I want to see how they take this as well. The only two teams that has a lot of high success when it comes to playing Edge Zone so far is actually Hero Extreme Godlike and Rider Esports. So I really want to see whether or not Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be able to get away with it, because for some reason, they're the only few teams that play Edge Zone, somehow finds the perfect opportunity to strike, and then somehow able to take space away from people who are gatekeeping them who's outside of the zone.
So far in the first two games, what I've noticed is quite a contradiction to how the teams were playing yesterday. Yesterday, first 3 minutes, we were getting those squad wipes. Today, in the first Rangle, I believe it was about 6.5 minutes, and now it is 7 minutes and almost 50 seconds in, and no contact has been made. Just a few shots fired, and that was just a warning fire coming from Altitude Esports towards Ryder. No actual shot connection, and then the early chase attempt, my apologies, that was made by Mastermind Mavericks onto Metal, but that also did not result in any frags or any trades.
Yeah, I agree. GlitchX Reborn going to be one of those teams that no one was expecting them to do well, even though based on their past experience, they do have a lot of experience thus far. But based on their track record, the only games that GlitchX Reborn has been performing has been in the map of Sanhok itself, which is kind of surprising, right? Like, how did they made it this far in semifinals? And it seems like whenever they are given the chance to have a big game, they're going to be doing fine. But when it comes to maps like Miramar, I feel like GlitchX Reborn has got a lot of heavy lifting they have to do so far, because we haven't seen them go really big in maps in Erangel and also Miramar in general. Man,
but look at that shift of the circle. Now that is exciting. No one controls the northern half of the zone right now, and the Crater Field hills have been left empty. And GlitchX Reborn, as you were talking about them, they have an opportunity to make a charge towards those hills, but Forever Red Ross, they're going to get there before them.
Well, hopefully things are going to be A-okay for GlitchX Reborn, because they need a big game from this game if they want to stand a chance to make a bounce back in this particular map. Meanwhile, Mastermind Mavericks Medal also going to be in play. We have H4K also going to be eyeing for those center controls. Forever Red Ross also going to be playing a little bit low-key. They have one of the highest vantages from the north side itself, so I am expecting them to be able to hold out really well. But I'm genuinely curious here, Johnny. How will Bot Army actually play this, considering that, oh, guess what? San Martin is actually still in play. I'm very surprised by this, to be honest.
I mean, Bot Army Esports, I think all they would like to do, or all they should do, is just hold on to that position, wait for everyone to continue to move towards the western side, because that is an open area between San Martin and El Pozo. Not a lot of positions. You have to fight for that hill control, or you just play for cover. And two contenders playing the king of the hill situation. R2 versus Sujal. R2 gets his UMP out first. Sujal, although he's stuck on that slope and is going to be forced to back off now. Hades H4K, a slight delay, and Forever Red Ross take the high ground away.
Oh my goodness, Sujal, he had the Mini 14 as well. Unfortunate for him, but he was able to get out. But if Sujal was able to hold that spot, that was the perfect spot for Hades H4K to actually come up on top. Unfortunately this day, Forever Red Ross, they will have control first, and all they have to do is just be very patient.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, a few seconds ago was the world's first ever nose grind done with a car on a hill.
Luckily for them, nobody actually took pot shots. Yeah. That was so far, nobody has actually survived a nosedive like that.
He was gone, man. He would have been gone had 8-bit just been on the other side of the ridge. There was no coming back. But hey, the two lovers from the start of the game, it seems like they make contact again after a long time. Mastermind Mavericks find the opener against Metal Esports.
Well, speaking of the opening here, Mastermind Mavericks, they're going to be playing those compounds, a 2-2 split across the road here. And they're going to be expecting the circle actually going for that kind of split. But with 5 seconds left in play, oh, what happened to Meadow? All right, that was awkward. Yeah, let's take a look at the zone so far. It seems like it is going to be shifting into its Forever Red Ross's position up north, which is going to be Crater Field. So that means we are going to be expecting the mountain fights here. A lot of nook and crannies, a lot of ambushes coming from multiple angles. And this is not looking good for teams going to be climbing up, especially teams already setting up their roadblocks and ambushes on top itself.
I have a lot of hope for Glitch Reborn round. They've taken control of that northern hill, but let's see how things turn out. Reckoning Esports on our screens, making a move, but this is going to be a difficult one. But now Hail Inferno Squad and Diesel, a fight breaking out towards the southwestern edge of the blue zone. And Hail Inferno Squad, they have lost too many bodies. PMWIGL might just be the last man standing. He jumps around the corner, denies the frag to the players of Diesel Esports. He's still alive, but he has lost a lot of HP. Orlo knocked out in the backlines, but there's 8-Bit looking to join the mix. The third party, the timing could not be any better from the players of 8-Bit as Albi hits the floor as well. And the rescue, the saviors for the players of Hail Inferno Squad are going to be the players of 8-Bit, but the damage from the blue, they need to be concerned about it.
This is not looking good for the guys both of Hail Inferno Squad and Diesel. Just like that, 8-Bit, they weren't expecting there to be noise, but while they're rotating, they heard major gunfights. You know what? This is the perfect time to thin the herd because they also need to rotate inside zone. And it seems like Hail Inferno Squad will have PMWI left alone, and the rest of 8-Bit going to be third-partying this. Diesel, they have pretty much lost the fight. They lose the 2 members, and they're going to be cutting off the limbs here to save the body. And rotating towards the west side, while 8-Bit going to try and finish things up before actually rotating in.
So if he even had a shotgun, I believe he could have clutched this fight out, but a UMP and a Mini 14, I think this might be the end of Hail Inferno Squad in this game. And an update, by the way. Before Hail Inferno Squad, Forever Red Ross were able to hand out a big blow to Hades H4K. Hades H4K was the first team to get wiped in this game, and then the second is going to be Hail Inferno Squad.
But all things considered, Conquerors of the North, GlitchX Reborn, like you said, they had early access towards the north side. Now they're going to be expecting Reckoning Esports to be potentially taking over this vicinity. And across on the west side, Hero Extreme Godlike was able to find the other end. So one wrong angle, you are going to be expecting Hero Extreme Godlike to play robbers once more.
Yeah, but I don't like this formation from Glitch Reborn. This pushes them on the back foot. They can't provide cover fire to each other. As you mentioned, the flanks are going to be occupied as well. It's a 2-2 split. I understand it is to keep a backup plan available for Glitch Reborn, but Reckoning Esports is just going to push on to the players of Rex and Aksha that finish them off if they aren't able to handle that pressure. But the circle still on those hills gives at least some hope to Glitch Reborn that if they keep their heads down, if they just play for survival, maybe take control of the silos instead of the hill now, they can survive till the top 5, top 6 of this match.
This is a different version of Everest fight in Erangel itself.
Yeah.
And a majority of teams on top of the mountains are pretty much keeping everyone outside, especially GlitchX Reborn. We have Reckoning. We have also Forever Red Ross getting so much control to the south side. But unfortunately to say, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be able to have free access from the northwest. So GlitchX Reborn, they have to be very careful on how they are going to be rotating to the next phase of this fight.
Or they just pray that Forever Red Ross is the speed breaker in the momentum of Godlike and their move towards the eastern hills. There is a possibility of that happening, but there is something else happening entirely. 8-Bit went wide from the western edge, and they were trying to breach the circle from the western edge of the play zone, but they have been stopped in their tracks by Godlike themselves, and Jonathan and Simp, they're closing in for the final blows. Can they find the man advantage? Because this is a 2v4 they have ran in. They have a 2v3 developed, but Jonathan will get knocked out as the push comes from Mafia, who's looking for that second knock from the distance. Punk, with the suppressing fire, is going to make sure at least try to keep the players off 8-Bit pinned, and Simp, he's looking to go big, finds one more, obeys the last man standing, falls, and 8-Bit, they get wiped out. 4 finishes to Godlike. Jonathan was knocked out, but it will be a swift recovery. But while all of this was happening, I see this was the distraction that Glitch Reborn needed.
Exactly. The savior of this fight is going to be none other than Simp and Punk. Punk with those support fires is just phenomenal, keeping things alive for Hero Extreme Godlike. Meanwhile, look at this, Bot Army Esports, they're going to be having a little bit of a run in there. And that is not going to be a good run-in because now they will get eliminated as well. Genesis and Wobble Gaming tag teaming from the east side. every single team stuck on that hill because of Glitch X Reborn from on top has to collide against each other.
Yeah, I think Godlike not moving in for that eastern hill is just going to put a bad impact on everyone else moving in from the eastern side, because Glitch Reborn needed to be distracted for everyone else who were down on the low grounds to move and find some cover. But now Avi and Ralph in particular, they're just constantly raining down hellfire that they see on the low grounds. Akshat getting involved as well, because Reckoning for some reason does not want to fight at all.
Well, speaking of fighting, if you guys want to have the best performance as being the all-round slayer in-game, guess what? realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment to spot out your players in your BGMI gameplay for the most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming session. And speaking of session right now, Ryder Esports, they're in an awkward situation. Fami and Exist, pretty much the two star players from the team of Ryder, pretty much taken out. It's all up to Fragger and Devansh to try and clutch things out. They are in a stalemate with these three teams, and that is going to be Mastermind Mavericks as well as Metal Esports.
Oh, but the nade was quite decent, just barely missing the mark. And Metal, they're looking to put additional pressure, not just on Ryder, but Mastermind Mavericks as well, who were down to their last man, but Maxima helps Rickson back on his feet. And Maxima, let's not forget, this man was deadly in the earlier rounds from the side of Mastermind Mavericks, and now again he's going to be required to be the playmaker for his team. Not an easy job though, considering now they've just been forced outside of the zone with that shift of the circle. And Glitch Reborn, that insurance policy in the form of Avi, finally pays off.
Yep, Avi taking charge here. They need to find some sort of way. But the problem here is Genesis was very smart in this rotation because they've heard at least three teams down to the south. They took the opportunity while the commotion was happening, actually able to find some space in on top of this hill. And this is huge because now they are going to be the ones gatekeeping the teams on northeast. Like you said, Glitch X Reborn, the insurance policy is out of equation, and the only one that can save them is going to be Avi, who's inside the zone from side Glitch X Reborn.
Yeah, but Akshat, he spots the players of Reckoning moving in, decides where you're going. That's our hill. Stops them for a little bit of attacks as Dion falls, and the finish should be confirmed by Glitch Reborn, even if they don't actually go for the frag actively. But Ryder Esports, while they try to get themselves to safety, get spotted out by Genesis, and the knock comes through for Cyrax. Last man left alive, Devansh OP definitely needs to put an overpowered performance for any points in this game.
Agreed. Genesis now gonna be stalking the teams on the south corner, but it seems like the fight is gonna be breaking down as well. Genesis Esports forced to take a little bit of pit stop because they're pinned by multiple teams. And they are going to be in a head-to-head fight against Metal as well. Cyrex getting picked off, and Metal is going to look to try and clean things out. Mac going to be on the front lines, looking for an opening. Apollo able to dodge a couple of nades, but guess what, Genesis? They lose one more, and they're going to be fighting a little bit more. Mac with the plays from the sides, the flank. They are able to open things up for Metal, but he gets taken down as well. And Metal down towards the last player. Apollo forced to reset this as well, but Metal, they get taken out from afar.
Yeah, the third party comes through, and it is going to be the surprise entry of Cincinnati Kids into this fight that results in Metal going out. But Wobble Gaming, they have struck the first blow against the players of Glitch Reborn, resulting in Ralph getting shut down. The other lads have also fallen a few moments ago. And again, Glitch, they're down to the last man, Avi. The IGL needs to play for survival. Genesis under pressure from Cincinnati Kids. And CK is the most surprising entry into this late game, by the way. Because we saw Forever Red Ross, they were controlling the Western Hills for a long time. But CK was all the way down south. By avoiding those fights, they've kept their numbers intact.
This is so awkward for the teams on the east side, but Cincinnati Kids, like you said as well, they were just playing very, very patient. As soon as they saw three teams from those compounds left, Genesis left, that was pretty much the opening to actually third-party them.
Yeah.
And because of this, Cincinnati Kids, they find themselves 6 finishes, and now they are going to be the conquerors from the south side. But speaking of which, while Genesis is pretty much stuck with Apollo last man on the east side, Cincinnati Kids looking to close things out. Look at the circle. Hero Extreme Godlike, they somehow made it towards the next phase of the zone as well. And God Mino is at the top inside this circle on the western side.
Let's see how many points can they secure. Just one squad wipe that was 8-bit finished off by Godlike a few moments ago that they have in their hands. Inside of the top 9, need to play for the placements as well. Need to stick in the top 8 by the end of this game because they will be forced on a break for the next few matches until they return to play their last match of the day in the later half. But Apollo from Genesis is just keeping his head down.
Oh my goodness, no wonder Glitch Reborn couldn't regroup with Avi. He was on top of the mountain for the longest of time. And this might be a potential Punisher play coming from Avi. And all he needs to do is got to be very, very patient. Because Glitch Reborn, they lost 3 players and Avi's got to pull a big game. 9 teams remain. And as of yet, nobody is going to be challenging Avi on top of the mountain anytime soon. And Cincinnati Kids coming from the south side, Diesel somehow still surviving from that earlier engagement against 8-bit and Hill Inferno squad. Now finally comes out to try and take a fight against Cincinnati Kids.
I think CK, they just finish off Diesel here, and now that is a top 3 finish in this game guaranteed because only 3 teams have 4 players still alive. CK, Godlike, and Forever Red Ross. And Godlike and Forever Red Ross, they're quite close to each other. CK is close to those isolated teams towards the southern and the eastern edge. So top 3 should not be too difficult for them to make. But Godlike, it seems like a few individuals from Forever Red Ross were spotted out. And now they're itching for a fight.
Seems like Sim and Jonathan is looking to be controlling Forever Red Ross in this compound. While Admino and Punk is going to be looking to try and third party for the east side. But the biggest problem would be, should they do it or not? Because this is something that I think based on yesterday's trend, they do like to go in for those greedy spreads to try and annoy other people's team fights. But it's so risky right now, Johnny.
It is risky, but this compound is at the edge of the circle. That means in the next 50 seconds, it won't be inside of the circle. And Simp, this position, it is a gutsy play. I'm not going to lie. But if he goes big, this is going to be the highlight that's going to be there on his social media for the next few years.
Oh my goodness, even Jonathan's got the ghillie suit available as well. He's going to be able to blend really well with the mountain terrains. Except for if you're a little bit too far. So instead of the ghillie suit's color, you will get the black shadow instead. But all things considered, all they need to do is just be very, very patient. And it seems like Admino is going to be providing covers, and he's the reason why Cincinnati Kids is not going to be able to shoot Sim from that angle. This is a very interesting spread. It's actually compensating, helping each other in terms of overall formation. But if the moment Admino goes down, Sim, who's holding that angle just now, might just fall to Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, they lose info, they lose position. That is why this high ground was important. But look at this, the circle moves towards close to the center, middle of nowhere, and that hill that was there in Admino's control becomes the only high ground in this end game. Fights breaking out towards the northeastern edge as one of the players from the side of Reckoning Esports, Falls and Wobble Gaming are going to look to trade spots with them. But on the other side, Forever Red Ross, they pull trigger on their rotation. Line of fire gained by the players of Godlike. And that is why I was saying Sim's position on that ramp was going to be the reason for the elimination of Forever Red Ross, because they basically have nowhere left to go anymore.
Yeah, but they have to wrap things up because, like it or not, if Sim is not able to wipe Forever Red Ross, they're pretty much stuck as well. As the circle closes in, everybody is going to be taking shots at them as well. Sim, he needs to find some sort of opening, but look at this, the circle comes through. He might just bleed out to this. Jonathan going to provide cover for Sim to get out to safety, but he gets taken down, so Sim is out, and Jonathan is able to get some sort of trade against Forever Red Ross. As the circle closes in, look at this. Phoenix also going to be the next one to fall. Hero Extreme Godlike finds 3, and that's going to be the entire team of Forever Red Ross getting wiped off by Hero Extreme Godlike.
You got it wrong, Icy. It wasn't Godlike that wiped them off. It was Cincinnati Kids that got 3 eliminations from that fight. Godlike just got 1. It was a scramble, a fire sale for points, and a brawl between Godlike and Cincinnati Kids, in which, unfortunately for Godlike, Cincinnati Kids just took everything.
They stole everything, and they get absolutely nothing. So unfortunate. Meanwhile, they may have sacrificed Simt, but the damage has been done. Yeah. Everyone from that side is done and taken down for. Now the next question is, how do they take down the rest of the world on this eastern shoreline? Here Extreme Godlike, they got a decent spread, and guess what? Cincinnati Kids, they got knocked. Mighty getting traded off as well. Jonathan finding a second one, hoping to find some sort of connection through that tiny little window shack at the cross there. But unfortunately, they won't be able to get those confirmation. Final 5 teams left in this circle.
Yeah, top 5 teams of this game, and I think Godlike now need to realize that they have the upper hand, they have the high ground, and if they can clear the backlines finish of Wobble Gaming, then Cincinnati Kids will clean up the eastern side, and Cincinnati Kids have no approach to the top of their hill, so Godlike can secure the chicken. The only thing that no one will have in the back of their heads is going to be that my man Avi OG
this
is still the ruler of this mountain.
This is the exact same scene where Punisher was right on top and Orangutan was on the bottom. And right now, Wobble Gaming is exactly where Orangutan is, but Hero Extreme Godlike, guess what? They don't need your help, Mr. quote-unquote Punisher wannabe. Because Avi now is going to be trapped as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, they clear off the north side, but the circle is going to force Avi down. So Hero Extreme Godlike, they have the prime position to shut him out. And Avi, how does he get down? Because he's not inside zone. He hasn't made a single noise thus far this entire game. Look at this. He's got...
Oh, no, don't shoot.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Please don't shoot. That's what I was saying. Don't shoot. Because anytime you go close to the ridge, the other team is going to have the line of fire as well. And Cincinnati Kids, they just finish him off.
Exactly. 2 teams remaining. And Cincinnati Kids with 14 finishes. Somehow, from the south, they were able to make it into the final stage. They find themselves 14 total finishes. And now Mighty pretty much down for the count and only 3 players remaining. Cincinnati Kids cannot go for this reset. And Jonathan making sure that they do not get themselves up. 3 versus 3 potentially. Mighty slowly crawling his way to Aditya. While Admino looking for that off-angle flank against Cincinnati Kids.
All Godlike needs to do now is connect those shots, and this chicken dinner is there. They have the map control, they have the top of the hill and the western slope, and Cincinnati Kids, they will be suffocated for movement space. Eventually, a few vehicles are available, but as soon as you try to drive, Jonathan is going to be there to stop you in your tracks, and Admino will be there to secure those finishes. This is a brilliant off angle. Even a small miscalculation from CK is going to result in them falling. But oh no,
what? How?
Big blunder. This will again cost them the chicken. They dropped the ball on the chicken dinner yesterday, and Godlike might have done it for the second time. It's a 2v4. Jonathan and Admino against the entirety of CK. Man, mistake after mistake, costing them the chicken dinners. For 2 days on 2 Miramars, 1v4, Admino falls, and yesterday 8-bit stole it. Today, Cincinnati Kids are gonna get play in the sand with this chicken dinner.
What a play coming in from Cincinnati Kids. All the hard work laid down by Hero Extreme Godlike, but Cincinnati Kids claim the chicken, claim every single finish. What a game in this map of Miramar, because this was a game of, I would say, mastermind performance coming from 2 of these teams.
Yeah, mastermind performance, and then just one silly mistake. Just like yesterday, it was one mistake that costed them the chicken. But still, I mean, they got top 2 with 7 eliminations on the board. Also, Cincinnati gets 26 points, I believe. 16 eliminations and the chicken dinner.
That's a lot of points coming from Cincinnati Kids as well, because finally we get to see a little bit of bounce back here. But it seems like Cincinnati Kids' patience really paid off here in day number 2, because towards the play styles of every single team in this group, people are getting desperate for center, and but nobody wants to play edge. And for some reason, the teams on the southeast corner, Meadow, I think Genesis, and also Glitch X Reborn, all those teams on the southeast, even Ryder as well. These were the teams that gave free pass to Cincinnati Kids while they were rotating, and Cincinnati Kids just took pot shots after pot shots, cleared out everyone from the southeast. You know what? There's nobody there. Free entry from the south.
The biggest play, I think, from CK was that Metal Genesis conflict where the third party came in, because Metal Esports, until CK got involved, were actually dominating Genesis Esports, and then all of a sudden they start getting shot in the back. They did not expect it, because CK up until then just kept their heads down. I think back then they had like 2 or 3 eliminations on the board. And incredible timing, because as you said, only a few teams are playing the edge, and when you're playing the edge, especially with late rotations in this meta, it sometimes a little bit of luck is involved whether the edge that you're trying to push is going to be gate-kept or not. Because 8-bit was also playing edge-to-edge, but unfortunately for them, they just ran into the open arms of Godlike.
Agreed. And even teams like Bot Army Esports, I was very concerned on how they are going to be able to perform in this game. And even then, they were stuck in this small little crossfire, where you can see on the minimap as well, everyone was congested on towards this east side because of Glitch X's Reborn right from stage 1 all the way to stage 4.
And I wanted to know why Glitch Reborn wasn't there in the top of this game, in the top performing teams of this game, because they had good control of that crater field hill. Avi's position was absolutely brilliant, but few moments later we see Glitches down to their last man. That push towards altitude, that should have been cleaner. If it was clean, Glitch Reborn could have actually stood a chance to win this game because Avi would have had backup available on the lower grounds.
Oh, it's so unfortunate, right? The knocks came through from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. But like you said, Cincinnati Kids was stealing all those points while they were knocked. It was so unfortunate for the guys coming from Hero Extreme Godlike because that was a big play that they set up. They had to sacrifice Sim in order to get towards this stage.
Yeah. That was such a big display of just timings, man, and bad luck, basically. Because both the teams were firing on Forever Red Ross at the same time. Forever Red Ross, first of all, there was no way Forever Red Ross was supposed to survive that. Godlike, they made a sacrifice to the blue zone to get to that position where they would get that squad wipe in. And CK just show up. Hey, something interesting happening over there. The whole team just starts shooting and gets away with 3 points.
I was very surprised because, like, while I was casting that, I thought, okay, for sure, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to get 4 points to resolve that. But no, guess what? Cincinnati Kids took a little bit chill pill. Guess what? Nobody's here on the east side. Why do I need to look there? Just look at Forever Red Ross. Everybody shot them, took them out. Unfortunately to say, Forever Red Ross, they may have had a little bit of a good position, but seems like people are adapting. And in this semifinals, the best of the best T1 teams and the undergods are currently in this stage. And everybody is fighting for that slot into the top 8 for the Grand Finals in Kolkata.
As we talk about Forever Red Ross, and you mentioned adaptation, I do agree with that because everyone has gotten a little bit more aggressive. And Forever Red Ross, it seems like they moved in a completely different direction. Because earlier rounds of this tournament, we saw Forever Red Ross much more confident in their fighting skills. They kept their head down in that same building for over 10 minutes in that last game. I mean, they could have shut down Godlike, they could have shut down CK. They had all the time in the world to do it, but did not take a fight.
Agreed. Even Glitch X Reborn was struggling as well from that split as well. Avi needed to be in that fight. But unfortunately, you know, like you said, altitude coming into play. Even Cincinnati Kids had those high ground advantages to actually take pot shots on Glitch X Reborn. So I think that was one of the reasons why Glitch X Reborn got wiped themselves. But all things considered, a pretty decent game coming from both Group B and Group C. This next upcoming match is going to be a little bit interesting as well because it is going to be A and B. But you'll be right back after this break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या? रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार। रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, and this is the semi-finals week 1 itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Big Boy Necro as we take you through the English commentary for today. Here is going to be day number 2, and this upcoming match is going to be the third match for today, as the teams are starting to pick themselves up here in day number 2 to try to fight for the top 8 spot to qualify in towards the semi-finals. And interesting enough, this upcoming match is going to be in the map of Sanhok, Group A going up against Group B. Now, the two biggest hot topic here, Necro. Revenant X-Bot going up against Hero Extreme Godlike.
Fine, but OG is currently top in the charts with 38 points in the overall standing, so even OG should be a part of the conversation. And speaking of the previous game a bit, it felt like Hero Extreme Godlike was doing in all the hard work, and then Cincinnati Kids was just doing the smart work.
Exactly. You know, sometimes you gotta work smart and not work hard. But sometimes in life, you gotta work hard in order to achieve your dreams as well. Consistency is gonna be key. And speaking of consistency, right now the all-round slayer is gonna be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out and stand a chance to win it by searching it up on Google as well as Flipkart. Realme P3 Ultra 5G, that's the name that you have to be searching out for. Now, this is going to be a very, very important game now, especially in the map of Sanhok. We know for a fact that no amount of tactics can get you away with Sanhok. It's a lot of luck. It's a lot of firepower as well. Will we see that major clash between Revenant, X-Bot, and Godlike? Or are we going to see Orangutan start to bounce back and just dominate the lobby once more?
Look, genuinely speaking, we're not going to see the clash between Revenant X-Spark and Hero Extreme Godlike because they've got their own designated drop locations, and I don't think Hero Extreme Godlike is going to move on and challenge the players of Revenant X-Spark. Now, speaking of OG, since they're still at the tabletop, they're of course going to be feeling pretty good. They've also got the momentum, they've got the wind sailing in their way as well. So for OG, they just need to look forward and keep on moving with that same pace.
You know, for a second, I thought you were going to say sold, but all right, I'm just going to leave it there. If you know, you know. But let's talk about the MVP from the previous match. Cincinnati Kids, we have Flock with 7 amount of finishes. And you guys talk about mastermind performance, working smart. Flock was pretty much the biggest robber in that game because they stole most of the finishes that Hero Extreme Godlike needed. And guess what? Nobody from Hero Extreme Godlike is even in the top 5. Oh my goodness. Cincinnati Kids, Juicy, and also Mighty, part of the top 5.
It's got to blow, right? Hero Extreme Godlike from the top was taking so many shots, it felt like they were just mopping teams after teams. But then it was Cincinnati Kids who was just working hard and letting the players of Hero Extreme Godlike working as hard as possible. But CK, every single man is right there, other than one person.
Dude, look at this. Juicy, Mighty, 489 damage, 200 damage in 4 finishes. I'm like, huh? You guys are just stealing every single finishes, my goodness. But with that being said, because of that performance, they have played a total of 5 matches and they are currently in the #1 spot with 55 points in total. Second place is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike with 42 points and Rider Esports on third place with 40 points. But again, Orangutan has only played 3 matches. So that means this overall standing will shift in this next upcoming 3 matches.
The upcoming game is going to be the 4th game for OG and also the first game for today. So for OG, they've still got 3 more games they can look forward to. And they can easily get the lead back up in their hands and probably create that vacuum in the overall standings on the first spot. We've got the second page, Mastermind Mavericks, Genesis as well, even Rivalry and RIs are in the mix. Then you've got the third page of the overall standings, Revenant X-Spark just getting 16 points in the span of 3 games. It's not the Revenant X-Spark performance we all want to see, but we know at the end of the day, these guys are the defending champions. They can do much better.
Exactly. Another team that I want to talk about is going to be True Reapers, actually. This is going to be their first game for today. They have played 3 matches and gotten themselves 19 points. So I would say it's still a very consistent points schedule. But if they get another 19 points, they will be able to be sharing the same points as Rider Esports, who's currently in the 3rd position with 5 matches played. So all things considered, they just need to be a little bit consistent. They are going to be fine. But of course, sometimes I say this, even though consistency is going to be key, but I feel like they all need an explosive performance because we're not looking for the top 16 of all these teams to actually qualify. We're looking for the top 8 from semi-finals week 1 to qualify directly into the Grand Finals. So you have to go guns blazing in order to actually achieve that.
Speaking of explosive performance, even Vasista Esports, they pretty much are on the same boat, man. They're not doing too good for themselves in the overall standings, just like Revan X Spark, just like even Jelly. So they as well need an explosive performance. But speaking of SOA, the newer bunch, SOA is actually doing pretty decent.
Yeah, I think SOA is... No, actually, I don't think SOA is doing decent, to be honest. I feel
They're
like
doing okay.
SOA is in a spot, a very unique spot where they are considered the underdogs. They're doing decently in terms of racking up some small points, but they need a big game. And when I talk about big game, I'm talking about Meadow Esports coming with one of the biggest comeback from yesterday, taking the final chicken dinner itself, because every game they played before that was just complete flops after flop. And even just now, Meadow Esports just didn't do too well. They were doing okay in the southeast corner. Cincinnati Kids just says, Meadow, sit down. You deserve a medal, but not today.
Yesterday, Metal Esports, in the first few games that they played, they were not able to acquire a lot of points. In 3 games, they only had 3 points. But then last game rolls up and Metal Esports secured a chicken dinner. They managed to acquire 20 points, so that's why they had 23 points in the overall standings. So yeah, Metal Esports, that's a complete different conversation. For now, let's focus on True Rippers Jelly. You mentioned they need a major game in their hands, and I feel like the upcoming game might just be it. But since it's also going to be played on the map of Sanhok, now there's a little bit of that double doubt in my mind.
I think it comes down to just experience itself, right? So far, Jelly, Team Jelly, True Reapers Jelly, especially when Jelly as the IGL, he has so much experience of just making sure macroly they don't make a lot of mistakes. But eventually, even if you've got the best rotation so far, micro gunfire is where it counts the most. So that's something that I think True Reapers Jelly has to worry about when they actually make to the Grand Finals, because it's a different kind of pressure. Land pressure is very, very real. So again, enough of talking about True Strategies. Let's talk about Group A. Up on screen right now, we have TWOB, Troy Diamond Esports, Revenant X Spark, Vasista Esports, Orangutan, SOA Esports, FS Esports, and True Reapers Jelly.
FS Esports yesterday managing to acquire 28 points, so that's quite a great start for the players of FS Esports as well. And inside of Group B, we have been looking at the same teams from the past 2 games. Hero Extreme Godlike Altitude's performance has been on a major downhill, so hopefully this time Altitude can actually get the game back up and once again secure a few more points in the overall standings that can keep their boat sailing.
Yep, Wobble Gaming, Rider Esports, 8-Bit, Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Ross, and Hail Inferno Squad, the same teams you saw just now, is going to be playing once more. These are the teams that have been juggling their rotations in performances, especially this 8 in general. One game is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike, one game is going to be 8-Bit, one game is going to be Bot Army Esports. It's so interesting to see how, for some reason, whenever Group B is playing, each and everyone from these 8 teams will always share their winning moments in each match that they have played so far.
I guess now just Hail Inferno Squad is left out, right?
Yep.
Since Hail Inferno Squad is not able to find any sort of success, and it's also one of those teams that we've seen in the LAN Finals multiple times now in the official tournaments too. So it's one of those teams that does possess a lot of caliber, but still Hail Inferno Squad, for some reason the day 2 is just not going their way.
Yeah, I agree. Hail Inferno Squad and also Hydra, but Hydras is also going to be those teams that, yes, they have LAN appearance, but every time when they get to LAN, they just can't seem to take the cake.
Speaking of LAN, man, even Cincinnati Kids are pretty much the same thing.
I know,
pretty much
right?
on the same boat, right? Cincinnati Kids, every single LAN they have attended it, but they are always at the bottom in the overall standings. For some reason, they're just never able to perform.
LAN pressure, LAN curse is very, very real in these teams, and hopefully they are going to be able to do okay as well, because this upcoming match is going to be wild, it is going to be small, and it is going to be absolute chaotic. I'm sorry for Johnny, his favorite map is going to be in play, and we are both going to be casting in right now. It is going to be the map of Sanhok, and we are going to be jumping in very, very shortly, and this upcoming match, I know you guys got to be very, very excited for here as well, because this is going to be the match of Group A and B in Sanhok.
As the big bird's going to be in the skies in the rainforest of Sanhok, starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Camp Bravo. Now this plane flat pad tilted a little bit on the northern side, but since it's the map of Sanhok, since it's the smallest map in the competitive pool, moving down south is not going to be a challenge.
Well, speaking of a challenge here, will we see potential drop clashes is going to be the key here. TWOB has been playing Alpha Island for quite some time. Orangutan is going to be heading towards Dartmoor potentially. Maybe even Hartin. They do have 2 different drop locations based on what they have posted yesterday on their usual drop path. But I'm genuinely curious to see how Altitude will be playing here as well, because we haven't seen a big game at all coming from them here, Necro.
Yeah, Altitude Esports has been struggling too much. And honestly speaking, for Altitude, past 2 games, they were not even noticed. Completely lost, completely left out. Bottom Esports dropping towards ruins. They're going to be having a smooth sailing on their way as well. But Rider Esports locking their horns against 8-Bit. This clash seems quite deadly. 8-Bit, they need all the points they can, while Rider Esports, they've been doing fantastic so far.
I believe this is the first time we've seen both of them actually clash each other in Sanhok, right? Even though they are in the same group. And I believe this is the first time they're actually playing in Sanhok in general. So it's weird to see this kind of collision here. But Thermi, great pixel shots coming in through, taking down the Uzi coming in from Fragger. Mafia also going down. Ash also finding another one. Rider Esports not expecting and looking for the results they were expecting for as well, considering that 8-Bit was able to shut them down.
8-Bit's got the man advantage, and that's the exact way they wanted to kick things off as well. Fami spots out the players who still just waiting for the right moment to strike. Shots taken, and that's going to be the strike Fami was looking for. Oh, it's knocked out. 8-Bit as well. Now they're going to be on their knees. Rider Esports, they're not going to make it look that easy for the players of 8-Bit. A few more U-tilts tossed and unfortunately exist. He eliminates his own teammate with that nade.
Oh.
A misplace coming into play, but still exists. He finds another knock against 8-Bit, and the constant woes continue even for 8-Bit and for Rider Esports too. Exist is going to be the last man standing, and he needs to make sure that 8-Bit will pay for all the bad things they've done to Rider Esports. Exist with the only man alive and not a lot of HP available on the last man of 8-Bit. Oasis as well gets nailed, and Exist, what a clutch that was, single-handedly eliminates 3 players.
The clutch Meister exists. He may have messed up with grenades, but when push comes to shove, he will win things for Rider Esports. 8-Bit getting eliminated here in bootcamp. Now the 2 stars, Exist and Fami, is got to do 2 men against the war, and guess what? Hearing all this commotion, it's going to be Revenant X-Pac going for the third parties. And I do not think that Rider Esports realizes this, but eventually they will find out. And it's 2 against the world. Rider Esports not having a great time at all. And they have to get out, and I don't think they realize this. Oh no, they don't have loots, they don't have nothing. Look at this, Fami, he doesn't even have meds.
Yeah, he does not. Just a 2-man squad now left to duke it out against Revenant X-Pac. They heard all of that commotion. Revenant X-Pac is over here to take the advantage, and third party. Since they know Rider Esports is super hurt, there's no way they can make a comeback inside of the fight. Fami's position is known, and Fami can't even go anywhere. He's trapped in the closet room. His teammates knocked out. Exist is wiped out of existence. And just like that, Revenant X-Pac, they put the final nail in the coffin.
Oh my goodness. Feels bad for Rider and 8-Bit, but Revenant X-Pac finds the perfect timing to third party this. But all things considered, for the record, Exist now 6 times being caught with his pants down because of the grenade so far. And the 6th time, he actually naded his teammate. It feels weird though, because Exist, like his shotgun plays are amazing, but his grenades are, not gonna lie, a bit off every single time.
Generally speaking though, over here, even his teammates is to blame. Right? Fragger was knocked out. He should have said that there's no one over here right next to me. Why are you tossing an 8? But still, Fragger did not convey that message.
Miscommunication sometimes, but all things considered, 2 teams out right from the get-go. That means more space to actually play in Stage 4 and Stage 5. More room to work with as well. So Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be side-by-side between Bootcamp as well. We are going to be potentially expecting those gatekeeps coming in. But the circle still favors on towards Bootcamp. So we might be able to see a potential Bootcamp finale based on this zone. But then again, you know, Sanhok circles are a little bit unpredictable. It's actually by far the most unpredictable circle compared to Miramar as well as Erangel, to be honest.
Yeah. The circle is covering all the 3 islands, right?
Yeah.
The bottom left one, the top left one, and the right side, the main island. The mysterious Aria continues inside of the circle, while SOA is on the move. And speaking of SOA, they're looking pretty good too inside of the circle. It's not a bad spot SOA is in. All they need to do is just find a better compound. That's it. Troy Tamilian Esports is at the compound where SOA is looking to park. And it's not going to be good news at all. But SOA still somehow, they managed to evade the tracks as they keep on moving away. But Bot Army Esports, they're on the hilltop, waited for the players of SOA to take an exit from that vehicle. SOA is in a world of trouble. Bot Army Esports almost found the first knock.
Oh.
Things could have been worse.
This is not looking good for SOA at all. That their only vehicle available pretty much shut down from the side of Bot Army Esports, and they're pretty much stuck in that compound. Not a lot of space, not a lot of room, and not enough utilities in the back. Smoker from the side of SOA has been known to be the savior for SOA, and we haven't seen that magic happen for a very, very long time. We've seen moments of brilliance coming from Magic, but aside from that, the entire squad from SOA has been struggling here in the semifinals.
They indeed have been. But in the overall standings, still they've at least got the base set up. 7 to 8 points per game can actually fill SOA's quota. And right now, once again, constantly under threat of Bot Army Esports. They don't even know how to deal with the players of Bot Army Esports because they're not even given enough peeks. Vasista Esports spotting the players of Wobble Gaming. Shots are taken against Ragnar, but that's not going to be anything deadly yet.
Yeah, Tap's gonna deny those mobilities as well. This is why Sanhok is so hard to play, right? Like, there's so many angles, and there's not a lot of place where you can actually protect those vehicles as well. So major cities is gonna be fine as well, but Wampy, he does scout out all those rotations. But look at this, Wampy, he's got 500 bullets on those 5.56. Same can for Ragnar as well. Seems like Wobble Gaming, they're looking to topple the competition.
They're ready for war. But here's the problem, they don't really have a lot of meds in return. So that's the concern.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of concern here, Orangutan, they're playing this very, very slow. I want to see what this next zone shift is going to happen as well. Stage 2 will give us a clearer picture on how all these teams is going to be playing this zone. As the zone is about to shift, it is going to be boot camp. Seems like Revenant, X-Park, Hero Extreme Godlike, they have a good sense of idea where this circle is going to be it. But to keep things a little bit safe, I like where Altitude is right now as well. Just because it's a spot where it's the closest to 3 of the main islands, and it can shift either or ways, but it's one of the most difficult to rotate out from. But only a handful of teams has ever done it before. Strategically, it's great. Execution difficulty level, very, very high.
Yeah, and since so many teams are already stacked up in the centric part, it just gets even tougher. The moment a fight breaks out, there's definitely going to be a third party. Teams just crashing right next to each other, and I guess a prime example of that is also going to be the first game of Rangle, where the circle was formed on top of that hill, and teams just came after each other. And that was the main problem.
Oh boy, speaking of problems here, next circle, especially here in stage 2, is where things get a little bit interesting as well. Erangel, Miramar, obviously you are expecting gunfights towards stage 4, stage 5, but in Sanhok in general, stage 2, especially towards their rotation, pretty much decides their fates on how the next upcoming fights is going to happen as well. Especially, like we said as well, we saw those vehicles getting taken out on Wobble. We saw vehicles getting taken out from the side of, I think, BAE as well. So that's something that they need to be a little bit concerned of, because once they get stuck in those specific positions, only Circle can help them now.
And speaking of the Circle, even the Circle is real confused. Hero Extreme Godlike towards Bootcamp. A while ago, we did see Revenant X-Park eliminate a team from that vicinity.
Yeah.
It was the players of Rider Esports to meet the Makers. And now Hero Extreme Godlike around that same spot. I'm pretty sure taking a fight against Revenant X-Park is not something the players of Hero Extreme Godlike are looking for. But there's a big chance they might just lock horns.
I think the only difference between Revenant X-Park and Hero Extreme Godlike is that Hero Extreme Godlike, they have vehicles. They have a widespread. Revenant X-Park, they don't have vehicles. They only have a lot of cover as well. So as long as the circle is still in bootcamp, they're going to be fine. They're not going to be taking unnecessary risks to fight this. Whereas teams on this side, such as Orangutan, they've been playing things very, very smart and slow. Like going checkpoint to checkpoint, hearing for rotations, and speaking of rotations, Hail Inferno Squad going to be knocking in.
Hail Inferno Squad, 2 players in that one vehicle, a lot of shots were taken. Veron, he was not able to find a knock, but still a lot of damage just dished out. Even Goten still in the back lines, 1 more shot connections needed, and that's going to be the knock from Veron. A desperately needed 1-2 would come to execution. Orangutan, now the fight's going to be in their favor. It swings in their life. OG, AKOP, wants to push up close and personal, dish out a bit more damage, but he completely left out on the fact that the man has already moved away from that rock.
AKOP, the star of the show from yesterday, looking to pull the big one here, but did not realize that Owen has already going for the flank from the sides. AKOP completely letting this slip. And I don't think they realize that this rotation is coming in. Hail Inferno squad looking for an off-angle flank. The nade comes through. Does it connect? Orangutan needs to be a little bit careful here because the zone is about to shift in 2 more seconds. And right now is not a good time to fight and miss out on the zone rotations.
Yeah, the next zone shift is going to be important. A critical one. And it's going to shift towards Ruins, actually. Catching every single team off guard, but Altitude, they find themselves in the best possible spot you can ask yourself to be in. OG WizGod gets knocked out for Aru now. It's going to be all the burden collapsing on top of his shoulders. For OG, the problems just keep on continuing. Hail Inferno squad, it does not seem like they want to let go. Instead, they want to get the revenge on their fallen comrade. Few more utilities tossed out. There's a big chance the man who was knocked out from OG might just be confirmed, but they need to save WizGod no matter what. The revival's coming through. OG, they want to spring back to life. But since Hail Inferno squad is constantly applying that pressure, it just gets even tougher.
They need to get out as well. Aru's Molotov pretty much stopped those aggression coming through. It is going to buy a little bit more time for WizJaw to actually pick themselves up. But look at Aru. He's making the call here. Get the heck out, guys. It's not worth it right now. And it seems like they will be able to rotate out to safety because Orangutan knows that this is not the time to fight. Stage 3 coming through as well. Circle heading towards Ruins. And being stuck out on this side of the play zone is not going to help them at all. Hail Inferno squad, they miss the timings, and Orangutan gets out.
Hail Inferno squad, it's fine now. They're not going to be upset about this too much. OG, they do take an exit from that vicinity because they realize the zone shifted away from their spot. It's going to shift all the way towards Ruins. Altitude Esports, they found themselves in the best spot. You've also got TWOB in a decent spot. Even Forever Red Rod's doing pretty okay. And Troy Million Esports too.
Yep. In this case, from the northwest corner, only 2 teams in this vicinity. So that's going to be something that they have to worry about as well. The minimap, this is what I'm talking about as well. If you guys were wondering why Orangutan bailed out, it's because of this exact situation. The moment the circle shift, they were late for 30 seconds because they were engaged with Hail Inferno squad. And now Orangutan taking a longer rotation to rotate from south side. And that's going to be something that may hurt them a little bit here, but it will give them the space needed. Meanwhile, inside the zone, look at this. Wobble Gaming, Hero Extreme God, like everybody is colliding on the east side right now.
Yeah, Hail Inferno squad is just getting picked apart, and eventually the entire team just collapses. Hail Inferno squad just getting 0 points from this game. Another big bummer coming through. Bad games after bad games. The woes keep on continuing here. Hail Inferno squad, something needs to be done in the upcoming moments. But Hero Extreme God, like right now, they're going to shift their focus on the players of Wobble Gaming as even Sporta falls apart. Wobble Gaming down 2 players from which one man can still be recovered. This nade from Jonathan, it might just be devastating, and it's going to find the return knock onto Ragnar.
One more.
Another man is chipped out pretty low, and Jonathan, it does not seem like the man's going to be stopping anytime soon. Another knock found with a well-placed nade, and Jonathan pushes up, and that's going to be a 3-piece claim by Jonathan.
Another one claims the finish by Jonathan. Another one he takes, and another one he conquers. He gets all 3, and now 6 finishes in the bag. And Jonathan, 2 games in a row with the ghillie suit, pulling it big time for the team. But the ordeal is not over yet. Stage 4 has shown himself. It is going to be shifting on towards the bridge itself, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they are the furthest away from the eastern sidelines. And they need to find a way to rotate in because look at this, they don't have a lot of vehicles. They're trying to scramble themselves and find one, but Jonathan is going to be able to steal away one of those vehicles that Wobble Gaming was inside here. They are going to make the rotations right now. Look at the zone. How will they rotate is going to be the question here, Necro.
All the 4 players in one vehicle. I'm not a big fan of that strategy, since they can be easily mowed down, sprayed down by one single team. And that can be quick 4 points for the team that's taking the shots. So Hero Extreme Godlike, maybe try and rethink your strategies, but instead they're rotating all the way from the blue. Moving back towards Vasista Esports though. A while ago, OG entered that same prey. And Vasista Esports, now they're quite unsettled. There's also FS Esports in that nearby terrain.
Oh, this terrain is going to be very, very tricky from Vasista. They haven't had a good game since yesterday as well. And this is a good time for them to bounce back. They narrowly scraped by being one of the biggest comebacks from the wildcard stages to qualify into the semifinals. But here in the semifinals, they haven't been able to replicate here thus far. And this is a very important game for them as well. If they want to stand a chance for the run and towards the top 8 in the semifinals itself.
And speaking of the run, Vasista Esports, they back away. Just one man Fears towards the centric part while the remaining players in the back lines on the edge. I'm not even sure what the game plan is exactly for Vasista Esports, but this 3-1 split might just not work out if Fears gets caught. Revenant Spark. Even they've got a bit of that compound to play with, but they soon will need to leave this compound and make it inside of the zone. They're trapped. Bot Army Esports is around them.
This is actually quite concerning here, Necro. Like, Revenant Xbox has one of the most awkward positions just because of the fact that that shoreline is exposed to the teams on top of the mountain on main island, and it's also exposed to the teams inside the bridge. And Troy Tamerlan Esports right now in the smack middle of everyone here as well with a decent amount of compound. So that means everybody has to bow down to Troy Tamerlan Esports right here, right now. And the P.E.K.K.A, the shot comes through. They find connections on BAE and Bot Army Esports. There's no way they're going to be able to run down to this safely at all.
Yeah, the pinpoint precision is now starting to pay off for the players of Troy Tamerlan Esports. The position's looking immaculate. It's beautiful. And even the shots that are taken against the players of Bot Army Esports, they're quite outstanding. SOA Esports from the opposite fray. Bot Army Esports thinks that it's SOA Esports taking shots against them, but they've got no clue. Troy Tamerlan Esports as well are just ripping things apart against him. Bot Army Esports, I don't really see a lot of possible ways out of this spot. Scary Jot, the man's trapped. Backs against the blue. What can you do? You need to move out as soon as possible. Vasista Esports, they take a fight against True Rippers, and Jelly gets knocked. Solid shot from the man. But Vasista Esports, Tapatup just moves out in the open. Even he gets knocked in return. Problems keep on continuing for both the teams, but at least the trades happen back and forth.
Now Pukar needs to pull a big one as well. He needs to stop the aggression coming through, but shots has been made. And guess what, True Reaper, they are the ones that are actually trapped as well. The circle is going to be coming in, and Pukar lobs the nade. Jelly is going to be fine. The pick comes through. Pukar finds one more. Vasista Esports, they bounce back, and now True Reaper, Jelly, they get shut down. What a shot from Pukar.
This man is single-handedly dismantling, decimating the players of True Rippers. True Rippers are getting ripped apart. It's not a good news. Even the Blue's now on the move. And Q-Lamao's taking a lot of serious damage from the Blue itself. The utilities are tossed, but are they going to do any damage? That's the question. Q-Lamao, he needs to tank the damage from the Blue. He does not even have a lot of first aids to back him up. A few first aids on the ground, but Q-Lamao could not even make the dash towards it.
Vasista, Pukar, he did them dirty, but guess what? The timing was just off. FS Esports looked to try and punish him as well. Tapata tried to save Pukar, and they just might be able to do it. They got him to safety, and the reset comes through. Vasista Esports, they're holding on, but FS Esports, they're continuing the pressure. They don't want to let them off the hook. And Insidious, on this horse, they are going to rush his way through. Molotov comes through, but he gets shot down. Rage God saves the day for Vasista Esports.
Vasista Esports still in contention. FS Esports wanting to make things worse for them. Insidious gets knocked out. He can also be confirmed without a doubt. Crypto still in the nearby fray. We're just waiting for the players of Vasista Esports to overstep the boundaries and make some sort of mistakes. But since FS Esports, even they're quite desperate for the points. Even they start to crack under that pressure. Crypto gets knocked out by Veron. And Crypto's going to be confirmed too soon enough. Vasista Esports, now the advantage is with them.
Oh my goodness, what a save. What a recovery from Vasista Esports. Meanwhile, inside the zone, under the bridge, Revenant Xbox, they're trapped. SOA on top, and here comes Smoker. He's gonna rush. He's a madman. What are you doing? You're all by yourself, and just like that, he gets taken down. But guess what? SOA and Hero Extreme Godlike was able to shut down everyone under this bridge.
A lot of crossfire set up by the teams. SOA, valiant effort, but they still lost out on 2 players in that process. Hero Extreme Godlike is around that same vicinity. Even OG is dominating the playing field. OG has got a lot of line of sight in the playing field, so every single team needs to be cautious. Troy Tamerlan Esports, since the zone moves away out in the open, even they need to move out. The comfort zone is something Troy Tamerlan Esports will need to leave soon. While SOA Esports, just this 2-man squad, they've been an absolute menace.
Oh my goodness, Hero Extreme Godlike, look at this. They've got 11 finishes just because they were holding Painan. Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be surviving, but guess what? The fight for Vasista Esports to survive is not over yet. Max holding them down. He's the last player from the side of FS Esports. He found 2 knocks. They need to wrap him up. They need to go in for the resets. The nade comes through, half HP for Max. Vasista Esports still hasn't been able to push through. It's so hard to take him out. And right now, Max, he's only got himself against the wall. So many gunshots. Nade comes through, but Troy Demlin finds the perfect time. The third party, Vasista, they're in a trouble. Max finally goes down. Jonathan and Vasista put down so low, and they're stuck in that small little shack. Fierce, last man standing, solo warrior from the side of Vasista Esports. As the last guy alive, Hero Extreme Godlike, Troy Demlin, got him completely pinned in that shack.
Fierce, all by himself. Now the man needs to be fierce enough to try and keep things afloat. Vasista Esports, this game has been decent so far, but decent's not enough. They need a nuclear performance. They need a big game in their hands, but Hero Extreme Godlike now, with the flow of the blue, they're going to start a move as well. OG's right next to him. Troy Demlin Esports prone out in the open. The Blues once again starting to take a lot of damage. And Jonathan, what a shot that was. Hydra gets knocked out. Sidelines not cleared yet. That's going to be the players of OG in the sidelines, creating a constant problem for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan is pushing up close and personal. If this nade finds a connection, that's going to be the big advantage in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan's utils being tossed, and the nade's going to find the knock as well. The exact knock Hero Extreme Godlike needed. Another Molotov to follow it up, and that might just be the confirmation Hero Extreme Godlike are searching for. The Blues gonna start a move once again, and Veron is taking some serious damage. The Blues not gonna have any mercy. Veron needs to keep on moving. He exposes himself too much, and that's gonna be the end for OG.
8 finishes for Hero Extreme Godlike, but the one that is going to be taking the cake here is going to be Troy Demlin Esports. 4 men alive, and they will take the chicken dinner, but Hero Extreme Godlike was the villain in this map.
Specifically Jonathan, eliminating teams after teams, just all by himself, being an absolute menace in the playing field. Even OG, that one well-placed nade just completely shattered the hopes and dreams of securing the chicken dinner. What a game that was from Jonathan, man.
Jonathan is back. Johnny Bai is back. This is the Jonathan that I have been hoping to see for a very, very long time. It's been quite some time now, but to see him pull a big one this game, my man, he's back.
8 individual finishes, and on the back of that, even Hero Extreme Godlike managed to secure a few more, but nothing taken away from Troy Demlin Esports too. A clinical game from them, tactically sound as well, and that's why they scooped up the chicken dinner.
They were in the best spot as well inside the zone itself, and I feel like Troy Demlin Esports, yes, they had center control, they were pinning their way through, and I think, let me give you guys a paint of the picture of the circle itself, right? Troy Demlin was in the middle, Hero Extreme Godlike and Erangel was in the Painan town itself. These were the only 3 spots that had some sort of cover, and everybody outside had to bow down to these 3 particular teams while they're just simply shooting on every single angle. The only other team that somewhat did really good was the teams on this side where there were some sort of covers, but it was only that small little shack where Vasista Esports was there, FS Esports was there, but even then Troy Demlin came out and just took them out.
You gotta feel bad for SOA too, when they could have stood a big chance to steal the chicken dinner, but unfortunately for SOA, 2 players got eliminated the moment they tried to cross that bridge, and the remaining 2 players in the back lines, unfortunately, there was major separation between those players, and they could not really play that coordinatively.
I agree. Like SOA, Revenant, X-Pac, they were caught in those awkward situations where they have to play these long-range fights, right? Like, both of them getting shot by teams like Troy Demlin, teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, because of those compound covers, which gave them so much vision across, like, what, 250 meters spray, which is gave them 3 points after 3 points.
Yeah, for Hero Extreme Godlike, let's be honest, from the start till the end, it was just an action-packed game, right? Generally speaking, I thought even OG can probably get a lot of elimination points confirmed, but since OG, they found themselves in a mix of a trap, that's why they were not able to secure that many elimination points. OG lost the man count as well quite early, so that's why they had to play a little bit more passive.
But to be honest, I feel like their early engagement against Hill Inferno squad was very, very awkward. But surprise enough, consistency is key. Orangutan still somewhat made it to the top 5 here. But all things considered, in case you're wondering and missed out in action, this is going to be the highlights on how Hero Extreme Godlike was able to have a very nice recovery and finding those rotations coming in through. But the play here was none other than Vasista Esports, because I have no clue how they're able to survive this onslaught from FS Esports, because they should have been taken out a long time ago.
Pucar eliminating 3 players in the past, and then FS Esports as well getting eliminated piece by piece from Vasista Esports. Even here Extreme Godlike, by the way, was taking shots against FS Esports from the backline. So for FS Esports, they were caught in a big crossfire. SOA 2 in the end, they tried their best to get something done, but as I mentioned, the separation was too big. Coordination, it seemed like it was impossible for the players to pull off. And then Vasista Esports, there was a chance they could have got a few more points, but since they were just trapped behind that one little shack, they could not really have a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, agreed. Jonathan just making things work so well from the side of Hero Stream God. Like, he's the one that got all those knocks, got all those opportunities, but unfortunately just could not find those confirmations. And unfortunately, say he tried to deny the point. Actually, he did deny the point as well, knowing that he was the last player. So nicely done coming from Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah.
And usually we don't see points denial this often, but considering that because this is a competition not between 16 teams, it is a competition with 32 teams, denying that 1 point can be a very, very big difference when qualifying to be the part of the top 8 to qualify to the semifinals.
Jonathan eliminated 3 players from Wobble Gaming, by the way.
Yeah.
Even that individual play was absolutely insane. Then later on, we did see another great individual play, even from the side of Pucar. But in the mix of all of that action, what exactly happened to Revenant X Park? They were underneath that bridge. They took a fight against the players of SOA, but I guess there was just too many line of sight formed against the players of Revenant X Park. A big game could not really be there from the side of Revenant X Park, but maybe in the upcoming moments, they can once again bounce back in the overall standings. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back after that short break. And Johnny, Jonathan inside of the game was just popping off, man. I mean, Hero Extreme Godlike back-to-back 2 good games, but nothing taken away from Troy Tamilian Esports either, because they secured that chicken dinner with 10 elimination points.
Yeah, that's a decent bounce back from Troy Tamilian Esports as well, but Godlike, I think 2 matches in a row, they've managed that top 2 finish, missing out on the chicken dinner. But
every time.
Who cares about the chicken dinner? The team is doing well in terms of finishes, and consistently finishing in the top 2 also gives them a decent amount of placement points.
Yeah, Johnny, but the concerns now starting to rise for teams like Revenant X Park, who are the bigger names in the mix, but still not able to perform. And if the same terrain keeps on happening, if the same train follows up, it's not going to be good news for them in the upcoming games.
That is true. They have 2 more matches left, so opportunity to bounce back. But if you want to bounce back in your matches, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI, and the smartest AI gaming control in its segment. So move on to Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G to give your best in your matches.
Back with the conversation once again. Even FS Esports genuinely thought even they could have pulled off a big game, but then just got sandwiched between Vasista Esports and even Hero Extreme Godlike in the far fray was constantly taking shots against him.
That is true, and FS, I think, again, as you mentioned, Vasista Esports, they got too distracted by Vasista Esports, did not realize that the flanks were quite exposed, and because of that, Jonathan just found 2 extra finishes for free.
Yeah, and speaking of Vasista Esports, Picard just popped off in that fight, individually taking down 3 players, and honestly, that was one of the best fights that Vasista Esports could have converted, because if that fight wasn't converted, Vasista Esports would have been eliminated quite early.
Yeah, but again, Vasista, I think that spread that they had going for themselves backfired when FS came into play from the back line. Spheres got knocked out, and then Puka, that revive was barely made it through. But then again, the pressure towards the edge, the blue closing in, a lot of things going wrong for both Vasista and FS at the same time. Plus, they did not want to let go of each other for some reason, and both of them were wiped out within seconds of each other.
But Johnny, we all know who the MVP of the previous game is going to be. It's going to be Jonathan. He managed to acquire 8 finishes all by himself in the final few moments, so without a doubt, he's probably going to be the MVP of that previous game. But now, as we know, Group C is going to be the one to step inside of the action.
Yeah.
Still, a lot of those doubts are lingering in my head. But as I mentioned, Jonathan with those 8 finished points is also going to be the MVP of the previous game. Let's move on towards the top 5 players.
And as we look at the top 5 players, Sim follows up Jonathan on the second. We have Fierce from Sister Esports. We have Veyron from OG and Hydro from 12th Million Esports. Fierce, Veyron and Hydro with 3 eliminations each. But Fierce, I have to say, I mean, we would love to see this player put these numbers consistently. Because if he can get 3 finishes game after game, then Visista will have an opportunity to bounce back. But look at this. 6 matches done and dusted. And as of now, Godlike are doing just a little bit over 10 points per match in terms of those points.
Hero Extreme, Godlike, solid consistency in the overall board. Cincinnati Kids, 55 points as well. OG's not too shy.
Yeah.
They've managed to acquire 46 points, so the previous game was quite decent. I thought OG were not able to secure a lot of points, but since from 38 they are now to 46, it's not too bad of a game.
It's not too bad. Still over 10 points per match for the top 3 teams. And I think in the next matchup, as you mentioned, Group C is going to be entering the fray. Cincinnati Kids, I would love to see, can they dethrone Godlike after they're done with that map of Erangel? Moving on to the next page, we have 12th Million Esports with an impressive bounce back. Medal Esports, a little bit of a wobble, but it was because of the first 3 matches they played yesterday that the struggles are there for Medal. If they can be consistent, Medal can bounce back as well.
Once again, to remind the audience, you need to place yourself in the top 8 after the semifinals week 1 in order to stand a chance to directly move on towards the grand finals. The remaining teams do not get eliminated. They get a shot at the semifinals week 2 to once again prove their worth and be in the top 8. And the remaining teams will join on to already qualified teams in the grand finals. Now, once again, Johnny, back towards the overall standings. On the last page, of course, concerning names are right here, right? You've got teams like Seoul with 3 games done and dusted, just getting 15 points in the overall tally. We know Seoul, at the end of the day, they like to pull off a comeback in the final few moments.
And their matches are also at the end of day. Last 2 games for Seoul, that Group D, I mean, the struggles are there. But hopefully, one big game is going to help them first land into the top 16. And from there, they can look forward to moving inside of that top 8 and qualifying for the grand finale. Because, again, this is a big name. But bigger names have been kicked out of this tournament already.
Yeah, and Johnny, now in the upcoming game, it's going to be Group A and C who will be there, right? Specifically, Group C will be stepping back inside of the action. Let's not forget, in Group C, we've got Mastermind Mavericks, even Reckoning Esports. Medal Esports will be back in the mix. And Medal Esports, they have been quite inconsistent, man. I really hate to say that since Medal Esports is such a known name. We would love to see Medal Esports to be back there and do good.
But hey, we have an update regarding the semifinals week 1, ladies and gentlemen. So tomorrow there will be a break. You have to tune in for day number 3 and day number 4 as the action will continue from the 1st of April. And of course, 1st and 2nd is when we will have day 3 and day 4 of semifinals week 1. So there's a little bit of a break, gives the teams an opportunity to reanalyze what has gone wrong.
Go back to their drawing boards once again, try and know what exactly went wrong in the first 2 days, specifically for teams like Seoul, for teams like Medal Esports, why the consistency is missing. This is going to be a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, Medal is still there right outside of the top 8 bracket, I think on the 10th position. So Medal is still doing well. Seoul, 3 games done and dusted, still on that last page. Again, that slow start is hampering their rankings, and they need one of those big games where they drop a 25 bomber and bounce back, take that massive leap, because still the early stages of the semifinal, the differences are still quite close. Either you catch up now or you get left behind.
Maybe the break's going to be helpful for a team like Diesel Esports.
Maybe.
Because Diesel Esports has been struggling too much. You mentioned Diesel engine heats up quite slower, so it's already taken too long, Johnny. It should have been heated up by now.
All the Group D teams are struggling, man. We can't really say anything about that other than that. Group of death is going to cause a death of a lot of these names, I guess.
We've also got H4K on the struggling side of the spectrum, which is, of course, now known as Team Hades. GlitchX Reborn is doing much better compared to the other teams because they still have got a bit of that base setup. So all they need to do is get one decent game in their hands, and they can instantly be close to that top 8.
But hey, we look at the matchup, and TWOB, I think this is a name we expected a lot from. I'm going to expect a bounce back from them. OG in particular, the consistency in the first 2 games versus the recent matches that we have seen from them, they were just barely surviving, and hopefully they can bounce back. But as we look at Group C, CK, I mean, I am surprised to see them on the 2nd, to be honest. CK, I mean, the story has always been of struggles, middle pack. They make it to the finals, but over there also in the middle pack. This time in the semifinals, it looked like a completely different team. And hopefully CK can take that top spot, qualify into the finals with a lot of momentum and ride that momentum. This time we see them finish in the top 5 or the podium maybe.
Yeah, CK is actually dominating some of the final few moments of this tournament, right? And the stages have been played flawlessly by the players of Cincinnati Kids. But let's not forget, OG is still in close contention. CK's played a lot more games compared to the players of OG. And OG, since they already started things off with 38 points on today's day, for them taking over that first spot is not going to be tough.
It should not be too tough, but again, after those 38 points in the first 2 matches, the next game, they just got eliminated early. In the previous game, we saw them in, the struggles were there, barely surviving. They got taken out 1v2 by Jonathan as well, because they got stuck on the edge of the blue because of how slow OG has been moving after the first 2 matches they played yesterday. In this upcoming match, I think the contention is there between them and Cincinnati Kids. But Cincinnati Kids, what they have going for them is the raw aggression that they have brought on board. I mean, that game of Miramar, 26 points. It wasn't easy.
Yeah, they were just waiting for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike to do all the hard work, and they were just doing the smart work, stealing all those elimination points away. Because we saw the top 5 players too, right? The players did not really have a lot of damage acquired, but they had a lot of finishes acquired.
Yeah.
So they were clearly the thieves in that game of Miramar.
I mean, thieves in one fight, the other ones, they cleared out the entire Eastern Edge, picking off Metal, picking off Genesis, picking off Diesel. They were the reason that even Rider Esports weren't able to move into the late stages. So that entire eastern slope of the hill was cleared out by them. But that was Miramar. Now we move on to Rangle, and Rangle for CK has been filled with struggles.
Yes, it has been filled with struggle, but since it's also one of the classic maps, we know they can do really good. Let's not forget, even Genesis is going to be striking back in the action. And for Genesis, Erangel has always been a new ray of hope. What's going to be the outcome? Well, that's up to the future. For now, let's move on towards the game of Erangel. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards Safarni. And this plane flight path a little bit, teeny tiny bit tilted to the left side of the map. If the teams want to move in towards Milta Power, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
I think it will be a tough stretch, but there are a lot of highways and roadways along farm that they can take, pick off a few vehicles and move towards Milta Power. And Milta Power in particular is a position that is kind of underutilized in this map of Erangel. But we were talking about CK before we jumped into the action, and that ferry pier drop of theirs is quite close to the flight trajectory, so I assume this should be an easy start for Cincinnati Kids.
Should be on paper. This should not be a tough start at all. Should be an easy start. Diesel Esports as well taking an early game exit from that plane flight path, which is a good thing. You've also got Metal Esports taking an early exit from the plane flight path too. They're probably going to try to drop in towards farm, scoot the loot up, and then probably try and place themselves in a decent spot. Still waiting for the zone to pop up. It will be there within a few seconds. Genesis as well moving in towards Georgia Pool. That's not going to be a concern at all. Revenate Spark, they like to move in towards Yasna Poliana. Still searching for a few clashes. And so far, we haven't really seen a proper form for a clash.
Yeah, we really haven't, at least as far as the early stages are considered. Unless you have Phoenix Esports added to the mix, which is not there in this group. But let's see, Central Circle in this game. Split between the 2 islands, but I believe this one will take an eventual shift towards the northern side. Possibilities of early fights, I do not see a lot of them unless OG decides to push Mastermind Mavericks. And Revenant X-Pac, I think they're going to be happy with the absence of Phoenix Esports in this game as well, since they get control of Yasnaya for free.
OG pretty close to the players of Revenant X-Pac. Mastermind Mavericks, as you mentioned, dropping in towards school and the apartments. It's quite cheeky from Mastermind Mavericks because they know Soul's not in their group, instantly taking over their drop location and catching the players of OG off guard. One thing is for sure, OG's going to make it hurt. SOA is on the screen all the way behind Stahlberg Kamishki. Even this is one of those drop locations where you're not going to be expecting a lot of foes. So for SOA, the pathway seems clear. There's a team right next to him, which will be Team Hades. To deal with them, even that's going to be quite tough, but the recent form hasn't been their way.
Yeah, recent matches have not really gone their way, struggling. We saw that one chicken dinner from Hades on Sanhok yesterday, but that was the only decent game they played. Other than that, all of the matches, just early exits handed out to Hades H4K, and it seems like that hunger, it has gone away True Rippers. This is a team that has taken a fall as well, by the way. Because when we saw them in the earlier rounds of the tournament, when they were called Team Jelly, it seems like they were doing better, but that name change has just changed their performance as well. And not for the good.
It indeed has. I mean, for True Rippers, yeah, the performance has been on a bit of that downhill curve. But it's not just with that one single team, right? So many other teams are not able to perform in the semifinals week 1. Which also makes a lot of sense because we saw a clear differentiation between the new names and the known names. The experienced team that we usually expect to dominate are actually dominating the overall board, while the newer names kind of struggling. A few names are still doing good for themselves, but the usual new names are struggling.
And that is why it's quite pleasant to see Cincinnati kids carry on that consistency, carry on the momentum from the wild card to the semifinals. But Mastermind Mavericks, as we expected, it hasn't happened. OG, they had a tendency of moving in towards school apartments, or those open compounds looking for early clashes whenever Seoul used to land here. But for now, OG has kept their distance. They've stuck to Rozok. No incentive for that early fight. They can stay safe for the few early stages. And Mastermind Mavericks, because of that, have been granted full control of school and school apartments.
They're going to be chilling for now. No problem yet. Mastermind Mavericks' performance in the overall standings still quite questionable.
Yeah.
TWOB on the screen. The same thing can be said for this team as well. TWOB, they have been quite questionable with their performance too. A lot of these teams, they need to buckle up now. Do understand they had 12 games to play. But you have played a decent amount of games so far. Should be warmed up by now. Should understand what exactly the course of action, what exactly the lobby's looking like. But something that's going to help you get even better in your gameplay is the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
I mean, TWOB are going to look for some exciting rewards in this game, considering they have free control of the village, close to the Novoreprai Bridge, and of course the containers as well. That's a lot of free time looting in one of the high priority locations inside of the map. But what value do they gain from this early control? That is what we are waiting for. And today again has been an extremely quiet start to all of the matches that we have witnessed so far, especially Rangle and Miramar. This game ain't no different. 5 minutes in, almost 6 minutes, not a single casualty in the game.
Slow and steady start. Both the groups, they know the intensity, they know the depth of the situation. They know exactly how many points are needed to find yourself in the safety lines as well. They've probably looked at the overall board. They probably know how many points Cincinnati Kids has, how many points Hero Extreme Godlike has. And now they've got a clear picture. They've got a clear goal on exactly how many points they need to average per match to get that many points.
Yeah, I think the number crunching has already started from every single one, and that is why we are seeing teams be this passive. Everyone's trying to get their average to about 8 to 9 points just to get themselves to a safer side. While we see the players of Metal Esports smack center of the circle close to Pachinki, and some control of farm gained as well. This is the team that has the safest position inside of the game, but only if they stay inside of these buildings. Although, if we talk about awkward developments, I expect a fight to break out towards that northern Giorgio area, where the players of True Rippers are, quite close to the players of Reckoning Esports towards the north and Genesis towards the south.
Looking at the way the circle's forming out too, I want to see Curve Pollock shift down south. Just catching everyone off guard. Metal Esports on paper, yes, they're in the smack center, but if it's going to be Curve Pollock Southern shift, then everyone is messed up. Other than TWOB and FS Esports, get they're all the way down south towards military base, but teams like GlitchX Reborn, they're taking their sweet little way to make it inside of the circle. Specifically teams like Reckoning Esports and even Genesis that are taking their time to move inside of the circle will be messed up big time.
Yeah, in a position like this, I agree with you. I mean, a shift towards Milta or maybe towards that bridge area would definitely force everyone into fighting position, but I think it is going to be, at least the IGLs for now do not expect it. Everyone is just pushing towards those open farms, Resistor Esports included. They've taken early control of this house, but shots fired upon them, I believe, from the players of Metal Esports are being a little bit of a sound of caution in their ears.
Everyone just wants to be as close to the center as possible. The next zone shift, it's actually going to take a sudden shift, Johnny. Catching a lot of these teams off guard. A decent amount of military base as well is still involved. And if that island is involved for too long, then it might just start to create some second doubts in teams' minds. It's now a gamble as well. Do you want to stay down south, or do you want to keep on moving up north? For teams like FSC Sports and TWOB, and TWOB, they've already made their mind.
As is everyone else, everyone's moving towards the shorelines. And at this point, I think the pancake spot that is under the control of Cincinnati Kids right now does play a very advantageous position. It's a six-pack shack collection that's there, along with a little bit of a hill that gives you information of the farms. But then again, as soon as you move towards the ridges, you expose yourself a little too much. So you have to be careful with how you time those fights. But Troy Thamelian on our screens, they've taken control of the center of the circle, quite exposed. One man forced into that dumpster, while the other three are going to take control of the buildings, and TWOB just playing that shoreline.
Troy Thamelian Esports once again with a good positioning inside of the game. Even in the previous map of Sanhok, Troy Thamelian Esports, they had phenomenal positioning. And that was one of the main reasons why they got the chicken dinner as well. Uncontested till the end. Just scooping up those elimination points, getting so many stray eliminations. Managing to acquire 10 in the end. TWOB, even they've found themselves in a decent spot. Not too bad. At this point in time, everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up as well. That's going to be a big momentum setter. And speaking of momentum, such a slow way to kick things off for Reckoning Esports. Still all the way back in the blue on the northern side, taking their sweet time to rotate in.
Yeah, everyone's moved in from that position. The two teams that are left behind is Reckoning Esports that have just crossed the Rozhok Bridge and are moving towards the main island, and True Rippers that have just a few moments ago crossed the fields of Gatka and are going to breach the circle from the western edge. Genesis Esports was also another team playing that northwestern quadrant. They were towards Georgopol City and Containers. And Genesis now are south of Pichinki. They are late to the party. They are late with this rotation, because of which finding cover, finding compounds is going to be a big struggle for Genesis. And we can already see that happening. The two clusters in front of them are already taken over. One under the control of Troy Thamelian Esports and the other one in the control of OG.
It's a big struggle indeed. Genesis, Cyrax spotting out the man of Troy Thamelian Esports. It's Inferno in the back lines. And generally speaking, taking shots against Inferno like that, it's not going to find you connections. Instead, it's just going to reveal your own spot. The next zone shift's going to be favoring the northern side. FSC Sports, they're messed up big time. They put all the eggs in one basket, thinking that maybe the zone's going to be shifting down south, but the gamble does not work out.
Yeah, for now it doesn't, but they still have a little bit of shoreline to play with. And because of the shift of the circle, there's not enough land towards the northern half as well for the other teams to take. It's going to force everyone into awkward fights, awkward conflicts, and it has already begun, as Genesis Esports are going to be the first team to take a knock. And I believe a third party over there, as well as Glitz Reborn, get taken out by Hades H4K.
They're now on the prowl. SOA, they've got their own compound to play with, looking pretty good, looking pretty sound. Hades H4K, the man's taking a lot of shots upon himself. Draxi, he still pushes up. Not a big fan of the man's positioning in the first place. Drax is taking a lot of damage upon himself. The man needs to patch himself up, but look at what happens. Starboy pushes outside of that shack, gets the confirmation, falls back in.
Impressive, impressive individual play coming from Starboy. Gets one finish for himself and one secured for his team, but Hades H4K They were able to find that knock against Glitch Reborn, but instead just went for a full frontal push against SOA, and that has landed them in an awkward sandwich situation. Their backs compromised, their front blocked by SOA, nowhere left to go. All they can do right now is coexist in harmony with SOA and just hope no one pushes towards them.
While all of this was happening, I had my eyes pinned on FS Esports. So they sent 2 players with the boat inside of the circle, and now the remaining players are going to make the rotation all the way from that bridge.
They have an hovercraft to work with.
Oh, so it's all sorted out, I guess.
It is sorted out, but Crypto and his teammate right next to him, they need to buy time. If they can't, if Insidious and Crypto cannot buy the other lad's time, then that hovercraft is just going to blow up while they're crossing, so it is a big risk. And plus, Metal Esports has that cliffside area as well.
FS Esports is still gambling.
Yeah.
They think that there's a big chance the circle's going to move down south. That's why those 2 players are still towards the military base. But if that does happen, for FS Esports, it's going to be feast.
I don't think it is going to happen. If it happens, then it's going to be a feast. It's going to be a fiesta. But yeah, I think the odds of that happening are quite low. And I think FS Esports might have just dropped the ball in this game already.
If they do have an hovercraft, though, still things can be recovered. They can easily cross over that water line, move on towards the opposite side, use the hovercraft as a cover, and then try and figure things out in the front on the fly.
They need a big fight on that main island for them to be a distraction.
There we go. FS Esports is in the smack center. Those remaining 2 players do have a decent and a solid positioning to play with. And now this is where the players, once again, they start to make that rotation too. You can see Dreams and Max right next to each other in the water lines, making that rotation towards the main island.
Wait, did they have 2 hovercrafts with them?
Seems like it.
Oh wow, that's very lucky, man.
FS Esports, that's why they were playing it so passive. Taking their sweet little time to rotate from the main base, but hold on! We've got Metal Esports now just getting pounded on by the players of Diesel Esports. Those 2 players that were isolated were easily claimed by the players of Diesel Esports, and that's going to be 2 elimination points secured by Gokul, the man, the IGL himself.
This again works out in the favor of FS, by the way, because as we spoke about it, Metal had the control of the cliffside, and if they turned around, took those shots toward FS, does not matter if you have a hovercraft or not, an entire team focus firing those vehicles can blow it up as well. But luckily, Diesel's timing was so perfect that Metal did not even see what happened towards the south. In the meanwhile, Revenant Xbox on our screens. A soft clash against the players of TWOB, and Kana, he has been a key playmaker for the side of TWOB. That is the man Revenant Xbox need to be careful of.
True Ripper's still live and cooking inside of the game. OG still outside of the circle. They need to cross that white line. Surroundings does not seem that clear either. OG, they're catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. Aru's still out in the open, quite exposed. Mastermind Mavericks. We did see a while ago a man, Draxi, made the mad dash towards the shacks, and he instantly got eliminated by Starboy. But now that we've got Mastermind Mavericks on the screen, they're playing it much passive. They've got the dip to play with, tossing out the smokes as well. That's going to give him a bit more of that cover. Still, it's not the best possible spot that you want to find yourself in, but it's something.
Yeah, it is something. I mean, the only problem is their back is too exposed. At least SOA won't give them trouble. That's the only thing Mastermind Mavericks have going for themselves. And as we talk about SOA, it seems like True Rippers wanted to take their position away from them. Does not really work out too well for the players of True Rippers as they end up getting wiped out. A little bit of a third party from FS as Starboy gets knocked out. It is an opportunity that Mastermind Mavericks needed to try and win this 4v4. They have the numbers advantage to work with. That nade looks quite decent. Damage will be dished out, but no knock in the hands of Mastermind Mavericks.
SOA is still trapped in those shacks, but hold on to that thought, OG. They clash against the players of Assista Esports. Rage God's knocked out. OG's lost out on 3 players already. 1 more man to go. What can the last man do? Can he save the day for the entirety of Orangutan? WizGod is going to be the final glimmer standing against the entirety of Assista Esports. And Pakar, he connects that shot as he nails down the last man of Orangutan.
A bounce back coming in from Vasista. 5 eliminations secured in this game. But while Vasista bounces back, I think Cincinnati Kids are left bleeding. Their clash against Diesel Esports not working in their favor as well, as their players have been knocked out. It will be difficult to recover for Cincinnati Kids. Metal Esports is right there next to them. There's Troy Tamilian Esports up north. But what a beautiful play coming in from Vasista. But the question now is, they have to cross those open fields. How successful are they going to be with Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning, and Glitch Reborn blocking their way?
Not a lot of playing surface either. We're now going to see a lot of funnels. And the moment that happens, a lot of elimination points as well start to flow in. Funnels are one of the worst things that can happen to the teams. They need to funnel in from that same direction. And all the other teams in the good spots inside of the circle, they're just going to take shots against the teams that try to rotate in.
Yeah.
That would be really bad. That means teams like Reckoning Esports, Vasista Esports, GlitchX Reborn, Troy Tamilian Esports, everyone's messed up big time.
And even now, I think SOA, prime position to play this game from. They're going to see everyone moving in from the eastern side, and the west, there's a massive hill, so no way FS try to take that fight against SOA. Cincinnati Kids, we saw the exchange of nades, exchange of utility with the players of Troy Tamilian Esports, but no casualties from either sides. In the meanwhile, Vasista Esports, they charge to the compounds in control of SOA, and they get punished for that. A sandwich between SOA and Mastermind Mavericks, and Vasista Esports have lost too many bodies at this point to survive in this game anymore.
GlitchX Reborn, still on the opposite side. Utilities tossed against Mastermind Mavericks. That nade was so good! And Smoker is once again gonna blow them up. Another nade follows up that same trajectory as even Rickson falls apart. Even those vehicles are now starting to blow up. It's not a good news at all for the players of Team Mastermind Mavericks. Another nade tossed out. It's just a nade. It rain at this point. It's impossible to stop the nade parade from the side of SOA. All you can do is just play tucked. And that's what the players of Mastermind Mavericks are doing. One more nade from Starboy. It's going to find the knock.
It is such a beautiful sight to witness, but unfortunately, SOA, they've just overcommitted utility. It is much easier for Mastermind Mavericks to lob those nades towards SOA than it is for SOA to find those knocks against, or confirmations actually, from the side of Mastermind Mavericks just with the nades alone. They found 2 knocks. They could have pushed or just mollied and kept Mastermind Mavericks at bay, but SOA is playing for safety. They do not want to give any other teams those free eliminations, especially the side of Reckoning or maybe Glitch Reborn as well.
SOA constantly taking shots against the teams that they can see directly in their line of sight. Oh, what a big mess up that was. The pounds, the leap of faith the man took, but it just never worked out. Straight in the water.
Oh man, that was hilarious. First in the air, I thought he was going to get taken out midair because crossfire was there from SOA and FS, but
I think he wanted to land on the top, but unfortunately he failed to calculate that jump.
I don't think nothing would have changed. Anything would have changed even if he landed at the top of that hill.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been taken down by FS Esports in the end.
Yeah, I think the intention was to go in the water and just try and survive, but too many shots, man. Too many shots from every which way possible. Plus, at a certain point, you just leave the player and start targeting the buggy instead.
This might just be a masterclass from FS Esports. They can rack up all the elimination points, including SOA. They need to move inside of the circle. And as I mentioned, the funnel is now going to start to happen. Reckoning Esports constantly tossing the nades against Mastermind Mavericks, and that well-placed nade from Kyoya, it's going to seal the deal against the entirety of Mastermind Mavericks, but Kyoya himself messed up big time. Luckily enough, though, that mess-up is not going to be big enough that Kyoya gets knocked out or eliminated, so Reckoning Esports is still live and cooking inside of the game, but instead Dionysus gets knocked out.
I mean, that push from Reckoning Esports, they wanted to trade positions with Mastermind Mavericks, but you saw what happened. Kyoya went in looking for those crates, looking for those first aids, but found nothing because Mastermind Mavericks was struggling in that spot.
Oh,
but
no.
Revenant X-Pac, a suicide push comes through. They start to lose bodies, and now in the water they go as well.
We all knew it was never going to work out. Revenant X-Pac 2 player still inside of the vehicle. The circle is just forming in such an awkward way that now FS Esports can just funnel in all those elimination points. Insidious from the top. Raining down hellfire. Reckoning Esports spotted. The players are now getting dismantled from all the different directions, even TWOB. He tried his best, he went for it, but it just did not work out. Not quick enough. And now Reckoning Esports, they're a constant threat to the players of SOA. That man at the front lines, he's not letting the players of SOA take a sigh of relief. Get spotted out in the open. Viper's taken down super low. The same thing can be said for Magic too. And now the fight's taken down to a 1v1 in the end. 6 bullets in the magazine of Magic. He needs to pull off a miraculous play and shut down the man at the front. For SOA, Magic is the only man alive, and he's the only glimmer of hope. And in the end, he finds that connection.
But that blue zone pressure, can SOA deal with that? It's going to be a big play. TWOB get wiped out from this game. Sarang, last player from the side of Revenant Xbox. He's taking a 1v1 against Max. The nade damage should be enough to help him with the knock. And there it is. It will be the first finish in the hands of Revenant Xbox in this game as they figure out a way to break into the top 7. But the question is, are we satisfied with that, with the team that has won 2 officials in the same calendar year?
But it's also punch in the gut for the players of FS Esports. Losing out on Max and Dreams. Crypto from the top once again. Raining down death and destruction. Beautiful Molotov placement. Crypto's already taken too much damage, but he still gets the elimination before he gets knocked out. Insidious, he needs to move back towards Crypto as soon as possible. Get that revival. FS Esports, still the game's in their hand.
Nah, FS's game has completely slipped out. This will either be a win for Troy Tamilian Esports or Cincinnati Kids. All comes down to who survives this open field push. Cincinnati Kids, that early control of Pancake, such a beautiful play. No one took that position. Everyone was hoping the circle moves up north towards farm. But CK, they were towards the shorelines early. Because of that, they hadn't had to do much in this game. But now is their time to strike. Now is their time to go for those finishes.
The zone favors FS Esports, which is absolutely a good thing. And what just happened there? Crypto is not revived yet. It's a big blunder. Cincinnati Kids, Troy Tamilian Esports, Metal Esports, they're going to be busy duking it out. But FS Esports, what just happened? How is Crypto not revived yet?
There's too much pressure of the teams around them. Troy Tamilian as well can at any time just make that push. They have one man on the other side of the hill that's constantly pressuring them in the form of Sarang, drawing all of that attention towards himself. But finally, I think the revive on Crypto is going to come through. Insidious closes in, but that nade from CK, Legit barely survives this. He's on the wrong side of the rock, because of which it turns out to be the right side. If that vehicle blows up, Legit is done though.
Seems like it's still got a lot of HP. So it's okay. Cincinnati Kids, they do not really have a lot of possible options. They need to keep on following that same terrain. And that's where Troy Tamilian Esports is going to try to make their life a living hell. Out in the open, CK, and even Troy Tamilian Esports, you can see what Ranveer's doing here. Gathering all the shots upon himself, but I guess doing that was not a good idea at all. CK, they focus fire on that vehicle, and just like that, Troy Tamilian Esports, they get extinguished from this game. And now we've got CK and Metal Esports left to duke it out against each other. Legit, the man's on fire. He wanted to go for the confirmation. Cincinnati Kids, their game spoiled. Prince OG from the back can still get things under control and maybe save the day for Metal Esports for a bit longer.
I think the day is saved. That nade looks good. He will be able to find the frag, and Mighty falls. But now it is time for Metal Esports to strike. CK, they go on a domination. 8 finishes on the board. They've lost 1. But 3 players still left standing, and all they got to do is just make sure Prince is not there anymore. The nades go flying. CK, they get Metal out of the way. How's Revenant Xbox still in this game, by the way?
Because of that water dive they took.
And they took the hovercraft that FS brought, by the way.
And luckily enough for Revenant Xbox, it worked out. Just look at the amount of hovercraft that's there. 3 hovercrafts right next to each other, and Sarang is just playing with it.
All of them were brought here by FS Esports.
Sarang is like, you know what, it's too hot outside. I'm going to sit inside of the hovercraft and enjoy the AC.
Yeah, just chill for a bit.
But speaking of Metal Esports, Prince only had 9 bullets in his AUG.
Oh, man.
Which was quite unfortunate. That's why he did not have a fighting chance in that fight.
I mean, he didn't have fighting chance anyways. He was out into the open just to rock for cover. And two teams sandwiching him, FS in the backline, CK up front. And while Sarang and Apollo cannot get involved in this final fight, FS, they need to go for those finishes right now, because if it comes down to them and CK, they are at a man disadvantage. They don't know where Sarang is.
Yeah, they've got no clue.
Do they?
No, they've got no clue. He's inside of the hovercraft, so you cannot even spot him. So Sarang's going to be safe for a while.
Hey, man, he can finish top 2 because the circle is on him as well.
Pretty much. But now the fight's between Cincinnati Kids and FS Esports. Simple. And both of them need to focus fire on each other. Cincinnati Kids, one single misstep, and it can just cost him the game instantly. A lot of shots taken against Flock. Things could have went south.
Yeah.
But the moment he realized he's taken a lot of shots upon himself, he instantly parked in the sidelines.
No utility on CK, by the way. No nades, no Molotovs, I think, at least as far as Aditya is considered. And they need that utility to take the fight against FS. If they don't have any util, it's not going to happen.
They're trying to blow up that hovercraft. Tossing the utilities down south. But still, one nade's not enough. Aditya tossing the nade towards Crypto. It's going to land right next to him. Does some serious damage to you, Crypto. You better reposition yourself. Apollo gets spotted. Eliminated from the game too. Aditya as well taken down real low. Another nade follows up that same trajectory. And that's going to be a knock. And also the equalizer FS Esports was searching for. The fight's now taken down to a 2v2. Johnny, I told you FS Esports has a big chance of securing the game.
Well, let's see. They found a lot of those nades in the crate along with the shoreline. And again, the artillery strike coming in from Crypto. Juicy needs to be careful, down to 50 HP. This time it is going to be Flock's turn, but he's a little too far away. And Flock needs to fall back because Crypto still has a lot more util on him. Those crates on the side of FS Esports, a big game turner with all of those nades. The nade finds Juicy, now down to Flock. And he again just barely has anything to work with. This is it. CK out of the way. Flock falls and the fall damage will get him. The blue gets him instead. It's done. FS with the chicken dinner. And Revenant X-Pac second place finish. 11 finishes on the board. 21 points from this match.
What a big blunder from the man. He fell apart. Oh no. FS Esports though, for them, this is the exact win they were searching for.
They still don't know where Sarang is, by the way.
They're still searching for the man. They're blowing up those hovercrafts though. They do realize there's a big chance someone might be sitting in it. So that's why they're blowing them up. But they know the man is definitely underneath.
Yeah, they know he's hiding somewhere in the cliffs, but where is he shooting? All right, Molly thrown towards the hovercraft. That is not going to do anything to Sarang. They got to blow it up, and they're out of utility because they threw everything at CK.
It's on the verge of blowing up too, Johnny. Crypto moves out, and maybe Sarang's going to go for the strike now. Even the blue is on the move. Sarang pops out. He's going for the strike, but unfortunately, FS Esports, they were ready with their crosshair sprayed. Final effort from Sarang to try and get something done, at least secure that one elimination point, but it did not work out.
Hey man, no way Sarang was clutching that fight out, to be honest. I mean, they had him caught. They just let that player go as a bait. Like, you go try and flush him out because he's not getting out anyways. He's just sitting there for the last 10 minutes.
FS Esports knew the circle's going to be closing on top of them at the end of the day. So they are anyways going to have the advantage. And for Revenant X-Pac, at least he managed to secure that second spot, right? From the worst possible position, Sarang managed to convert that situation into the best.
But they get 7 points. Is that the best from Revenant X-Pac?
Better than nothing.
Yeah, better than nothing, to be honest, because that would have been the situation had they gotten wiped out very early in the game.
Yeah, and after that game, Revenant X-Pac isn't doing extremely bad in the overall standings either, because before they had 16 points, and maybe a few more points were added on, and now Revenant X-Pac gets 7 points too, so that should be around 35 points.
Maybe, I think, yeah, decent position, but not where we would expect Revenant X-Pac to be. I think.
Wait, not 35 points, maybe
25-ish,
28,
yeah
25-28.
Yeah. I think they are going to be in that mid-20s, but right now the thing is that the teams in the top 8 are in those early 30s. So Revenant X-Pac, they have a little bit of catching up to do. But FS Esports, big brain plays, man. First, they took the gamble of that 2-2 split, and then lucky. How lucky do you have to be that you find 3 hovercrafts in the same game?
That was absolute masterstroke. Simple. for FS Esports, every single risk they took, it just worked out.
It just worked out.
It was one of those games that they just had those stars aligned for them.
Exactly. Because it wasn't just the vehicles, it was a lot of things. The circle, the final zone moving on top of them, Troy Tamilian forcing CK to stay in the back lines and forcing Medal out of the way as well. So all the three teams that had numbers advantage were just completely wiped out.
Another big question is, Johnny, how did FS Esports move up when they parked those hovercraft underneath? SOA was right there in those shacks. That's another big question.
So again, SOA was still towards the right-hand side underneath the cliff. The big problem would have been Medal. And Medal was flushed out of the way because Diesel just charged in their faces and then Diesel got taken out by CK. So that cliffside was completely empty for FS to climb. That is how they got up to the high ground.
Yeah, but still, in my opinion, SOA should have been able to disrupt the players of FS Esports, man. SOA was right there in those shacks.
You're forgetting though, SOA was distracted for a long time. Three teams tried to push SOA and SOA could not look at the water body to try and figure out how to finish off FS.
So all we know is that somehow all the pieces of the puzzles just automatically connected.
Yeah.
And for FS Esports, the game was just right there. We cannot even say that the game was served on a silver platter. This was actually just the best possible luck FS Esports could have had in a long time.
Yeah, and to be fair to these players as well, when luck favored them, they also chose to strike because 11 finishes, so not a small game. They made the most of the opportunity that was granted to them.
Even the utilities in the final few moments, right on top
man.
of the players, the precision was perfect. They made every single nade count.
And they did not have any nades before that. They had 0 util available. He sees the crate, goes 6 grenades. Wow!
Oh, thank you, Metal Esports, for all those utilities that you just granted us. And with those utilities, yes, technically we can say Metal Esports got their revenge because those were Metal Esports' nades.
Yeah, that is true. They got the revenge on CK. What a hilarious match, though. Fun game,
know, right?
Finally.
And in the end, the match just slips. I just feel bad for Flock. I mean, he could have stood a chance to actually pull off that 1v2, make things even more tougher for the players of FS Esports, but then he just slipped.
He slipped, and I think he got shot mid-air as well. I think FS still got that point from CK.
And you saw, right, the moment we switched towards Flock, he just gave up. He was just standing still. He knew he's done for it. There's no way Flock is going to make a comeback anymore. There's no way he's going to be able to convert that fight. There's a lot more to talk about at that previous game, but for now, it's time for some toss to a short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And IC, I want to know your thoughts on that that comedy show that we just saw on Rangle.
God has very, very good plans for FS Esports because, truth be told, the position that they started their journey all the way into was a military base, even though it wasn't captured a majority of the times in camera. You guys were always mentioning for the fact that, oh wait, they're stuck in military island. How did they get to the zone? Guess what? They've got 3 hovercrafts. All right, great. Somehow, the circle kept shrinking and shrinking and shrinking on towards the shorelines to a point that it actually gave AFS Esports a chance.
Yeah, and everything, as even Necro mentioned, the stars aligned and FS Esports were like, alright, this is our time to shine. Perfectly executed the end game fight as well, especially the one against CK, and that bait and switch towards Sarang as well. Even he wasn't able to finish them off. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to find those finishes in your matches, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control, and of course the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G to stand a chance to win one of these amazing devices for yourself.
Now, speaking of winning prizes as well, I feel like the biggest winners alongside FS Esports and also Cincinnati Kids is gotta be SOA Esports, because they were holding towards those compounds for the longest of time. Ideally, that is not the best compound to hold, but considering how the circle kind of shifted, everyone who drove past them pretty much got shut down. So I feel like SOA got so much finish points as well. Mastermind Mavericks, they did their best to hold down the fort. Obviously, we know the entire fiasco down to the east was just absolutely chaotic, right?
Yeah, I think that eastern side conflict was the reason why Mastermind Mavericks were stuck in that dip underneath those awkward rocks, because those nades from SOA around them created basically an artificial red zone, and then Reckoning Esports showed up. Mastermind Mavericks couldn't do anything.
Exactly. So among the winners is going to be SOA, and the second winner, Sarang.
Yeah, Sarang.
Best decision ever. Guess what? FS Esports, you guys got God's blessing. You know what? I will be your sensei. I'll be your student for today.
Yeah.
Sit in the hovercraft. And you know what's the best thing? Sitting down, enjoying the show, and getting myself 6 points.
Yeah, that is true. I think
easiest money of my life.
Sarang was sitting there cheering for FS just like you were doing right now. But let's look at the numbers, because we have the MVP of the game, Crypto from FS, with 6 finishes and 1108 damage dished out. As we said, they were put in a position that was supposed to be successful, and they chose to fight to the best of their abilities in this match as well. 11 points on FS, 10 of which come from 2 players, Crypto and Insidious.
Now, and of course, Cincinnati Kids, they were the ones that conquered the western shorelines for the longest time. They got 6 on Aditya. But again, SOA in those compounds, Magic and Smoker, 5-4 finishes. And this is the SOA Esports that we haven't seen during the wildcard stages. And finally, they are back in action, finding a little bit of a comeback here. But now, with that being said, I want to see how the overall standings is going to be affecting the current standings so far. And Cincinnati Kids, consistently after 6 match, is currently on 70 points thus far. So that is more than 10 points per game.
Yeah, just a little bit more than 10 points per match from the side of CK. And of course, FS Esports as well, 5 matches played, 52 points. So they are on a very good trajectory along with OG. SOA Esports, we saw them make their break inside of the top 8.
Yes, and even the second half here as well, Reckoning Esports, they are currently on 6 matches with 35 points. It is more than half of the points at the top right now. So they do have a lot of heavy lifting they need to do. But Troy Tamlin Esports did actually make a little bit of a comeback today itself. They've only played 5 matches, and thus far is in 33 points. So this next upcoming game, if they are able to get more than 10 points in general, they are going to be able to at least see the top 8.
Yeah, but in the next match, I think Versatile is going to try their bounce back along with Rivalry NRI. We saw Versatile between 9 to 16 and Rivalry NRI sitting on that 17th position. The start of the day from the side of Rivalry on Erangel was good. They went a little frag heavy, but weren't able to secure the chicken, all because of Versatile.
Agreed. But in this point as well, Hail Inferno Squad, Altitude, as well as Diesel Esports, they are in a very, very awkward position here, because they are currently in the halfway mark on the total matches that they will be playing, right? Each and every single team will be playing a total of 12 matches in total. And being at the halfway mark after 6 matches, only getting 12 points, that is going to be very, very concerning here, because the chances of them qualifying in the top 8 is almost near to impossible. Like, the chances means that their remaining 6 matches, they need big games after big gains in order to stand a chance to break past the 60, maybe 70 point marker as well. Because if we were to compute, right, based on the quarterfinals and qualification, the top 8 cutoff was somewhere around 46 points for 6 matches. Now 12 points, we double that, the cutoff will probably be 92 points.
Oh man, that is definitely going to be tough. And it is going to be a big challenge, especially for 4 names from Group D who are still stuck on that last page. But before Group D, we talk about Group A, TWOB, Troy Tamilian Esports, Revenant Xbox, Visista, OG and SOA FS. 3 teams from this group are in the top 8. Group A, it seems like, are dominating this race right now.
Well, as of yet, but anything can happen as well because the next group is going to be coming in from Group D. We have Hyderabad Hydras, we have Versatile, Phoenix Esports, THW X Non-X Esports, we have Seoul, Team Tamilas, Likita Esports, and Rivalry X NRI. Group D, also known as the Group of Destruction. It feels like this is going to be a very interesting one as well because NRI is one of the closest from this group to actually break past into the top 8 because why I say this, they've only played 3 matches.
Yeah, Versatile as well. Versatile are still between that 9 to 16 leaderboard. NRI on that 17th position. So all because of that chicken dinner, Versatile took the lead against Rivalry NRI. Team Tamilas also in a fighting position in this group. So these 3 teams are doing quite well for themselves. But then there are the big names that we expected to dominate, right? Hyderabad Hydra, Seoul, Phoenix, TSW, NON. These 4 big names, 4 giants, all 4 of them on the last page.
Now, speaking of big names, right? I feel like in terms of making a potential comeback, they need big games. And speaking of big games, Hyderabad Hydras, realistically, based on average Matikomo points, they need 2 humongous games to stand a chance to come back. Same can be said for Seoul as well, who had a decent opening, but I wouldn't say it's the greatest so far for Seoul.
Yeah, they got 9 points for finishes, no placement points. But guess what, I see? Whenever we talk about Seoul, we talk about their performance on Miramar, how day number 2 Seoul makes a comeback on Miramar. Yeah, that first game did not go their way because it was a map of Erangel. But now, Seoul is about to step on Miramar, and it's day 2.
Exactly. This is going to be a little bit of a comeback for them as well. And for those guys who are wondering as well, all the 32 teams that is going to be competing here in the first week of semifinals are not eliminated yet. We're looking for the top 8 here in the first week that will directly qualify in towards the Grand Finals. And the second semi-finals is where things get dicey because 32 minus 8 is where going to be the remaining teams to fight for the final 8 slots to qualify directly into Kolkata.
Exactly. And we're going to have to see which first 8 teams join us for that Kolkata finale, which teams get the tickets first and which teams are going to be left waiting in line. But ladies and gentlemen, before all of that, we have this game of Miramar to witness.
The chase is on for every single team from Group D as they are going to be starting their journey in their second half here as most of the teams in Group D has only played 3 matches. Can they catch up to the Wolves who's currently on top of the leaderboard? And as of yet, the flag path is going to be starting things out from Minas del Sur and then ending towards the outskirts of Campo Militar.
There's one team in this matchup that we haven't talked about and we expected a lot more from them. It's Likita Esports, I see. Likita Esports, a big name from all of the rounds that they've played. They used to dominate, but now I think even they are in the middle pack.
Yeah, you like to talk about Likita Esports? I want to talk about Hyderabad Hydras too. Are we going to see the Picado fight? Because yesterday, the fight in Casino ended in the win in the hands of Likita Esports. And unfortunate to say, Hyderabad Hydras was the one that went bankrupt.
I think that's going to happen again, maybe.
Are they going to go? Wait, I see Likita Esports heading there. Where is Hyderabad Hydras?
Maybe right alongside with them. I think the parachutes are there. There's a little bit of a mix of colors. And yeah, no one's backing away from that Picado drop clash, it seems like. Early fight between Likita Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. And luckily, TW Esports, you see one of the players dropping close by. Maybe they can have an opportunity to third party both these teams.
Oh, the thing with TWOB is they've been playing Power Grid for quite some time and all. And oh wait, guess what? Looks like we're gonna be having action in towards Picado once more. Likita Esports with I think it's Hyderabad Hydras, you know, the ones in brown, and hold that thought for now because there is gonna be another drop clash as well.
It happens again on Miramar. Phoenix Esports, they found the people they were missing the most in the form of Revenant Xbox, and there's gonna be knocks from either sides, but Revenant Xbox, they come out on top as I believe Phoenix is down to their last 2 players. Revenant Xbox, they have Spray got knocked out, but they still hold on to that man advantage. Absolute chaos. Also, by the way, Team Seoul, they've gone for a drop clash of their own.
Oh my goodness, the game of drop clashes. What is going on this game? Because as of yet, Venom also going to be taken out as well. Out to aimbot. Last two remaining from the side of Phoenix Esports. The confidence coming from Venom saying that why would we concede? It's free 4 points, but seems like they will be the ones that lose 2 points instead. Phoenix Esports, not a great run here in this first semi-finals.
Yeah, they've won the fights on Erangel, but this ain't Erangel, boys. They have lost every single time to Revenant X-Park on Miramar drop clashes. Phoenix Esports need to realize that. Revenant X-Park have better map knowledge of San Martin terrain, and they can't really fight it out. Altu is the last man left alive, and I think he's going to be done for as well. Phoenix will exit this game at 0 points, maybe.
Revenant X-Park just showing them who's boss. I'm pretty sure after watching the interview set by Venom, they're going to be really, really pissed. And speaking of pissed here, Altu, last man standing, him against all 4 players of the defending champions. Gets the opening knock on Sarang. 3 versus 1. He has the Uzi. And if they give him the 1v1, he's pretty much done for. But the nade comes through from Spray God. And Revenant Xbox says, who gets the 4 points now, brother? Who gets it? Who got it?
Did he not hear the pin? He didn't fall back. He just stood there on the stairwell, man. Waiting to get taken out. And Spray God finding that final frag for his team. Revenant X-Park, I think now they're going to be finally happy, wiping the floor with Phoenix Esports at the start of Miramar.
Easiest 4 points of my life, Revenant X-Park. Easiest 4 points of my life. Sit down, Phoenix. Sit down.
But hey, I'm just happy that we finally got to see some entertainment at the start of Miramar, man. The other maps were so slow today.
Yep. But at the same time, you know, let's take a look at the mini-map as well, because Likita Esports and Hyderabad Hydras...
Why?
Actually, they dropped in Picado, but they didn't want to fight. Likita Esports actually backed out.
No, man. I mean, why can't things work out for us? I thought we were going to get 3 drop clashes in the same game, and then Likita Esports disengaged, Soul disengaged. They also drop clashed on the players of True Rippers, but now they are playing Impala. What is going on in this game? I thought I was going to be a happy man after this Miramar, but no, I guess.
Well, all things considered, I have no idea how Likita Esports is going to be finding some sort of resources here as well, because they started their journey in Picado. They might have looted like half here and there. But speaking of Neo, look at this. He does have a damaged level 1 helmet, so I'm pretty sure they were shot by Hyderabad Hydras and was able to escape this, knowing that if they take that fight against Hyderabad Hydras and take too long again, they are going to be starved here. So they definitely picked the lesser evil, concede it, loot somewhere else. And fortunately for them, along the way, they do find themselves a decent amount of loot here. But I'm a little bit more concerned on this circle here, Johnny. Is it going to go towards Los Leones once more?
I think it might be a Los Leones La Benedita shift as well. That might play into the hands of Team Tamilas, but if you want your scenarios in your games to play in your hands, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and the smartest AI gaming control. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G and stand a chance to win one of these devices for yourselves.
Well, speaking of winning a device here, you know who's the one that won the ticket to take a little bit of a rest early?
Who?
Phoenix Esports. Wait, just chill, enjoy, you know, relax. Easiest 4 points of my life. Nah, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna be there. Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Moving on. Vasista Esports making a little bit of recovery today itself, day 2. They are doing very, very well. This is Pukar stepping up very, very big as well, coming from Vasista Esports. Because if you think about the entire journey towards the round stages and grind, the one that has been stepping up here has been Fierce and also Tapatap. But today itself, we've seen multiple moments of brilliance coming from Pukar. And it feels like Pukar seems to be back from his old days as well. It kind of reminds him of how he played back in the days.
Yeah, I mean, the old Pukar is back, the man with the confidence. But what about the other players, man? They got to stand up as well.
100%.
One man alone can't get the job done. You need the entire team.
Well, Tapatap was able to save his life during the Sanhok map as well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the chicken dinner, but they still did the best as they could. Unfortunately, consistency is going to be the long game here. They have so many more matches to go. And so far, Vasista has been very consistent so far, but they need at least one big game to stand a chance to chase onto the top 8. Orangutan also going to be one of those teams that is currently on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And currently, they only had one fairly bad game, but even then, it wasn't that bad.
That is true. I mean, they've been consistently getting those placement points. And OG, I think after that first game yesterday, their pace has slowed down, but that slow pace has kept them in the top 4 of the overall leaderboard. And as long as they stay in the top 8, I think it will all be good for OG. FS and OG fighting for the top spot. SOA breaking into the top 8 after that last game, are becoming one of the contenders for that first slot that moves into the Grand Finals from here.
To be honest, FS Esports being the only team that has gotten 2 chicken dinners so far feels really weird, considering the fact that because of that game just now, this is a huge morale booster, right? So all things considered, it might be luck, it might be skill, but in the span of 12 matches, it is going to even out the luck itself. So if they are able to consistently play all their 12 games, they should technically be in the top 8.
I wouldn't call it luck, man, because even after the first 3 matches yesterday, they were inside of the top 3, and now also in the top 3. I think FS Esports, as you said, after 12 games, if this is where we see them, if we see them in the top 5, then we have to call it skills, because 12 games is a decent sample size for that analysis.
Well, speaking of analysis right now, they are currently the first inside the zone in the northeast corner. Not a lot of context so far, but we do see a huge influx of team coming in from the south. So if FS Esports is able to push everyone down south and they are able to hold down those mountain terrains, they are going to be good. But this is Graveyard we're talking about here.
Yep.
There's not a lot of mountain terrain. The church is great, but aside from that, it's also exposed to the teams coming from Power Grid as well.
Exactly what I wanted to say, and there might be 2 names closing in for Power Grid, but this shift of the circle, guess who's going to be the most upset?
Who?
Likita Esports, because now they question, why did we ever leave Picado?
They're back.
I mean, Hyderabad Hydras is already there, and they're going to be forced into a fight against Versatile as well. Likita Esports might get third-partied if they try to move in at this point.
Agreed. But all things considered, we cannot take credit away when it comes to Miramar as well, because Seoul has had one of the most dominating performances in Miramar itself. And it's not just during the wildcard stages as well. They are the record holder currently with the highest amount of points gained in a single match, which is 28 finishes and the chicken dinner giving them 38 points. And even then, during the wildcard stages, it was also Miramar that allowed Seoul enough points to qualify back into the semifinals.
But here's the crazy part, and here's the reason why I was excited for Seoul, because of all of the things that you said before the game. Now I'm a little concerned because both those big performances happened when they started from Crater Fields, which is their standard drop. This game, they're starting from Impala. And I wonder how aware they are going to be of the rotation timings that play that southeastern quadrant of the map. That is the one factor in this game that can work out against Team Seoul in this matchup. But Hyderabad Hydras, the defenders of Picado, have to defend their home ground against Versatile now.
Oh my goodness. Instead of Likita, they are going to be having VXT in front of them. Superpower, Raiden going for a couple of nades, but S-Power, they trade each other instead. And Hyderabad Hydras, as well as VXT, each lose a player. Raiden going for the second nade to try and clear those angles, but it seems like shots are being shot from afar because Viper from the side of Likita Esports is able to take away those finish points, and Goblin finds Somraj as well.
What is happening right now looks like a plot to take out Versatile from this game between Hyderabad Hydras and Likita Esports. Because Likita Esports, they fell back. I think they showed up to try and pick a fight against Hyderabad Hydras. Versatile might be done as the stun comes through, and Raiden was completely blinded. Hyderabad Hydras move in for that finish, and Aquanox is the last man left standing. Can't really do much if you're the last man, especially with shots coming in from the rear window as well.
Surprise! Surprise, surprise, and Turbo lobs the perfect nade on VXT. Versatile, they get completely eliminated by both Hyderabad Hydras as well as Likita Esports, who's shooting from afar. And you know what's interesting?
Yeah.
Look at the minimap. Where was Likita Esports? Not even close. They're shooting from all the way southeast corner outside the zone. That's like, what, 200, 300 meters away? Where did that shot even come from?
200 meters away on top of a hill. Likita Esports find that frag, but Seoul, they like close quarters combat. The nades go out. They find the opening knock against the players of True Rippers, but Hunters, he's getting pushed. That was a quick reaction, just instantly cancels the nade, runs up the stairs. He's outnumbered, but his teammates show up. The backup arrived, and Soul wiping out True Rippers. Oh man, that name change really isn't working out, is it?
Well, True Reapers, you may be the Grim Reapers, but eventually the souls of the underworld still a little bit too much to handle. And in this case, can Soul make the comeback once more? Because they are currently in contention to be titled the Kings of Miramar. Before finishes the back, are we going to see that legendary moment again? Is going to be in question. Meanwhile, Orangutan, they themselves having a little bit of a hurdle right now, as they have a little bit of a run in here with Team Tamilas.
Oh man, if OG is out, Team Tamilas is out, Versatile from the top can get taken out as well. It might as well be the winner chicken dinner opportunity for Soul, but look at that, OG, they lose on 2 players. And Wizgod in the backlines, he's trying to see if he can find those trades. He has got a confirmation, but as we mentioned, Versatile on that high ground can third party this fight at any time. And of course, towards the northeast, you have Troy the Million. Towards the northwest, you have to be worried about Likita as well in the distance. Oh, barely dodges the vehicle, and he has to spray him down now. Wizjot, can you help rescue your teammate over there? Too much pressure, and OG, they're going to be out of business in this game.
Oh no, Monkey Business completely shutting down now. Team Tamilas, they're all serious, but guess what? The third party comes through. Vasista says, hello, my friend. Top goes for a drive-by. They completely outplay the Pukar getting knocked off. The Savior fears, can he save him? Yes, they can. They actually somewhat save Pukar, but the fight is not over yet. The fight is still going on. Fox still holding on for his dear life, is trapped on the other side all by himself. Vasista going in for the royal flush.
Whatever that is, I just absolutely love it, man. Vehicles going inside of the smoke, players aren't able to reach their marker, and Fox, ooh, barely avoids running into that Molotov, but here comes one more team. So many vehicles parked in these buildings. SOA, they show up with 4 players, but how many of these players will be allowed to leave? Because Vasista is still there with 3, and they will have an opportunity to just lob those nades in the feet of SOA. There's the equalizer from Pukar.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely chaotic here. They don't know that Fox is still around. Rage God, they will find one knock again. Vasista, they're equalizing against SOA. They're getting pushed back, but it's still 2 versus 2. Everyone is knocked, and now Fierce is going to try and clean things out, farm those finishes, as SOA does not know that they have a Kryptonite waiting on top. And in this case, it is going to be very quiet, but Pukar, he finds the confirmation. But guess what? The 4th bounty comes through. Goblin, why are you here? Why are you here third partying all by yourself? And the fight continues inside. Pukar, last man for Vasista. Smoker, Starboy, they get the reset. Goblin with the nades. Oh, does it help? Pukar finds the opening. They make it even worse as well, but he finally goes down. But the 5th party, Johnny!
That's the 6th party, I see. That's the 6th team. We go the countdown again. Started with Team Tamilas, OG. Then you had Vasista moving in. SOA, Likita Esports, Troy the Million Man. 6 teams, all after each other's lives. SOA, they're still somehow alive, but Fox OP, I think you owe a big thank you to SOA and Vasista over there. Well, SOA say thank you for the point.
Okay, yeah, no thank you, man. You know, thank you is not enough. Pay with your life, because that is going to be SOA Esports somehow magically coming up on top with Magic and Starboy, last 2 alive, but fortunately for them, they have to back out. The zone comes through. Troy Tamilin not going to be able to wrap things up, but Likita Esports, Goblin, they were hoping to get a couple finishes themselves, but after that gunshots, Magic might take a little bit of pit stop here. Starboy, they have to give chase, but Likita, where are those shots coming from? What?
All across the hill, the 2-2 split from Likita Esports. 2 players that stayed back, Viper and Goblin, would be able to mark the players of SOA, and all their teammates need to do is just spray and pray in that direction. But from one position to the next, now SOA caught off guard by the players of TWOB. Magic by a miracle, just barely surviving, but he has found the entry inside of the circle. So lucky. But that was so chaotic, man. 6 teams pushing for the same position. 2 teams were outside, but out of the 4 that were actually involved in the conflict, 1 player Only one player has survived. Out of 12 bodies, one body is still up and running.
Well, speaking of bodies here, look at the circle. It's pretty much TWE having a little bit of a nice spot themselves, but they are going to be sharing that mountain terrain alongside with Seoul. But Revenant and Xbox, they are going to be conquering the northwest corner of the circle. Very, very widespread. Seems to try to replicate what Hero Extreme Godlike is doing. It's a little bit greedy, but for now, it is safe until Stage 5 reveals themselves. But Hydra's inside Picado for the longest of time finally comes out. But this time, it is going to be a new challenger. It's going to be Rivalry NRI.
And that's a brilliant Molotov by Ninja, just delaying the opportunity for that nade, allowing him to reposition as well. Revenant X-Park from the backline, lend a helping hand as Rivalry NRI lose one of their players. But Ninja, it seems like he has been caught off guard. Two players trying to pick him apart in the backline. Turbo and Mox, they're going to be forced to stay at the edge as Rivalry NRI look to gain a breaching point from the southwestern edge of the circle.
Ninja, he's trying to regroup his teammates as well. His teammates are all inside the zone. Meanwhile, like you said as well, Revenant Expert is going to be taking pot shots at this. They lose one, but the circle still shifts into favor of TWOB and THWX Non-X Esports. But the fight in Picado still continuing here. Ninja, he is stalling the entire team for Rivalry and NRI, but he needs to win a big one. And guess what? He finds a finish himself, but he needs to find a way to regroup with his teammates here. No backup whatsoever. Him against the world. And looks like he will not be able to make things alive, and NRI finishes him off.
That was an unnecessary loss taken by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, all because of the distraction onto the two players in the backline. Turbo and Mox on the other side of the hill could not get involved in this fight. But Rivalry NRI, even their game is ruined now. The shots fired upon them. And I think Soham and Sarvar, they're in for a little too much that they can handle. Likita Esports on the other side. High ground against Hyderabad Hydras. Maybe if not Picado, then just outside of Picado, they settle their differences.
Exactly. Likita Esports, they're just third-partying after third-partying out of nowhere. They've got 4 finishes, but thinking about it as well, they were involved in more than 4 fights so far.
Yeah. And again, Hyderabad Hydra is always their main target. Southwestern edge of the zone in the control of Likita. They see Hydra from Troy Tamilian Esports. They know the shack that he is in, but they've held on to the trigger. They do not want to give away any unnecessary information to these teams.
Agreed. And of course, their spotting is all about the all-round slayer realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. Meanwhile, Ranveer, he actually gets spotted out, and that's going to be Likita Esports. The Thieves, do they get it? Yes, they do. Hectors will be able to secure it. And Likita Esports once again getting involved in a fight that nobody saw coming.
Yeah, no one saw that coming their way. Let's see how things turn out. Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to be stuck. Even Revenant X-Park have the vision, have the opportunity to go for a third party, but Likita Esports just straight up ram into them. Turbo knocked out. AJ finds the first trade, but Neo with the shutdown finds that frag. But let's not forget Revenant X-Park. You can see on the minimap shots fired towards Likita Esports. Goblin knocked out on one side, Viper on the other. And Revenant X-Park, they will be very happy securing these easy frags.
Oh no, everyone from Likita, they're pretty much stuck in this small little ditch. And the only way of exit is going to be those vehicles. Spray God is going to try and reposition his fight, but looks like they are pretty much done for as well. They set up a couple of smokes. And fortunately for them, that smoke is going to give them temporary solace. As Hector's pretty much ahead of the pack, upside in the zone. Leaving only Viper to fend for himself. Fortunately for them, they are able to pick him up. A Goblin already losing his life from the side of Likita Esports.
Yeah, just 2 players left from the side of Likita. Hector is there on the flank, but it is going to be difficult for him to move up, especially with TWOB and Troy Tamilian having the line of fire. But guess what I see? Seoul is still in this game with all 4 players, and they're already inside of the top 7, and this is when they can start turning up the heat. All they have to do is clear up that western front, and if they can finish off TWOB, TSWNON, and FS, Seoul can secure the chicken in this game.
Speaking of a chicken, TWOB, a veteran when it comes to LAN Finals, hasn't held the trophy yet. It's going to be putting Seoul at their place. Hunters almost getting knocked off Anonymous with the AK suppressor. The kick on the recoil might have cost him the potential knock, but still, damage has been done, but the knock comes through. Nakul actually falling down here, so they might be in a little bit of trouble here. They're not inside the zone yet.
Oh man, this is definitely going to be a challenge, but Some luckily is there to help his teammate back on his feet. Although even after the revive, exit options are limited for the players of Seoul. Kind of sandwich from TWOB and FS and THWNON. Manya spotted out, the knock almost coming through, but Anonymous is going to get knocked out instead. The trade does come through for TWOB, and it's Nakul and Some under pressure now. Some spotted out. Yashu almost finding the knock. Good cover fire coming in from Nakul, but Blue Zone can lend a helping hand to Seoul.
They have to reposition as well. They need to regroup. They're not exactly safe inside the zone, so they do have Hunters creeping up on them as well, but it seems like Hunters, they may be close, but they are in the uphill battle while they're rotating in as well. Nako is going to be shot from the north side. THWX non-X making sure Seoul does not have a good time. And guess what? They have the line of sight, and Rush Boy was able to get the knock here. Hunters might be able to lose his life there. It's down towards the final tick. It seems like the confirmation goes through, and Seoul, they get wiped by TWOB as well.
Yeah, the sandwich is cooked, and Seoul back to the lobby they go. THWNON and TWOB working in tandem over there. But look at what is happening on the radar. Likita Esports, they pick their opportunity to strike. Moving in for the players of TWOB. Spot out one. Neo, why did he let go of the trigger? Almost finding the knock, but now big sign of concern as the third party comes through. They needed to control that ridge to deny the line of fire to Revenant Xbox, but it seems like Likita Esports, a mistake in calculation is going to result them a top 4 finish in this game.
That was so awkward, and now TWOB, they find some sort of confirmations, but everyone down here is pretty much stuck. FS is taking shots, Revenant Xbox as well, and THWX non-X, they've sent one player, the kind of third party, these two teams looking to survive in what little space left inside this zone. And they have to wrap things up. TWOB still having 4 players, they have 8 finishes. This is a big game for them.
It is definitely going to be a big game. This is the game that puts TWOB in a wonderful spot in the overall leaderboard. They will be able to close in on that top 8. And Yashu, look at him. He wants to make that bounce. Hector's position compromised, or maybe not. The nade overshoots, and Hector is just waiting. Switches weapon, might be at the wrong time, and the punish is there. Viper cannot strike anything over here. It's a 1v4, and all of the players of TWOB just make that bounce. Look at the esports. They get wiped out, all because of a few mistakes in judgment.
Oh my goodness, Hector, he could have won them, make the fight a little bit easier, but that mistake, so unfortunate here. But again, a big game for TWOB. This is a well-needed game for them. They need the chicken dinner to stand a chance to try and catch up for the top 8. 4 teams remaining, TWOB, Revenant Xbox, THWX, Non-X Esports, and also FS Esports once again, Johnny.
Man, this is consistency to the next level, and FS, we have seen this banner again and again, but now this year might be their year, especially with how they are playing in the semi-finals. But the zone, it forces them to take control of this northern hill. It still relatively keeps them in the same position, so nothing changes for FS.
This is a very important one for FS Esports because right now they have 0 finishes. Top 4 doesn't give them a lot of points. You need at least roughly about 8 to 9 points consistently every single game.
Listen, I see they're playing the OG strat now. OG did the same thing, and that safety cushion that FS developed in that previous game of Erangel is what they're banking on at this point. Even if they break in the top 3, secure 2-3 eliminations, that is all FS needs. Their average is still going to be over 8 points.
Now Sarang looking to lob the nades. He might be able to find the confirmation, but the spray comes through. Anonymous getting 1 knock, and TWOB going for the rush, and they lose Kana as well. Anonymous holding for their dear lives. Yashu looking to clutch things out, and Revenant Xbox might actually lose their life. But with this push coming in as well, the third party from afar, THW, not giving them some room to breathe as well.
And look at that, the finish feed. The finish is confirmed by the players of FS. They see these bodies out into the open. And Revenant Xbox, a big blunder in judgment from them as well as they decide to rotate from the blue, and Shadow gets knocked out by the play zone. Revenant X-Pac wiped out from this game, and all of a sudden FS are getting those eliminations that they desperately needed from this match, and they get that top 3 as well. It gives them 5 placement points. They need 3 eliminations, and that average is going to be way beyond 8 points per match on the overall ranking.
Oh my god, Superman, my goodness, what a player. Yashu having 5 finishes, Superman with 4, TWOB making life miserable for everyone in this game. And like you said, FS Esports in prime position to take this chicken. But the battle between THW as well as TWOB and Revenant X-Pac has pretty much put all 3 teams in a gutter. And Revenant X-Pac was eliminated, but THW losing 1, TWOB losing 2. And right now, they have to be at a stalemate because FS Esports starting slowly but surely creeping into the next phase of the zone. And THW might be able to scout things out, but it seems like FS, they want to wrap things up with TWOB.
Yeah, they got to move inside the circle first, look for those easier fights, and I think as of now, the man advantage they have, the big one is against the players of TWOB. Dreams have been left in the back lines, a big risky play, because THW can take him out at any time, but THW, they want to take the fight against the players of TWOB. Superman and Yashu with those nades. If they find those openers, then I think the chicken dinner might be guaranteed to the players of FS all, because they have 4 players and they have the northern edge of the circle as well. In the back lines, they find the opener. Levi knocked and finish, and FS, I think, lads, get ready for the back-to-back chicken dinner.
4 versus 2 versus 2. And as of yet, who's fighting for top 2 is pretty clear right now. It all depends on THW and versus TWOB. Which T is going to be the stronger T? 1 + 1 = 2. And FS Esports will know that they won this chicken dinner. But do they want those finishes is going to be the question, because as of yet, nobody's making a move yet.
They're waiting. They're just stalking this fight. They're waiting to see. They're waiting for the finish feed to dance again, to see a name pop up, and that hasn't happened yet. Rush, he's so lucky, man. Those 2 nades gave me a heart attack. That Molotov, he's barely surviving with pixels, and now he pushes out, gets the knock, Superman down and out. The trade comes through for TWOB, but FS, the pounce comes on, and now it's a 4v1. The back-to-back winner chicken dinner for FS Esports is guaranteed, because TWOB are down to their last man. 1 versus 4. He gets a knock. Can he get one more? He will not succeed, as FS Esports, their mission is a success. I believe 3 eliminations, 13 points. I see you asking for 8. They give you a bonus, man.
Chicken dinner in the hands of FS Esports, back-to-back in 2 different lobbies. FS Esports, a strong contender for the semi-finals right now, or maybe even qualifying towards the grand finals thus far. But the only team out of 32 teams with 3 winner chicken dinners thus far.
I mean, this time it wasn't even luck, by the way. This was pure skill. And also, well, do we call it luck when everyone just fights among themselves and takes each other out?
Hey, sometimes God's plan, baby. God's plan. Today is FS Esports Day, 100%. But you have to give credit towards TWOB, because that was a very, very long fight, because they came out with at least 13 finishes. Even the final moment as well, they were able to take 1 point off FS Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they get a bonus going out in the end. And TWB, as you said, a brilliant performance coming in, a brilliant bounce back. Top 2 with those eliminations does put them, it gives them a big leap on the overall leaderboard. And yes, I mean, that was not expected from TWB, so kudos to them. Revenant X-Pac, they tried their level best, but kind of did not succeed. They were eliminated, what, 4th in this match?
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them as well. But Revenant X-Pac, they have been consistent, but at the same time, they are struggling to close up games. And that's going to be a problem for them as well, because eventually, if they don't start picking up the slack, chances of them qualifying for the grand finals is going to be near to none as well, because the gap is going to be way higher as well.
Exactly.
And obviously, you know, none of the teams are going to be eliminated for sure, but do you want the first ticket out of the plane, or do you want the second ticket out of the plane?
Man, you get there first, you get the best seats, right?
Exactly. You just watch and enjoy the show.
Exactly, and I think Revenant Xbox finishing in the middle pack is fine if you get like 6 to 7 eliminations every match, but that is not happening. They're struggling to get those finishes as well, and that is why it might be a big problem for Revenant Xbox to break in the top 8 right now, unless they have a big bombastic performance like the one TWOB just had in this match.
Agreed. But in case you missed out on the action as well, let's take a look at the highlights on how things actually happened as well in the Picado fight, where Likita Esports and Hyderabad Hydras supposed to actually have action, but it seems like Hyderabad Hydras, they were the ones that got actually completely shut down by a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, two different teams tried to pounce on Hyderabad Hydras. First, it was Versatile. They dealt with them with a little bit of help of Likita Esports, but then Likita Esports went somewhere else and Rivalry NRI moved in to wipe Hyderabad Hydras instead. TWOB, man, impressive run, and Likita Esports, I think they slipped up just an inch. First, it was that trigger not being held for a split second longer, and then it was the weapon switch coming in from Hector, and both those mistakes brutally punished by TWOB.
You know, it's really awkward for them as well. And even THWX.X, we didn't see too much action from them, but they were the ones that are taking pot shots all the way from the north side, alongside with FS Esports. And this is the only time we saw FS Esports finally make their attack, and it was only for like, what? Oh, I'm here to take the chicken dinner. It's okay. I'm not interested in the finish point. 10 points is good enough for me. And we talked about this as well. On average, 10 points per game out of 12 is what? 120 points. So that pretty much gives you a guaranteed slot into its Grand Finals.
And my calculation was off again because they got 5 eliminations FS Esports. So that's 15 points from this game. They had 21 in the previous one, 15 in this one, 36 in 2 games today.
Hey, that's a pretty big win for them. And again, you know, the expected cutoff, the predicted cutoff based on the previous match of quarterfinals was 46, wildcards was 42. If you times 2, because it's 12 matches, right, instead of 6, it's times 2, pretty much you need about 95 points, 92, 94 points to pretty much get the top 8 out of all 32 teams qualified to semifinals.
I mean, impressive calculation from you, impressive performance from FS Esports. But I think now they get to take a break, right? They've gotten those 36 points for the day, more than enough. And last game, they can just sit and enjoy the action.
Well, it is indeed here, because this next upcoming match here is going to be between Group C going up against Group D to decide their fates on who will be at the top after this match. But for now, we're going to be taking a very short break. We'll see you guys right after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 semifinals. My name is IcyBaby12 and he is Big Boy Necro as we take you through the journeys of the semifinals itself in the English broadcast. And now we are in day number 2. We saw one of the most interesting facts happen as well, because a team that no one kind of saw them coming in from the semifinals. And I think I heard a couple of times here that FS Esports was mentioned during quarterfinals, wildcards, but again, it wasn't like the biggest highlight thus far. And now, they're the only team with 3 chicken dinners. And just now, back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners in 2 different groups here, Necro.
That's the crazy part about FS Esports, right? It's one of those wild cards that can swing back to life anytime. And FS Esports, with this 2 chicken dinners, they're probably going to be there in the top 3 without any problems. None of us saw this coming, as you mentioned, just coming in out of nowhere, scooping up that chicken dinner. Generally speaking, even TWOB were able to rack up a lot of those elimination points in the previous game. A decent game from TWOB too.
Exactly, a big game coming from TWOB. But for you guys watching at home here as well, realme P3 Ultra 5G, the all-round slayer, is currently out. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment is currently out. And if you guys want to stand a chance to walk away with it, do search it up on Google as well as Flipkart. Just search it, realme P3 Ultra Pro 5G. It is, after all, the best phone for you guys out in the market as of yet. Now, TWOB. This is a very big game for them.
Yes.
And I think they have a very okay-ish start yesterday. It's not exactly the greatest. They were somewhat at the bottom of the pack. But with this game coming through, it gives them somewhat of a fighting chance here, Necro.
It indeed does. For TWOB, this has been the best possible game inside of the semifinals so far. And as you mentioned, it's also going to be a momentum setter for them. Now for TWB, all they need to do is just maintain the consistency, and that's been the main concern with a lot of these teams, man. Metal Esports is a prime example of that. Yesterday, at the end of the day, they managed to secure a chicken dinner, but then after that, Metal Esports just completely lost out on the consistency. Hopefully, the same terrain is not going to be followed by the players of TWB here.
Agreed. And after this match as well, pretty much almost all 32 teams has pretty much played the halfway mark in the journey in the first week of semifinals as well. Total of 12 matches is going to be played, and a majority of teams after this match is going to be play a 6 match as well. So that is where we know that this is going to be the halfway point as well for a lot of teams to try and bounce back in towards the top 8 after the overall. But for now, let's take a look at the MVP of that match, this game. From the side of TWOB, we have Yashu with a total of 7 finishes.
1,083 damage dished out with the assist of 2 and 1 headshot from Yashu. As I mentioned, TWB, that was quite a frag-heavy game from the boys. Even Revenant Spark not doing too bad. Things could have been better, but they choked up the fight against the players of TWB. That's why they were eliminated in the final few moments. 5 elimination points secured from Spray God 2. You've got Superman right there from TWB getting 4, and even Viper getting 3 eliminations. And then you've got Kana once again from TWB getting 3. I expected a lot more even from the side of Seoul, but Seoul was just getting tunnel vision by TWB for such a long time.
Agreed. But with that being said, FS Esports, they may have gotten the triple chicken dinner, and they're currently 6 matches tied with Cincinnati Kids, and they're only 3 points apart. They are currently in top 2 position. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be on 3rd position with 63 points himself. Orangutan also played 6 matches. They do have 48 points. So the top 3 in towards the top 4, there is a huge gap of at least 20 points. So that is going to be something that a lot of teams are a little bit worried as well. And they have to actually play catch up because the second half here as well, top 9, 37 points. That's very, very far to actually catch up.
That is true, man. A Herculean task ahead of them, but gotta feel proud for the players of FS Esports. The way they pull off those 2 chicken dinners, instantly just placing themselves in the top 2 of the overall standings. 3rd page pops up. Once again, a few names that are quite concerning. GlitchX Reborn, Likita Esports. Since Likita Esports is such a renowned name, them struggling is honestly a big concern.
Well, they still have 2 more matches to play as well, so they do have some sort of ways to actually catch up to them as well. Team Tamila's 4 rivalry is also going to be a team that has not played their 2 matches, Seoul not playing their 2 matches, THWX Non-X Esports haven't played their 2 matches. Well, all these teams still has a chance to actually catch up. So in this next 2 matches that they play, they need big games in order to catch up towards the top 8.
As we mentioned, they've played less matches comparatively, so yes, they definitely do have a big chance of pulling off a chicken dinner, maybe even a comeback big time in the overall standings. But just the way the FS Esports played, honestly, that's also going to be a confidence booster for a lot of these teams, right? Watching a team get that back-to-back chicken dinner, instantly catapulting themselves in the top 2. Even teams like Seoul can pull a chicken dinner like that. A lot of the other teams that are still there on the latter half of the board can pull off the same comeback.
Exactly, and now in these 2 matches for them respectively, they have to pull off a comeback of what they did from the wildcard stages as well as the quarterfinals as well, right? So when we talk about those stages, they've only played a total of 6 matches, and the cutoff during quarterfinals was 46 points, and from wildcard was 42 points. So right now, if you want to be in the top 8, you need to at least have 42 to 46 points to stand a chance after a total of 6 matches.
That is true. Now, let's not forget, IC, we still got a few more teams like Cincinnati Kids once again stepping back in the playing field. And it's a really big concern. If Cincinnati Kids is playing these constant games, if they're getting the consistent performance due on the board, that means they're pretty much going to create the vacuum in the overall standings. Just secure that first spot for themselves, keep on creating that vacuum. The other teams will start to suffocate. I do understand still at the end of the day, top 8 is somewhere you want to find yourself in. But man, Cincinnati Kids, the way they're playing, it seems like there's no stopping them. Group C is going to be on the screen. Team Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports, Metal Esports. Generally speaking, for Metal Esports, this game has to be it. If they do not perform right here, once again, the same woes continue.
Agreed. And Group D here, this is going to be their 5th match played thus far. Hyderabad Hydras, Versatile, Phoenix Esports, THW X Non-X Esports, Seoul, Team Damilas, Ligita Esports, and Rivalry X NRI. So Rivalry X NRI is going to be a team from the Undergods category that is currently in the top 8 position with only 4 matches played. So that means they do have a very, very strong chance to actually take over Cincinnati Kids. But technically, you must understand, 4 games versus 6 games played. Cincinnati Kids, they may have 6 games in the bag, but them now playing the 7th match, that means that if they don't have a big game again, they might just lose the throne.
Look, in the upcoming game, everyone's going to be looking at the players that look at the Esports, Seoul, and even Phoenix Esports.
Yep.
And speaking of Phoenix Esports, they're doing the worst so far. They are not able to get any sort of points in all the games that they've been playing so far. They're taking those drop fights, instantly getting 0 elimination points. I do understand, I picked Phoenix Esports, and now you probably want to taunt me as well.
No,
yeah,
no,
just
no.
say it.
No, I'm not you, you know.
Okay.
Please, I'm a good guy.
Wow.
Because
Really?
I just wanted to say that Venom, in his interview, talked a very, very big game. There was a question asked, what do you think about drop clashing against Revenant Xbox? Does not matter. It's 4 points. And guess what? For easiest 4 points of Revenant Xbox life, because that was a complete wipeout on Phoenix.
It was not just a wipeout, it was a flawless wipeout from Revenant Xbox, not even dropping a single body in that entire kerfuffle. And generally speaking, it's a major sign of concern for Phoenix Esports, because now they're just not able to get any sort of points in the overall table. The only way I see for Phoenix Esports is to back away, try and play for safety till the final few moments, then maybe strike a few elimination points combined with a lot of placement points as well. That's the only way Phoenix Esports can pull off a comeback. But for now, let's move on towards the last game of the day.
The final game here for the semi-finals of realme BGIS. Day number 2. 2025 is happening right here, right now. It is going to be a match between both Group C and, of course, Group of Destruction. Circle is going to be not shown yet. The flight path coming in from the northeast corner of the map, south of Kamishki, passing through Rozok, and then ending towards the outskirts west of Hospital. So it is a pretty northwestern flight path for some of these teams, and military base is going to be very, very far off here, Necro.
It indeed will be. Military base that far away, that means there's going to be a lot of that vacuum created towards the northern side of the map. Teams are going to try to drop in for the pit stop, get their hands on the basic weaponry, get their hands on the vehicle, and then maybe move down south. And we might just see a lot of pit stop collisions at this point. And I'm a big fan of pit stop clashes. Cincinnati Kids might just be involved in that too, since they like to go all the way down south towards Ferry Pier.
Well, speaking of Ferry Pier, this is going to be a little bit of an awkward spot coming in as well, because I don't know where this circle is going to be happening as well. Because if the circle shifts towards military base, which we haven't seen for a very, very long time, but just now, that circle, which is very, very close towards the shorelines as well, where allowed FS Esports to take the cake, it feels like if the circle shifts down south right now, every single team in this flight path is going to struggle. But fortunately for them, it's not going to go down south. It is going to be Yasnaya in the play, Rozok as well, but we do have a little bit of drop clash right now, Necro.
TSW Non-X against the players of Reckoning Esports, and Viper's all by himself. The man's got his hands on the bow and the arrow. Not the best possible weaponry you should be having in a situation like this. Viper is trapped all by himself with a Tommy gun in his hands. He does not even have the shotgun to back him up, and eventually Viper gets eliminated from this game. Reckoning Esports, they're left quite unsettled. They want to go for their revenge against the players of THW Non-X, but Reckoning Esports realizes the fight's too early.
Well, the fight indeed is too early as well. THWX Non-X was able to get in towards the top 3 finish in the previous map themselves, so they are somewhat in the lead in this game in particular, but hold that thought for now. What's going on?
I see. You completely missed out on this. Phoenix Esports is chasing the players of Hades. They dropped towards Yasna Polian. At the moment they got the vehicle and a decent weaponry, they instantly started chasing the players of Team Hades. But look at what happens. The plan backfires on the players of Phoenix Esports. Everything is now starting to crumble down. Aimbot, he needs to get the revival on his fallen comrades.
Oh no, the spray down comes through. Aimbot, he's going to put him in the car and try and save the rest as well. Can they save anyone more? The only one he saved is pretty much Venom as well. H4K, Hades, pretty much shutting down the members from Phoenix. What happened? Because this is a complete disaster for Phoenix. I don't know what happened because 2 days in a row, they're just getting completely shut down by everyone right now.
Absolute blunder this was. Phoenix Esports dropped towards Yasna Poliana. They got the basic loot done and instantly started chasing the players of Team Hades. I'm not even sure what exactly the game plan was. I'm sure Phoenix Esports thought that Hades is already struggling in the overall standings, so they should be free points. But Phoenix Esports, instead, all the plans just backfired. You've also got Soul locking horns against Mastermind Mavericks. Soul did get those enough points. And now they're still on the prowl, on the chase against the remaining players of Mastermind Mavericks.
Well, in this case, Soul, they are in contention to try and bounce back here. They need a big game. Miramar wasn't exactly the greatest. They still made top 6, but look at this. Manya, he scouts out members coming from Mastermind Mavericks, a team that was dominating the leaderboard coming in from the quarterfinals, currently hasn't made their mark as the undergods yet.
Yeah, Mastermind Mavericks, they've lost out on one man. Soul knows they collected that one elimination point in Rozhok. And that's why they wanted to hunt down the players of Mastermind Mavericks, because Soul knows they've got the man advantage. And Soul will back away from that spot too. Probably move in towards Rozhok, get their loot done. But for Mastermind Mavericks, man, that was a close call.
It is indeed a very, very close call. Losing Maxper, it's fine, but again, Adi is currently in the position from the side of Mastermind Mavericks as the potential MVP in terms of individual skills. And currently, all the stats coming from the quarterfinals and semifinals will be taken into account. Wildcard, unfortunately, will not be taken into consideration for those awards here.
I'm still laughing about that Phoenix Esports situation. I just can't believe it. They genuinely thought that Team Hades will be the easier bunch to take down, but then instead Hades, without breaking a sweat, just eliminated the players of Phoenix Esports. That could have been just one last man standing this early for Phoenix, but luckily enough, Aimbot, he shoved one of his teammates back in the vehicle and instantly backed away towards Yasna Poliana once again.
Well, fortunately for them, they are able to somewhat reset 2 men against the world, but seeing how the circle is as of yet, I'm still unsure where this circle is going to be. It's been a while since we've seen it on the north side, so it should be somewhere on the south side of Yasnaya. The intersection on the southeast corner of the quadrant of the circle is still, especially where THW non-X is a very, very hot spot during the grind stages as well. We saw a lot of open fields during the Medusa's intersection. So that's something that I think a lot of these teams do have to worry about if it's going to be open fields, because in order to hold down those 4, you need 4 men in order to survive it, and also a lot of vehicles to kind of have some sort of a bunker themselves.
Rozhok, contested by Soul. Versatile as well. They've been struggling so far. Things haven't been that smooth. Look at the esports towards Ruins now. Even they've moved up, done with the looting phase. Real concerns rising for Team Tamilas and Diesel Esports. Both the teams, they haven't really found that groove yet. The form is lost. For Team Tamilas, the way they played the quarterfinals, it was absolutely mesmerizing. But now that transition towards the semifinals week 1, it's been dicey.
Yes, it is dicey as well. But fortunately for them, just now they were able to get the chicken dinner for themselves in the map, Sanhok. Well, that is going to be a little bit of an awkward spot here, considering that right now everyone is eyeing for those chickens and those finish points. We know for a fact that the only team that is currently in the top 3 with a dominating performance is Hero Extreme Godlike, with no chicken dinners.
Indeed. And something that's going to help you with your games secure a lot more chicken dinners is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, smartest AI gaming control, and of course the world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more interesting rewards.
Speaking of interesting rewards, Genesis Esports, this is a team that has made names during their grind stages as well. Apollo, being the clutch meister for yesterday himself, was able to get up some decent amount of placement points and finish points. But Cyrex is that dirty thief. And so far, we haven't seen a lot of action coming from Genesis, especially in the previous maps as well. Even that Miramar game, they were struggling to find some sort of gameplay. But VXT, now this is going to be a very, very important recovery match coming from them in terms of morale and momentum, because they had a very, very unfortunate demise against Hyderabad Hydras in the previous match in Miramar itself.
And looking at the circle too, it's forming in such a standard terrain that it's actually going to be really tough to play it. Everyone has played these sort of circles so many times in their lifetime that they know exactly how to figure their way around the nooks and crannies. And that's why it will be tough to play with. It's just that familiar.
Well, right now, speaking of familiarity here, Stage 2 gives you a very, very clear idea where the circle is going to be happening as well. This is going to decide everyone's fate right now. Is it going to be north or is it going to be south? Because the moment you hit south, it is going to be terrible. But guess what? It is going to be the mountain terrains outside of shooting range. So Genesis prime position, and those compounds is one of the best to hold everyone out. However, it is very exposed for easy nades on towards those compounds where Genesis is actually hitting for as well. So this is going to be a very interesting as well. Of course, the crash plain sight is also going to be up for grabs in the shooting range. And it is going to be a tough one as well because this circle itself, there are not a lot of cover.
Exactly my point. Genesis in the smack center. And now a lot of these teams are going to start to accumulate around the players of Genesis so they can also be the center of attraction, which is of course never a good thing. And Genesis, maybe playing it anonymous can also be the way to go. But the compound they have, they constantly will need to defend that.
I think GlitchX Reborn just doesn't want to take any spots yet, knowing that it is Stage 2. If it shifts south, great for them. But if they overcommit north, it is going to be a death sentence for them. But guess what? GlitchX Reborn, they find a rotation, legit takes some serious damage. Metal needs to re-rotate and rotate somewhere else because now they're getting completely shot at.
Yeah, the man's going to be safe for now, though. Legit still somehow makes it back to safety. Finds a bit of that Wizard Tower to play with. That's also going to be semblance of cover. Legit should be safe. Metal Esports, they've lost out on one man already. They cannot afford to lose out on Legit too. That's going to be a major chunk of the firepower missing in the game itself. And we know how inconsistent Metal Esports has been. They do have an okay amount of points in the overall standings, but consistency is something Metal Esports needs to bring in. Let's not forget, you need to end your journey in the week 1 in the top 8.
Oh boy, speaking of journey here, Metal Esports having those gas stations is great to hold down the fort if the circle shifts up north, but their legs are going to be exposed to multiple angles, so they need to be a little bit careful while playing those gas stations pit stops, because in that zone, like I said as well, northeast, especially south side of 70, is all open playing fields, but seems like we do see a crash in as well. GlitchX Reborn gonna flush them out.
Metal Esports Thunder all by himself against the entirety of GlitchX Report. 4 players stacked right next to each other, but even Phoenix Esports, they come in and third party this from the far fray. Phoenix Esports just securing those elimination points. Aimbot is too exposed. He needs to get back in the vehicle and patch himself up, and that's what he exactly does.
This is so dirty of Phoenix. Like, they don't have the best position, but this small little pit stop put a dent on towards the fight of both Metal as well as GlitchX Reborn. And they're like, you know what, I'm gonna hit and run. If I get a finish point, great, let's get out. Nicely done coming from them. 2 players with very, very limited options of what they can do. But now with Stage 3 coming in, is it going to be north or is it going to be south? Because this is going to decide on how they want to take this fight. Is it going to be long range or mid range? As a lot of teams are already heading in towards the zone. But guess what? The circle actually shifts back to Rozok, so it is not going to be a north fight.
The circle just taking curveballic shifts after curveballic shifts. And Metal Esports sprints OG. He's getting tracked to perfection. Elimination point confirmed by Sol, though. Sama steals it away, and Phoenix Esports, they're going to be pissed about that.
Wait a minute. Didn't Aimbot get a finish onto the gas station on Metal? Seems like they've got 0 finish points. And even that not coming there means that they have 0 finish points.
Oh my god, if you're Phoenix Esports, there's no way you're not mad at that scenario.
You know what? Let's play spoilers for everybody else. That might be the game plan here for Phoenix.
Nothing's been working out. Phoenix Esports is not able to acquire any sort of points today. All the games they have played, they've managed to get next to none points. And this is concerning for Phoenix Esports' stance in the overall. But let's just hope today's day is not their way. The upcoming days, they've still got enough game to prove their worth.
This is interesting. You know, I was expecting Genesis to actually hold this compound, but it seems like it's actually Sol that holding this compound first. But it seems like as soon as I say this, guess what? Legit, he is going to be wiped off. Metal pretty much done and dusted in this fight. While the teams on the south side, well, these guys are still inside the school vicinity. Hasn't exactly break past with Rozok yet. They are going to be having a little bit of a run in here. And that's going to be Team Tamilas going up against Diesel.
Diesel Esports. Another team that's concerning. Diesel Esports needs these points too. So many desperate names now starting to pop up. Team Tamilas included. Team Tamilas is like a switch. Sometimes they turn themselves on in a good way, and sometimes you just never see that performance. And for Diesel Esports, they do have the firepower, but for some reason it feels like Diesel Esports' game plans, they're just not working out.
Hey man, sometimes in life, desperate times calls for desperate measures. And in this case, when you're desperate, you do whatever it takes to come up on top. And in this case, will they be able to bounce back? Are they desperate yet? Is going to be the question.
But all we know is that they need to come up on top. Team Tamilas next to Cincinnati Kids. Juicy's backing away. Aditya is going to be the casualty. CK with a 3-man squad. Once again, I'm sure CK just wants to get a consistent game. Even if they manage to get 8 points in this one, that's going to be more than enough. They've touched the average. Juicy's catching a lot of bullets against him. It's completely okay, though.
What do you mean? That's the Bugatti, man.
Yeah, but you see, they've just got a lot of money. They can buy a lot of new Bugattis.
No comments. But alright, moving on. NRI, one of the undergods, looking to try to catch up with the rest of the pack in this 32 matches. But the circle, guess what? Shifts out of Rozok. It's going to put Soul smack middle of the zone. Soul has one of the prime position to hold down the fort. But again, those compounds are great and all, but is exposed to multiple angles from north, west, and east side. So one perfectly placed nade and a rush could be the demise of Soul as of yet. So execution level is going to be mid-tier, at least 2-star out of 3 difficulty. And it all comes down to, will the rest of the wolves give them the benefit of the doubt to hold down the fort?
Exactly the concern. Even Soul's looking to tackle. And as you mentioned, soon a lot of teams are going to start to stack up around that vicinity. So Soul was going to be the center of attraction. GlitchX Reborn. For now, they've got an okay spot. It's not something GlitchX Reborn's going to be happy with, but it's something they need to work with.
Exactly.
Not a lot of options available at the end of the day. You've got so many teams rotating from the bridge lines too. And GlitchX Reborn, they mess up big time. What was Rex doing on that gas station? That was such a big mistake. They knew there was a team around that vicinity too, but still GlitchX Reborn, they went for the odds, and it just did not work out. Versatile Raiden knocked out. The confirmation's going to be there soon. It's not a problem.
Look at all these sharks. Everyone from the west side, they don't have a place to hide. They're just circling around, waiting to potentially find a third party. And THW X non-X, we have Likitas, we have Versatile, everyone on the west side looking for an opportunity to strike. But guess what? Versatile, they're going to crash on the Phoenix. Do they realize that they're weak? And they need to call in the entire team. It seems like they will come in. S-Power with this Molotov. They flush one out, and that's going to be one knock. Venom goes down first. And Phoenix leaving only one player left, but the third party comes through. Guess what? Soul actually finding a couple knocks themselves.
Oh, but Aimbot, he's here to spoil a few dreams as he finds the knock in the confirmation against Somraj. For Versatile, the game's spoiled. What can you do if you're Versatile? You're placed in such an awkward spot. You've only got one man standing, and the other's knocked out. Somraj got confirmed by Aimbot a while ago. Phoenix Esports, that's the only elimination point they've managed to acquire. Even for Phoenix Esports, it's desperate times. Aimbot's now patching himself up with the bandage.
I genuinely feel bad for Versatile. They tried their best, but they get completely shut down. But now another engagement on the Northwest. Rivalry, NRI going up against Ligita Esports. And the third party coming in from Hades H4K. Looking to try and stop them in his track. Sawar all by himself. Viper looking to clutch things out. He will be able to trade them off. But as of yet, can they get the reset? Because Hades H4K is going to be dropping nades on them.
Gojo's still knocked out. Soham is back upon his feet, so that's a good thing. A nade parade from the side of Team Hades. Since Hades managed to get those 2 elimination points against Phoenix Esports, that was the exact warm-up they needed in the game. Rivalry NRI still, they're in a concerning spot. They're in a problematic spot. A beautiful place. Nade from the side of Rivalry is going to find a return knock against Likita Esports. And now the fight's taken down to a 2v2. Rivalry and RI having an equal shot at winning the fight.
Pressure is real. Hades, they came in, they third-partied, and they just completely left this fight for them to conclude themselves, giving them unnecessary pressure. You can see the hesitations from Likita. But Goblin, he finds a knock, and Neo going for the jump shot. They find two. They salvage the situation, but the Molotovs are coming in. Rivalry and RI is able to put the full stop, but the fight is not over yet because finally Hades, H4K comes in, cleans house.
Yeah. Goblin coupled with Neo, an absolute deadly duo, but Neo is now chipped up real low, and Goblin is shrouded still inside of the smoke behind that vehicle. For how long can Goblin keep his position anonymous? Draxi, he had no clue, stepped in and he instantly got shut down by Goblin. Goblin with the anonymous angle is able to find a lot of value. He steps out, gets another man down, now on the verge of taking down the third player as well. Goblin, the main playmaker, the man who can save the day for Likita Esports, coupled up with Neo once again. This duo can strike down the entirety of Hades, and that's what they do. What a play from Goblin that was, and even Neo saving the day for the team.
What did we just watch? The savior, the playmaker, the clutch god, Goblin 64. What is that reaction? What is that flick? Goblin 64. Likita Esports wipes the floor on this northwest corner. 7 finishes in the bag. They get the reset. 3 man alive. And guess what? They still have time to make inside the zone as well, because inside the zone, look at this. 11 teams remaining. And we have submarines known as Cincinnati Kids playing under the bridge.
They're the living turrets. Shots quite precise from Mighty. Needs to go for the fresh magazine. We'll get it too. And once again continues to pepper those shots against Team Tumulus.
Oh.
Look at the Esports eventually get eliminated by the players of Seoul. But still, they did a lot of damage, specifically Goblin and Neo. This deadly duo, they made miracles happen.
Hey, they tried their best, man. Like, I was expecting more, but I wasn't expecting the third party to come through. But so they did it really well. But again, we do see a lot of fishes in the waters as well. Adi from the side, Team Mastermind Mavericks pretty much stuck from the south side. And Cincinnati Kids going to be going for those kind of third parties and trying to hunt them down on those fishes under this bridge.
Reckoning Esports is out in the open. Soul, they've got the line of sight on the players too, and Soul is constantly taking shots in the front. Return fire on top of Hunters, but he's going to be safe for now. But look at Reckoning Esports, so close to the players of Soul. Hunters cannot keep himself exposed for too long. If Reckoning Esports, even they spot a glimmer, that's going to be more than enough for them to put an end to Hunter's story. But Soul, with all the 4 players standing, 11 finishes acquired so far, this seems like a nuclear performance on the way.
Well, they have to do it as well. A big game, a big comeback. They pulled down the compound for the longest of time. I talked about this as well. 2-star difficulty out of 3 stars. And they somehow hold on. 5 finishes for Knuckle. 2 for Salme. 4 for Hunters. And they continue to do so. They still have a lot of ammunition. Every single team is surrounding this compound. But as soon as I say this, Manya, the IGL, he gets taken out.
I told you, Reckoning Esports is going to be the biggest threat. Seoul was exposing themselves for too long, and that's where Manya gets struck by Reckoning. The next zone's going to shift right on top of the players of Reckoning Esports. Even Genesis are in contention. And look at Aimbot from Phoenix Esports. Still somehow the man's alive.
My goodness, Phoenix. How is he still alive? Like, Aimbot, really? Like, that was insane. That is insane. But all things considered, all kinds of insanity will be brought out to the earth eventually. 9 teams remaining. Hyderabad Hydras, GlitchX Reborn, all on the east side. And Seoul will be gatekeeping them as well. But on the south side, we have Mastermind Mavericks and also Cincinnati Kids. But it doesn't matter because Seoul is going to be the biggest obstacle from the teams in the northeast right now.
Yeah, GlitchX Reborn, Diesel Esports, Hyderabad Hydras. How can he breach through? Unless if they try and breach it from the northern side where Aimbot is positioned, that can be the easiest possible breaching point. But hold on to that thought. GlitchX Reborn. He gets struck. And he never saw this coming. It's like a surprise package that just unfolded on his face. Even Hyderabad Hydras, they start to make the mad dash towards the compound. But Knuckle is able to find some crucial knocks. Backed up with Hunters. AJ gets knocked out. AJ instantly gets confirmed too. Turbo, the only man up close and personal against the players of Seoul. Even Diesel Esports, they collapse on top of Hunter. Diesel can put the spanner in the works, but Salme gets struck by Turbo, and that was the initial knock that was needed for Hyderabad Hydras. Now the remaining players can close up.
Oh no, even Hunters, he got picked off by Diesel. This is not looking good for Seoul. They have so much more finishes, and now only Nako remains.
The moment you started praising Seoul, this is the way they go down.
Well, such is life, but all things considered, he's not over yet. Nako is still alive though. 14 finishes in the bag. And now Hyderabad Hydras still holding on as well as a solo player. Turbo tries to make it inside of the zone. And Diesel, they found their opening to cross the gatekeeps coming from Seoul right now.
Turbo trapped in the house. Not a lot of possible exits available. Knuckle as well, the same storyline follows up. Diesel Esports in the nearby vicinity looking pretty good. You've got Akshat from GlitchX Reborn just crawling and creeping his way inside of the safety. Reckoning Esports with 2 men. They've got a decent cover. Genesis Esports. They've got a lot of that cover to play with too. And also a lot of area control. So Genesis Esports can be the potential winner if they play their cards right.
Well, 8 teams remaining. But as of yet, in terms of manpower, Diesel has the most amount of men alive in their team, followed by Genesis with 3 men. They are the 2 teams potentially taking the game in this fight. GlitchX Reborn bowing out on 8th position. And Cincinnati Kids, they're still clearing out those fishes here. But Nako with the nade from Turbo. That will be the end of Seoul's rampage in this game.
Yeah, everyone that's watching the English broadcast, flame icy. Simple. The moment he started praising Seoul, the moment he said it's all about Seoul now, they're just on the verge of pulling off a mega performance, this is what happens.
Hey man, such is life. You win some, you lose some. But still, a good game coming from Seoul. 6 teams remaining. A potential bounce back coming from Diesel. An under-god team that did so well from the quarterfinals, making it this year. And now day 2 and the final game for day 2. This might be it. This might be the comeback that they need to try and qualify for top 8.
Yeah, but they don't really have a lot of elimination points, right? So that's a concern. Diesel Esports, now it's going to be the time where they start to funnel in those elimination points. Rack them up. All the 4 players available. Diesel Esports can go for the extra bit of risk factor too. And that might just work out. Turbo's still in the sidelines. This one man, he can also be the spanner. Cincinnati Kids still all the way underneath with just a 2-man squad. They can't really do a lot. Cincinnati Kids themselves now, they're absolutely trapped. The only way out is by finding a single knock against Genesis Esports, but even that seems tough, and you've got a man like Apollo holding the edge.
It all comes down to timing. Circle in the hands of Genesis Esports. They have a very, very interesting hit glitch that they can use, but only if they hold down the fort. Because speaking of which, guess what? Diesel, they may have had the man advantage. They are going to lose their life, but meanwhile, Phoenix, guess what? Aimbot is able to find one more. Makes it into the top 5. That's going to be position points in the hands. And Diesel now having the run-in against Reckoning as they lose Goku in the process as well. From a 4-man now, Diesel down towards a last man standing. Not looking good for Diesel once more. And it seems like the trend continues here, Necro.
Mess things up big time. Aimbot's on the move once again. Aimbot has been surviving for the longest. And for Diesel Esports, when they had all the odds stacked with them, just a blink, and all the odds instantly fade away. Sham, well-placed nade's going to find the knock against Reckoning Esports. This should be the go call from Sham. He should push up, in my opinion. It's a proper 1v1, and Sham can easily convert it too, but no, instead he's going to play for the revival. He wants to get Albi back up on his feet, which can be a mature option too. But if it does not work out, both of them will just meet their end.
Another day comes through. Great connections from Sham once more. Might the be able to get the reset is going to be the question. But Albi, he gets confirmed. Shyam, last man standing. He gets the wipe on Reckoning Esports. What a nade!
That one nade is going to find the nice 2-piece. Beautiful stuff from Sham. But still, you've got the man from Phoenix Esports alive. Aimbot just hanging on a thread. I'm pretty sure he's just praying to his gods at this point. Phoenix Esports, they want to secure the 2nd spot, get those placement points on the board. This one man has been surviving for the longest. He's getting at least something than nothing.
They started their journey with a 2-man against the world.
Yeah.
Down towards the last man. Now currently in a top 4 position. Genesis, 3-man alive. ideal position to take the chicken dinner, but the ones that can put them at their bay is going to be the members coming from Cincinnati Kids. They have two men, they have the firepower as well, and they have those angles, and here comes the spray. Apollo dropped pretty low themselves, but Cincinnati Kids has no room to push up, but seems like Flock, he's going to try and make a run for it as well.
Mac, he can spot him. He's out in the open. Mac is still not going for any sort of shots. Does he even know that Flock is already pushed up so deep? Flock is able to be on the other side of the horizon. Util's tossed. Mac's job is to create the flank angle while the remaining two players, they create some sort of a distraction. Aimbot's taken down real low. Jump's gonna spot that slithering snake. Phoenix Esports down and out. But Diesel Esports with 6 elimination points so far. This can be a decent game too. Only if Sham manages to secure a second spot. Genesis, Shadow gets knocked out. Even Mighty's knocked out from the side of Cincinnati Kids. Now Genesis is down to just one man. That's going to be Apollo. Before Cincinnati Kids too, they've only got one last man standing. The revival can come through.
What is going on? He's gotten into his 1 versus 1 versus 1 Shyam. The Solar Warrior, he might be able to just do it as well. He's put a wrench onto his Genesis work. Mac is down. We're finally down towards a 1 versus 1. But Cincinnati Kids, they get the reset. It is going to be 1 versus 2 versus 1 now. And Genesis might have just dropped the ball here, Necro.
What just happened? All the odds were stacked against Cincinnati Kids. There was no way that they can win this game. But now and over, they've just flipped the tables. And now they're about to make the pounce against Apollo. A big mistake made from Genesis Esports. Losing their duels against CK is now on the verge of costing them the game. Apollo, you cannot let this happen. Cincinnati Kids, if they win this game, this is going to be the greatest comeback in a game. And CK, with all the odds stacked against them, still now they're on the verge of securing the chicken dinner with the most amount of odds stacked with them.
The circle is going to be closing in as well. Shyam, he needs to push into them. And he might be able to put the wrench, but unfortunately he doesn't have nades. He only has one smoke. And that's going to be from the smoke launcher himself. That one smoke, can he make things work for Apollo? Because this is the time to work together to take out the bigger evil. And that's going to be Cincinnati Kids.
There's a man from CK who's trying to create the flank angle, Mighty. He knows Sham is still behind that ridge. Smoke's tossed. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for Sham, but I'm sure he's just trying to extend as long as possible. It's tossed towards Sham. It's not going to be connection that's needed. His stock. Another nade's going to be tossed towards that same trajectory. And that was real close to shot. But a nade from Apollo is going to find the knock against Flock. And now the fight's taken down to 1v1v1. Genesis Apollo is starting to make the push. He gets the confirmation. Now the fight's against the remaining man of CK, but Mighty. He proves that he's the mightiest. Spots out Sham's head, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. What a game from Cincinnati Kids that was. All the odds were stacked against them, but they still somehow make a comeback.
What a bounce back coming from Cincinnati Kids in this game as well. Who would have thought that being under the bridge will be able to rise up to the top and take the chicken dinner? And normally you wouldn't want to throw people under the bridge as a guinea pig, but in this case, guess what? If you give them time to survive, they will come out and become a monster themselves.
Cincinnati Kids, they were pinned behind that ridge for such a long time by Genesis, but the moment Genesis look away, even for a second, that's when Cincinnati Kids instantly take the advantage, crawl their way back up on the hilltop, and all thanks to Flock, by the way. He was the man who created a lot of space for his team, and the moment Flock got up, he started applying that pressure with the utilities.
Again, you know, this is going to be a very, very weird game as well, because we saw big games coming. I would say big gameplays coming from Seoul in particular, with high amount of finishes as well. We saw a big game coming from Phoenix, a little bit of a downfall from them, recovery coming in from aimbot. We saw Genesis making plays as well. We saw Cincinnati Kids. I feel like this game as well, the influx of points is very evenly spread out among all the teams.
Yeah, and in general, right, even Phoenix Esports, that just one last man was able to survive for such a long time. Seoul, they had 14 elimination points when they got eliminated. So in general, as you mentioned, the elimination points, or the points in general, they're well spread out in these standings.
Yeah, even Likita Esports, Goblin and Neo, they just completely wiped the floor, everyone from the website. Because for a second, I thought Hades H4K was able to wrap things up, but guess what? 4 men went in, 4 men went gone. bye-bye.
I know, right? Just Neo and Goblin, specifically Goblin against Hades. This man was just gobbling them up like they did not even mean anything. And for Hades, I'm pretty sure it's just a big surprise package that was unfolded on their faces, right? They thought since it's a 2-on-4, they've got the clear-cut man advantage. This should be an easy fight to be converted, but they messed things up big time. And let's not forget even Phoenix Esports, the pounds they made off the rip.
Yep, it is indeed a very, very interesting pounds as well. But for these guys watching at home as well, guess what? The all-round Slayer is currently out in the market as well. The realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment is currently out. So be sure to search and also search it on Flipkart and Google, the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you may be able to potentially walk away with a brand new phone yourself. But all things considered, I have a couple of interesting news to share very, very soon. For those of you who know what it is. Do you want to know what it is?
Well, I already know what it is.
What is it? What is it?
It's the giveaway winners announcement.
Oh, we are going to be announcing very, very soon.
Yeah, it's going to be soon, though. But once again, we need to speak about what exactly happened in the previous game, too, right? Shed some light. For Seoul, in my opinion, they had the best possible spot. They had the advantage. But the moment you started talking about them, everything just came crashing down for them. Seoul, they could have actually accumulated more points. There were so many teams that wanted to cross on over towards the circle.
I think it, like I already mentioned, right? Like, execution in that map is still 2-star out of 3-star. So difficulty-wise, it is still very, very difficult, because those compounds are exposed from multiple angles, right? So I feel like the way they held it in the initial early stages was great, but towards the final stage, when teams started to creep up, like Hyderabad Hydras was there, Diesel was there, it's bound to happen. Somebody is going to be making those mistakes. So I would say that widespread coming from Seoul was the reason why they got shut down. But you have to give credit to it's not cool, man. Batman really held his ground on that highest point in this compound, was able to get 2 players off Hyderabad Hydras before actually going down.
But then later on, a nade came in from Turbo, eliminating Knuckle too. And I see, here's the big concern. In the overall standings now, Cincinnati Kids is going to start to create that vacuum. They're clearly just in a league of their own. They've got a lot of points in their points secured. And if the same thing is going to keep on falling up, this might just not be good news for the mental. But hey, congratulations to our winners of the BGIS Exchange Event 1. Anirban Bhakta, Ritesh Rathava, Prem Gupta, Malika Rajun, AB, Kabir Bhatt, Nadeem Akhtar, Yatin Vala, Sahiba Sayyed, Anmol Singh, Akshit Kumar, Soham Jagtap, Santosh Kalbor, Sonu Ansari, Harshit, and Rahul. You all are now the proud owner of the P3 Pro 5G. Congratulations, guys.
Exactly. So be sure to check out on the bottom here as well. If your name is on the list, that means you are going to be one of the winners for the phone itself. So be sure to claim it. Exactly. So congratulations to them. And oh, Necro, such a sweet man, finally reading out the names. For a second, I thought you were gonna ask me.
I actually wanted to give you the names.
No, you're the guy.
You want to do the honors once again? It's completely
your pronunciations, I have no clue. I have no clue if you actually butchered their names or not. So on behalf of Necro, I would like to apologize to any of your names which were mispronounced. But again, I don't think it matters, right? Like, please forgive him. You know, it matters because why?
Sorry,
what
guys.
matters? You guys actually won a phone. Congratulations.
Exactly. The P3 Pro 5G. What else do you want? And still, for the people that are currently watching the broadcast, the giveaway is not done yet. The event number 2 is still live inside of the game. The BGIS Exchange Event 2. Move on towards the game, and if you complete the event, all you need to do is fill out a Google form that's going to be given to you, and you might just stand a chance to win the P3 Ultra.
Now, speaking of the Ultra here, I feel like the Ultra big topic that we have to talk about right now. We are currently in the halfway point. Obviously, there is a specific group that has played 7 matches. A majority of them already played 6 matches, which is the halfway point into its playing catch-up as well. They do need to start to take things a little bit serious as well, because slowly but surely, the vacuum is going to be increasing. And like you said, Cincinnati Kids is going to be creating that. Now, let's talk about the highlights in this final match. Obviously, we witnessed this moment coming from Goblin as well, because this was a playmaking moment that completely shattered the dreams of 2 teams, which is NRI as well as Hades H4K, from any standing chance to actually make it to the final zone.
I mean, this is the moment that I'm speaking of, right? Turbo pushing up, getting the knockout onto Samay was such a crucial key that Hyderabad Hydras needed. If Samay was alive, then for Seoul, one thing is for sure, the game was still cooking. The game would have went on and on and on. but later on, so many teams pushed it at the same time. Seoul just crumbled down. A well-placed nade from Turbo to eliminate the last man too. Everything was pieced to perfection.
Yeah, even Hyderabad Hydras, they did a little bit of bounce back as well, considering that Turbo was the last man standing. He was able to pick up a couple of the solo players. But among all the solo warriors, Cheyenne was the victors of them all because he was the guy that made it all the way towards the top 2 and then eventually came out on top. Unfortunately to say, due to position, he was pretty much stuck in an awkward situation. But even then, Apollo himself, from the side Genesis, was able to take 1 point away from Cincinnati Kids.
That knock right there was honestly such a big problem for the players of Cincinnati Kids. The moment the man got knocked out, I'm pretty sure the second man who was still alive from CK, his heart just started pumping. But luckily enough, he connected those S12K shots and got that clutch done. We've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Hunters from Team Seoul with 6 finishes racked up and the damage number of 828.
It's still a very, very big game from Seoul as well, considering the fact that they had more than 11 finishes in the game. And guess what? On the top 2, we have both Hunters and Nako. We have a total of 12 finishers combined here as being one of the playmakers of this game itself. Deciders for every single team that is struggling outside. We have Cheyenne, Goblin, and Mighty joining in that top 5. With that being said, that pretty much concludes all 6 matches today in day number 2. And now let's take a look at the overall standings. Cincinnati Kids obviously going to be the top of the top. They have played a total of 7 matches, but they are going to be the second team to get their second chicken dinner.
As I mentioned, Cincinnati Kids, they're now starting to create that vacuum in the overall standings. They're also getting a lot more points compared to all the other teams. Just look at that. 85 points on the first place. FSC Sports with 67 on the second. That's a big difference.
Exactly. It is indeed a big difference. And we speak about the cutoff as well. It seems to be the current cutoff is somewhere around 40 points in the top 8 position. Revenant X-Pac currently in 9th position with 39 points. So playing catch-up is not impossible for them, but I'm a little bit worried because Likita Esports has only played 5 matches and they're only 2 points away. Seoul is currently in 36. We've also played 5 matches, but only about a couple of less than 10 points away. So technically, the cutoff might be a little bit higher than expected.
So today's day was really good for Seoul, Revenant X-Pac, and even Likita Esports. They made a major bounce back in the overall standings. And yes, how can we forget FSC Sports? 2 back-to-back chicken dinners is what got them in the top 2. Third page is on the screen. Versatile still on the third page. That's honestly concerning. You've also got Rivalry NRI right there.
No, I disagree. NRI and Versatile is still in for the running because they've only played 5 matches. But Mastermind Mavericks, that's going to be a little bit concerning because they've played 7 matches and they're still there. That is going to be a problem for them.
Even Team Tumulas, Hyderabad Hydras, Phoenix Esports. What's going on with these names? Team Tumulas, they were absolutely dominating the previous stages, but now look at them. A complete opposite side of the spectrum performance. Hyderabad Hydras too with just 12 points. That's honestly concerning as well. They've played 5 games so far. Phoenix Esports too. 5 games done and only 9 points.
That is very, very concerning. I agree with you, Necro. And speaking, even though this match as well, Turbo from the side of Hyderabad Hydras was able to make a bounce back. Aimbot from Phoenix Esports was somewhat able to make a bounce back. Unfortunately, those bounce back is just not enough. But now, let's take a look at the caster's prediction on who is going to be on top. Guess what? Ankybot has got his prediction correct. Diesel, not in the top 8. Versista, a big bounce back today, but I don't think he's in the top 8 yet. So, not yet there as well. You know, but still on 5th place, somewhere in the 2nd page, is still all good. I think Ocean is still like a dub yet. But me and Johnny, we got ours correct.
There's no way you're celebrating that. Come on, Hero Extreme Godlike was already doing really good. Even CK was already doing really good. These predictions are not fair. They're just safe picks.
Hey. You started the day with my curse saying that I'm going to curse Hero Extreme Godlike to their demise. Yeah, they started their first game in a complete flop, but think about this.
Yeah, but maybe Johnny's positive force is actually overpowering your curse.
What do you guys think watching at home as well? I know for a fact that you guys believe in Icy Baby's 100% prediction rate. Ever since round 4, 100% all the teams that I've chose has been eliminated.
Yeah, then
now in the semifinals.
You want to talk about what happened to Seoul in the previous game then?
I didn't predict Seoul. I just gave them a little bit of hype. They're still doing pretty good.
Yeah.
They played 5 matches.
It's 100% curse rate, I see.
No, 100% still good predictions thus far here. So believe in me, semifinals, I'm going to predict every team that's going to be qualifying in the top 8. But Hero Extreme Godlike is still alive.
The moment you said that, now I'm just worrying for these teams. Just do not pick teams on the last page. At least let them have a fighting chance.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, look, man, Team Tumulas is struggling, Hyderabad Hydras is not doing good, even Phoenix Esports is struggling, but hey, an important news for you guys. Tomorrow, it's going to be a day off. day after tomorrow, day 3 and day 4 of the week 1 will continue.
Yep. Unfortunately, to say we are going to be taking a little bit of a pause here for the semifinals for day number 3 and day number 4. It is going to be shifted on towards April 1st and April 2nd, just because we want to make things a little bit interesting for you guys. But hopefully, we take a little bit of breather.
Yeah.
We are going to be pranking people on day number 3.
Yeah, we'll be back on the day number 3, which is of course going to be happening on the April 1st. So make sure to tune in towards broadcast, same time, same place.
I think there's something on your shoe.
What's on my shoe?
April Fools! Wait, oh wait, sorry. I thought today was April 1st. I wanted the day 3 to actually continue right now.
Yeah, well, you see, I see still a lot more times to go. But you know what? For teams on the latter half of the board, hopefully they're going to pull off April Fool's prank on the day 1 itself, or on the 1st April. That's what I meant to say. Because the teams on the latter half, if they're not able to perform, that's pretty much going to be the final chance they have to get any sort of comeback done.
Agreed. Speaking of which as well, we are currently in the halfway mark in the first semi-final weeks here, and all these teams are going to be fighting for the slot. Again, reminding yourself as well, only 8 teams from the top 8 in this 32 group will be taking the first slot into the Grand Finals, which will be happening in Kolkata next month at the end of the month.
And the remaining teams move on towards the semifinals week 2, and once again, they need to place themselves in the top 8 in order to join the remaining teams that have already qualified towards the Grand Finals. I see so far things have been real interesting, and since we know tomorrow's going to be a day off, it's also going to be good news for the teams on the last page to once again go back and revise things. Before now, it's time for us to take a leave. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys on the day 3 of the week 1.
है